Good afternoon and welcome to round 2 of the SSRi Endurance Championship, race 2, 8 hours of the famous Nurburgring, due to start the formation lap in just a moment's time. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce Adam Bent, my co-commentator for this afternoon, and I think for predominantly most of the event. Adam, is that right?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm going to be braving the whole 8 hours, so yeah, Steve's going to ditch me at some point, and you're going to be stuck with me for the entire duration.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, Nurburgring, though, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a good one. We're expecting 36 cars on the grid this afternoon to start this race. Just to give you some background of how it's going to go, like I said, we're going to go to the formation lap in approximately a minute's time. The race start time will be 12 noon. We're on a progression of ×1, so it is, as you see, they will be finishing around about 8 PM server time, so it should be just getting nicely dark. There will be need for some lights, I think, there. We may have some rain. We're not quite sure what the weather's going to do. The drivers will be doing up to a 75-minute stint time before they have to enter the pit lane. That's not to say they have to swap drivers at the end of every stint, but they have to make that pit stop. They have 10 sets of tyres for this event, so they will have to look after the tyres a little bit and be careful how many times they do change them. But 10 sets, it's plenty, really, isn't it, Adam? That should be enough tyres for this event. It's pretty generous. But yeah, there's only one, interestingly, in the qualifying, I've got the sheet open in front of me, only one car managed to get an average lap time of 2:02. And when I say average lap time, we each team has to submit a couple of drivers into a couple of separate qualifying sessions, and we take an average of their times to give them their qualifying time. And Team Racing Point number 138 in the BMW M4 GT3 managed an average lap time of 2:02.698, which is pretty good when you consider lining up alongside them is Simsport Racing's Intercontinental Honda NSX Evo 2019 with a 2:03.3. So they were quite substantially faster, well over half a second quicker than the closest rival. So that's an impressive stat, and it's certainly a warning shot across the rest of the field here this afternoon.
Absolutely, you can see there's a lot of, we've got 36 cars like you mentioned previously, a lot of these within the 2:03 average lap time. Like you say, only one car 138, the M4 GT3, breaking the 2:02 barrier, so it should be very interesting to see. Obviously, qualifying pace can be very deceiving in terms of actual race pace, especially over 8 hours. Anything can happen. The weather could change. You could have dry to wet, wet to dry. Any sort of incident that could put you a half hour behind, but still potentially you could end up on the podium. That's the great thing about endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about qualifying, and it's important at every single endurance event that we do. And yeah, it's nice to have that front row position, but with an event like this, 8 hours is a long time. There's going to be numerous amounts of laps done. There's going to be numerous overtakes, we hope, and there's going to be numerous incidents. And it only takes to be caught up in one of those incidents to change the outcome of the race, to change the face of the race. But it's very important with these events never to give up. From whatever position you're in, you just keep going, because things change and they can turn. Within a lap, you can be a lap down and all is not lost. You can be 2 laps down and all is not lost. You keep fighting to go forward. And it's endurance racing. That's the nature of the beast. It's just keep going and keep racing wherever you are. We have seen some interesting outcomes from races just because runaway leaders do make mistakes, and it's not to say they won't be done today. But yeah. Without further ado, now we are looking at the grid, and impressive to say. I think we have got 36 cars, and they are just moving off now on the warm-up lap. Some fantastic looking liveries there, and don't forget we still are accepting donations for Save the Children in support of the Ukrainian effort at the moment, so please hit the link in the description if you want to carry on donating. You can see the running total there we've got from last week's charity event that we ran, the endurance run. So that's right, we're doing two endurance events within the space of a week, so these drivers are pretty well practiced, a lot of them now, at this endurance stuff. And it's fair to say in ACC it's one of the fun events. I think it's one of the most popular disciplines of racing, isn't it, Adam, with the endurance stuff?
Absolutely. I mean, I work in a short sprint endurance race in the real world, and I've got to say, like, after watching sprint racing and endurance racing and being part of it, definitely having endurance racing, having the ability to do this sort of endurance racing, has been, pivotal for a lot of drivers. It's helped their racecraft. I definitely feel like ever since ACC's come out and the endurance racing has come out, people's racecraft has definitely improved in the virtual world.
Yeah, for sure. And I think with endurance racing as well, it helps you to. It makes you a better driver because you have to drive with somebody else's setup. It's always a compromise. You can't tweak everything to your specific need because there's other drivers in the car, and there's that bit of extra pressure as well that you're in a team, and whatever you do on track has consequences for the whole team, not just yourself. So I think it's a good discipline to be grounded in, and it can set you up for some good solo racing as well. It can make you a more a thinking driver rather than just a go for the gap sort of a driver. But it's going to be a good one today, and that Honda lining up on the front row, I mean that's an impressive qualifying effort from those guys in the Honda, because it's not often you see a Honda at the sharp point anymore, is it?
Absolutely not. I mean, this has been sort of this topic of discussion in a few of the streams for the past few weeks about the recent BOP updates. Obviously, Assetto Corsa themselves, the team at Kunos, sent back out, and all of a sudden it's put the NSX Evo at a position where it can now challenge for race wins, challenge for leads. It's definitely more balanced than it used to be. Obviously, I remember driving it a while back and I just could never get along with it. From what I've been told now, it's one of the nicest cars to drive on the competition in the sim. And so obviously, as you can see, that is proof in the pudding there with Sem Spenkling lining up on the first row.
Yeah, well, it's a strong team itself. I recognise a lot of the drivers on the grid. Some of them I don't, but Sem Spenklik is definitely, I'm one of Sem's fans. I think he's a great driver, and he can turn his hand to most cars. He's very talented, but it's going to be interesting. Turn one, the cars are now starting to line up 2 by 2, and they will be just getting ready now, and the time for talking is over. It's coming around that final turn now to line up on the start-finish straight and get ready to take that flag. We just see them jockeying for position, pushing every limit of where they are allowed to be on the start process, but we just waiting for that green light now as the BMW's taking its position at the pointy end of the field with the Honda Spenkling lined up in P2, and they've got the green flag and it's going. It looks like the Honda's got a good go, but it's not quite quick enough, I don't think, to draw alongside the BMW, but I think he definitely got a jump on the Beamer, and they both got a jump on the rest of the field. But let's just see what happens in the braking point for turn one. The BMW's in safe. Spenkling's got pushed out wide and he's lost 2 positions in one corner. Going round that first corner, Spenkling now down to P4. BMW's come out on top there nice and clean, but the looks like Banny and the McLaren of 77 McLaren having a bit of a battle in for P2 at the moment, side by side, and Spenkling going from bad to worse. He's dropping further and further back at him.
Yeah, it just seems to be that he's not had the start that he wanted. It looked as though he got pushed a little bit wide off of turn one, wasn't able to hug the inside, as well as Simone Leslie was in the Racing Point BMW, and all of a sudden Racing Point BMW is going to have a little bit of a gap. So it is now catch up for the Honda.
Yeah, that's not what they want to see right now, because that Honda, we know in qualifying it had impressive lap times, so if they get a break they're just going to get their heads down and that gap is going to grow, I fear, and the Honda is dropping further back again. We're just waiting for the timing tower to sort itself out, as is traditional on ACC. On the first lap it goes all over the place. It is no help whatsoever to us, but I don't think that really matters for Spenkling, because that 7th place could actually be representative of where he is. 6th place as it updates, so he's lost 4 places, now down to 6 and coming under more pressure. I'm wondering what the reason for this is. What is the Honda? Does it take more time to get the heat into the tyres? Because you would think they're all the same, wouldn't you? But look at this, he's just dropping like a stone. This is not what they want. I know it's an 8-hour race, but you put the car in P2 and you don't expect to be going backwards like this, do you?
Absolutely not. I think there might have been a possible change to the setup or something along the lines of something's just not allowing Sem to find this speed. Obviously, we've seen him in the GT3 races in the Honda, immediately pushing for race wins and challenging the front. But right now, he just doesn't seem to be able to find the groove in which that Honda's going to activate. So maybe give it a couple laps and we'll see him pull back through. But at the moment, it's definitely not where he wants to be.
No, he's got some space though now, and if it is a case of him needing to settle into a groove, then he can certainly do that. A little bit of battling up ahead, but I saw coming out the last corner there, and certainly into the first corner, we've got cars behind going too wide and too deep, I think it was back there. So interesting to see how those guys are all shaping up behind. But yeah, look, as we're still focusing on Spenkling, he's just dropping back, but he has got his own room now. We've got incidents and accidents there. Yeah, somebody's just turned around there, and that's quite the Mercedes arena in the opening few laps is always a tight car park to be in.
Yeah, that looked like it might have been Bray. It might have been the Bentley number 86. It was definitely a Bentley that was backwards. I'm not 100% sure. We'd have to watch a replay, but it looked like a Bentley backwards. I don't think there looked like too much damage. In fact, yeah, it was the 86. You can see there. He's got himself back onto the circuit now. So it was Jeffrey Bray in the J-Dog Simsport car that was off the Mercedes arena. So we'll have to see what happened there. But John Patton is currently fighting the Lexus. I didn't see which number that was. It's number 33, Dave Kroll.
It's always difficult, isn't it, this part of the race? We can see here the Audi there just looking to make a move as well. Everybody wants to move forward, obviously it's a race, but it's an 8-hour race, and it's trying to get your mindset into the point of, yeah, I'm going to fight for this position, I'm going to hold it, but I'm not going to fight too hard. But it's that happy medium between fighting hard enough and not dropping down like a stone, like we saw with Sem, but not putting yourself, the car, and the team at risk and picking up damage. I mean, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? It's not like a sprint race where you just need to push for every single lap. You can afford to lose a position early on and not worry too much about it. It may be that they're on a different strategy, it may be that the race will come back to you and you've got a better race pace overall, rather than just a few early hot laps while the tyres are good and whatnot. You know, it's about average lap times in endurance racing, not hot lap times.
Absolutely. Well, obviously the old adage comes to mind: to finish first you must finish. And obviously you'll never win a endurance race in the first 10 minutes of the race. You've got to sort of knuckle down, keep your head down, even if you hold position for a few hours and make, you know, occasional moves there. Like that's Dave Koloff with the 2-1-2 BMW at Milan Duma. So Milan Duma's having a bit of a situation there. That's allowed John Patton to get through, and exactly my point. In fact, rain looks like it might be coming down.
Yeah, I mean, it was
going, so we may have rain early in this race already. But yeah, everybody's wipers are going. It looks like it may be raining.
Yeah, and I mean that raises the question, you know, could we have missed a trick with Spenkling? Has he seen that it's going to start raining? Something bizarre as such as have they gone out on rain tyres for the opening lap? You know, maybe, I don't know. Strange things would have happened.
Well, we've already got somebody in the pits. I'm not sure if that's for damage or otherwise, but we've got Tim Curtin in the pits. The number 18 Aston Martin's already pitted, so we'll see whether he comes back out, possibly on the wets. If so, he's actually jumped the field, because it's going to very, very quickly become undrivable for some of these drivers, especially with the mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars, because there's no traction on the back there. In fact, you can see the BMW struggling a little bit there. So he's going to go around another lap, which surprises me. They're going to have to come in soon, otherwise it's going to look, well, very unlikely that anybody in the top 10 will win this race if they don't come in soon.
I think at this stage, though, I may be wrong, but I think at this stage that they've got enough of a lead at the moment that the conditions would have to change dramatically and drastically for them to need to come in, you know, to lose that lead and not pitting in the first lap, not being the first ones to make that call. But I don't think we're going to have that issue. I think they're going to stay out for this lap at least. And it's almost like when you're further down the field, you have that luxury of you can try something different to make a move, to make changes. You've got less pressure. The pressure is on these guys at the sharp end of the field, because all the eyes are on them, aren't they, for when it comes to making that pit stop, and they've got everything to lose and not a lot to gain when they're already out at the front.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right there. I'm actually seeing the radar now. It says it's going to dry out within the half hour. So some of these drivers may even just brave it out and try and run through the entire rain stint here with dry tyres. I personally wouldn't. I think it's a bit too difficult in a car like this to manage a set of dry tyres, especially with potential for heavier rain within the next 10 minutes. If that track gets too wet, we're going to see a lot of cars go off, a lot of cars try and go to the pits. So it's all about tyre management now, and if if they can make a dry line through this rain, then brilliant, and it should mean that nobody has to stop. But at the moment, with these guys racing, in fact, there you go. There's exactly what I mean. The brakes have that's the McLaren around. I think if he's managed to make his way through, I'm surprised. It's number 5. In fact, it's Clyde Barney who's gone off. So the rain is starting to claim victims there. I think that was a bit of a on the brakes, and just there was no stopping power there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with all the different characteristics of the cars, the conditions changing, each car does react differently to it. The drivers react differently to it, and very much the setups as well. You know, if you've setups, then you know the rain is going to bite you hard potentially. But it's going to be interesting to see who's got an adaptable setup, shall we say? Who's got a compromised setup? Because to run a good wet setup, it's going to be compromised in the dry, and vice versa. So it's difficult to get a setup to fit both scenarios. And of course, it depends how much rain does come. It's looking like it's going to get a little bit heavier in the next 10 minutes, and then potentially dry up within 30 minutes. So this could really throw pit stop strategies totally out of the window, and I don't envy you and Chris commentating to the end of the 8 hours, because I think if it goes like this within 2 to 3 hours, the strategies are going to be so all over the place, you are going to struggle to know who is where and when until that final hour, when this 8-hour race turns into a 1-hour sprint race.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to remember as well that when they come into the pits, they stop, the stint timer resets.
Absolutely, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
I believe the sets of tyres is 10 dry, or is it 10 in general? I believe it's 10 dry and as many wets as you need. So in terms of strategy, there's not actually much. They've in fact saved their dry tyres. There's probably those dry tyres would be rubbing in. There wouldn't be enough wear on them to really actually make a significant difference. So those that are actually going to stop now for a set of wets will have saved a set of tyres for a little bit later in the race.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a real headache for the teams as well, because that's something else you've got to agree on. Is, you know, you've sat there, they've done however many laps of practice, they've worked out their strategy, and may as well just screw that piece of paper up and throw it in the bin right now, because it's good. The weather's going to dictate your strategy and how many spins you have. You know, some of the drivers will stay out. They'll stay out that one lap too long and spin it like we saw in the braking zones and things like that. And same effect if you pit too early. The wet tyres don't like dry conditions. You know, you can have the same effect by making that mistake. So. Yeah, and driver ability, I mean, let's not forget, you know, driver ability makes him see another car ahead, then just diving into the pits. He's going to make a change for some wet tyres, I would say, at this point, but the majority of the field at the moment staying out.
Yeah, O'Brien's just dive into the pits there. I think he's not going to take the gamble. They're going to come in and try and get some tyres. In fact, even the race leaders come in for tyres. So 138's actually come in for tyres as well. This just confirms my theory that I think that a lot of these teams will now come in. They've seen team drivers like Leslie, Hackler come in, Smith, O'Brien all come in. I'm not sure if Sem's stopped yet, but if he has, then obviously this will trigger now a bit of madness. We'll see some of the drivers maybe. Sorry. It
makes sense though, doesn't it? Because you can see on the weather radar it's going to rain heavier in the next 10 minutes. They're already struggling, so
there's no point in damage on your car.
Absolutely not. No, you don't want to put any damage on the car. You can afford to lose a few seconds of lap time because of the conditions, but then you go and get those wet tyres on and you back up to speed. Whereas if you get a bit of damage on the car, and it's one of those where sometimes it's not worth repairing, because it does obviously take longer to repair and your pit stops longer, but it could cost you lap time because of the damage on the car. So that's what you want to avoid. But yeah, you're quite right. The BMW making that pit stop for the tyres. The race leader, as we said earlier, it's difficult for them, but I suppose when you see on the radar it's going to get heavier, it is a bit of a no-brainer. You're out in front, you're wanting to protect that lead, you want to stay where you are, so you get in there, you get those wet tyres on, you get back out, and then you build.
Absolutely. Well, we got our first penalty of the race. That's de Klerk in the number 8 McLaren with the stop-go 30. That would be speeding in the pit lane. That's really unfortunate for him. So the first penalty of the race does go to McLaren. We can see Jack Alexander here still going on in the Team SMR car. He started 7th on the grid, so that's a really good position for him to be in. He's going to stay out another lap. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've raced against Jack, and he seems to just have a natural talent here. And you can see even in the wet that there's just enough of a dry line there still that those tyres may just about survive for one more lap. We'll see where he goes from here, but I think everybody else behind him up to, I think Clyde Barney might have come in for tyres as well, but most of the drivers have now will stop for tyres.
Be nice to get an onboard just to see how much steering input's going in there, because that's what's going to give it away. Because I agree with you, there is a little bit of a dryish line still, but it's only getting wetter, and it's not just about that, is it? It's the curbs, it's everywhere. And look, you see there, corrections on the wheel all the time. He's fighting that. That's costing him lap time, and we'll start to see even through this left-hander here, which is relatively safe. He'll put some corrective steering on coming through there. There you go, big snap. It's he should have been in the pits. I think what this lap is going to cost him unnecessary time, but it's very easy for me to say from the armchair here.
Well, no, you can see on his Delta, it's 10 seconds he's lost in a lap, and again, obviously 10 seconds to someone maybe running, you can run 100 meters, and the fast people can run 100 meters in 10 seconds. 10 seconds in motorsport term, when you're traveling at close to 120, 130 mile an hour, 10 seconds is a massive difference. So we're seeing quickly now that the BMW really doesn't like the wet weather. In fact, he's using all the curbs still as though it's dry. It's unbelievable that he's still even attempting to
look at the understeer. Sorry, Adam, to talk over you there, but I just saw him put the right hand down there and just understeer. It was almost like the car just didn't want to react, and he's going to be ruined the day that he didn't come in to make that stop a little bit earlier. But it's difficult. Like I say, it's easy for us to be critical from here, but it's I think that was a bit of a no-brainer from my
He's staying out again. This is a very interesting call from his teammate. I'm assuming he'll be in a call with Rob at the moment, talking about this, discussing the gaps, discussing whether there's enough room to pit. And they've obviously taken the decision to stay out on the on the dry tyres, knowing that obviously they're going to lose time here, but I'm not sure how long an average stop here is.
That was a 2:07 that lap time compared to his best of a 1:54 so far in this race. So 2:07 that last lap time. That's a lot of time, and that surely is getting into the point where you should really be on wet tyres.
It's difficult to say because obviously it now says that it's going to reduce the rain in the next 10 minutes. And if he goes in now, he has to stop and then stop again. A double stop will pretty much put him out of contention this race. And he knows that. So what he's doing now is he's going to try and run all the way through this wet weather with those tyres. He'll lose positions. He knows that. I think he knows in his head he will lose positions here. But he doesn't have to stop again.
The big thing is not picking up damage, as you said earlier. Yes, he can take the gamble and stay out now. He's gone too far, so it's a case of we're going to have to stay out now. I've lost XYZ amount of time, but he just doesn't want to make any mistakes. And we saw him fighting the car to control it, trying to keep it on the black stuff and pointing in the right direction and steering right to go left and left to go right, and just steering in general to try and get the car to go in any direction. It looked difficult, and his concentration level will be through the roof. He'll have played with the traction control and a few other things, the ABS. He'll have made some adjustments to try and make the car do a little bit of work for him. But at the end of the day, if you're getting understeer like we saw on that snap oversteer that we saw, that's all about his reactions and his control with not just the steering but with the throttle inputs and the brake modulation.
Absolutely. Well, now having a quick look at the chat, we've got Dave Jr. in here. Good afternoon, Dave. Chris has put an emoji for whatever reason. We've lost Chris's mic as well, so at one point it will just be myself talking to myself, but it's all good. We've got Rob Jackson in the chat saying that Jack's got this and it's only mildly moist. Mark Neutling's saying the weather changing all the time, and me thinking British weather was bad. Well, changeable conditions are what we like to see in racing. I think it adds a brand new element to the challenge of keeping the car on the track for 8 hours. Who else have we got in here? We've got Eamon Tully, who said he's been racing for a year and still not racing the rain. You're definitely missing out there. I think racing in the rain is an amazing experience, especially in VR as well. That's an incredible thing to do on ACC.
My memory of one of my races in the wet was a solo sprint race. I say solo sprint, it was about a 90-minute race, and it was Hungaroring, and towards the end of the race it started to rain, and I was in P10 in a Ferrari, which I haven't never driven the Ferraris that much, and it started to rain and everybody just dived into the pits, and I was that guy that thought I'm going to stay out a little bit longer and see how I can manage it, played with the traction control and things, and just basically, took it a bit easier. And it paid off because it was towards the end of the race and I stayed out and I was just there, and I went from P10 to about P6 and gained 4 positions by just staying out. So it can work for you, but in an endurance race like this, it's all about that big picture and how much time it's going to cost. And if the conditions are changeable now, it would suggest to me that in this 8-hour period we are going to have some more changeable conditions. I don't think it's going to just dry up and be dry for the next 7 hours and so many minutes. I think we may have a few wet dry interludes in this race, so I think it's a case of maximising your lap times at all times, and I still think by not making that pit stop that they've made a little bit of a mistake there.
Absolutely. We had another yellow flag in the Mercedes arena. I'm sure we'll figure out who that is soon. So currently we're 20 minutes in with Jack Alexander leading. We've got Ashley Wharton saying good afternoon. Andy saying car, yes, many. And we're currently following Mike, our producer, behind Clyde Barney, and that looks like one of the Aston Martins. I can't tell which number it is. I'm waiting for the stream to clean up.
Yeah, just to explain, we're watching a Discord stream for those that don't know, and it's just a little bit pixelated for us at the minute. We can't always read the numbers. Just a quick message to our broadcaster. It'd be nice to see the interval times on the timing tower if that's possible, please, buddy.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love to give a response right now. I'm sure he's responding still, but just without the mic.
I only said it because I know his mic's broken. So. Bless him, Chris Hill doing a cracking job on the cameras, everybody. Absolutely. As well, just to make everyone aware that it's Chris is responsible for the stream today, and he's doing a sterling job at the moment. He's keeping abreast of the action, and he's going to be right through to the end with you. And if he can fix his mic, which I'm sure you're all hoping he does, so that he can join Adam in the commentary in a little while.
Absolutely. Well, we've got still 7 hours 40 minutes to go watching Aaron van Dreunen in the CBSR BMW chase down Abranosa in the 333. There's another penalty there. Biello has just incurred a 5-second penalty. I'm sure we'll figure out what that was for later in the race. We can see there the gap between the top three there was in 3 to 5. It was very close there. You can see just ahead of these two is Clyde Barney. In fact, there's the McLaren as well of Idacola. I believe that is the 77 Idacola, so it is actually 2nd to 5th is still up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a 5-second penalty for car 66 not following steward's instructions. I'm just reading the stewarding channel at the moment, and we also have a 5-second time penalty for car 11 not following steward's instructions. So yeah, I'm wondering what instructions they've not followed.
Well, that's I'm sure that we'll find out later in the race, but obviously, yeah, that's a slap on the wrist. There we go. So that is the penalty now coming up on the board. We're still watching Aaron van Dreunen. Simon Leslie in the 138. The car that started on pole down in 13th place currently does have the fastest lap, but is down in 13th. In fact, Sems Benklink, after what we thought was a really bad start, is sat in 6th. So he's done wonders to get himself back up into a decent position again, and actually following this close battle at the front here for 2nd place. This is 2nd to 5th now. We're still watching Aaron van Dreunen. I would like to see if we can see on board with him, just to see how much spray he's getting off these cars at front. It'd be interesting to note where Jack Alexander is as well. In fact, he's got a decent gap. He's still got a sizable gap there. It looks of about maybe 10-15 seconds gap between him and this battle for 2nd place. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think we're at the point now where I think it is going to start to dry up a little bit as they disperse this spray. I think the rain is easing off a little bit, as you said. In the next 10 minutes, it's going to stop raining. Next 30 minutes, there is no more rain forecast at the moment, so we're in for a dry spell. And all the guys that have gone in for wets, I think within the next 10 minutes, we're going to see them all going in for some dries and making another pit stop. And the visibility is not too bad. We haven't had that much rain as we've just seen. Just making a move now. That's a brave move to try and put it up the inside that the SSRi there. It's not really good.
I don't think he's racing for position, you know. I think that might be that's a blue flag. So that's the 46 car. 46. Let's see if we can find him on entry list.
It's looking a little bit busy.
It is. It's looking very busy there. I can't seem to find that car on the list, but I'm sure that Chris can tell us which one that is. And he can't change the timing tower for some reason, which I'm sure we'll figure out. Somebody's just hit a board. Who's just gone off in a that's surely someone's gone off in a big way there, because I've just seen a board explode. I'm sure we'll find out in a second. I've just seen something explode on the stream.
Yeah, maybe it didn't appear to be a massive incident because there's no yellow flags on the track map to the right, as you can see on the screen there. But yeah, somebody's maybe just run a bit wide through one of the braking markers as we're just following the cars down now into turn one. Again, they're going to be side by side at the bottom of your shot there. Sem's going to try and put it back up the inside. It's going to put him on the outside for the next turn into the Mercedes arena. You can hold it round the outside, or you can cut back and try and get down the inside, which is exactly what Sem's trying to do and has done indeed. That's a good move. Too late trying to close the door at that point. Sem's already got it down the inside, and then not only has he got down the inside, he's actually got through, he's got the position, and he's off, he's gone.
That was a brilliant move from Sem, textbook work to set up a overtake on Van Drunen in the CBSR car. You can see just how quickly Sem made his way through there. He knew exactly where he wanted to be, and you can see it's actually drying up quite considerably now. You can see the dry line still on the circuit, and there's not as much spray coming off these cars as you'd think, so the dry line is definitely there. Jack Alexander playing a blinder with the strategy alongside Rob Jackson there for essentially the race lead. This could mean that they actually have quite a considerable lead, because I believe Clyde Barney also stopped.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's looking like Sem's he's the man on the move at the moment, isn't he? He's pushing again. I'm not sure if that's for position or whether that's just a back marker, but he's definitely he's passed and clear, and he made that look very,
that's Abranosa.
easy.
No, that is for position. That is Abranosa.
That was very easy.
That was, yeah, Abranosa didn't fight it too hard. I think he knows that there's still a long way to go in this race, and so fighting it now would be a very silly idea, especially if they were to come to grief.
Yeah, but it's nice to see Sem getting back onto the pace, and he's getting back towards where he was. He started P2, let's not forget, and dropped a lot of positions, and I think I'm right in saying, Adam, he even dropped outside the top 10 at one point.
He did. He was down in, I believe, 11th or 12th, so he dropped actually those positions on the first lap. So he's doing an absolute blinder now with the strategy to get his way fast. In fact, there's Ida Cola in front of him. He's now going for a podium place. He dropped out of the top 10 in the first lap. He's now back on the podium within half an hour, so we can just see how quick Sem is in this condition. The NSX seems to be all of a sudden in the groove. Like I said, I think he just needed that little bit of a rhythm to form, and all of a sudden he's absolutely on the pace. You can see there, straight onto the curbs, knowing that it's drying up. He's going to take every bit of track he can to try and catch Clyde Barney. And then the next car on the road would be Jack Alexander.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's putting some good times in now, Sem, and he's back up, like I said, to 4th place, and making it look relatively easy at the moment, but the conditions are changing, it is drying up, and we're going to see what options people are taking, who's going to be the first to come in for the dry tyres. We still can see some rain is falling at the moment, but it's definitely eased up, and it's definitely drying out there. We can't see, there's virtually no spray coming off the cars at the moment, and it's looking like they're using all of the track again and venturing onto those curbs.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to now be a battle of wits. Simon Lezier posted to down in 12th with, and I believe that's Andrew Wellborn. I might be wrong. In fact, there you go, he jumps up to 11th place. There we go. Then out also confirmed to be It is. I'm just that talented.
Bow to your talent.
It's just a gamble with him sometimes, and I've definitely not been part of his, or was sat in his Discord community for a few months. But anyway,
You mean there are other Discord communities other than Simsport Racing?
Oh no,
that was the thing.
No. There's only one you need to be in. It's definitely Simsport.
It was almost a good recovery.
Obviously, well, it's a testament to these races because you've got other communities coming here to race in this community.
Absolutely.
So, you know, this is a great community I've been part of now for what, 6 months, 7 months now.
Longer.
And has it been longer? Yeah, it has.
Feels
hasn't it?
like it.
Oh, thank you.
No, did you see what I did there? I set that one up. Brilliant.
Oh, obviously, no, and it's been a great opportunity. And again, Simon Leslie now up to the top 10, so he's now making his way back through. He's going to eventually have to come back in for dry tyres. So he's now actually trying to find bits of the track that's wet. It looks to be as though the track, because it's going to dry very quickly, all of a sudden you see this in Formula 1 as well. They have to run over as much of the wet surface as they can to keep the tyres cool, because wet tyres in the dry overheat within a lap.
Yeah, and it becomes very difficult to manage if your tyres aren't in the optimum zone. The tyre pressures are all over the place. The tyre temps go up or down depending the brake. It affects the brake temperatures, and it affects the handling and the feeling of the car, and it can make a very good setup undrivable. So it's difficult. And what's more difficult, we touch on this every single time we host endurance races, but for those that don't know, and those that do know, they've got the head in the hands for the drivers coming in, making the pit stop. They're the ones that have to set the tyre pressures of any tyres they're changing. So when they're coming in for dry tyres, they can have preset temperature pressures, but if the conditions are changing, they will have to adjust those on the fly. And it's the driver who's, when he's on his in lap, he's got to go into his multifunction display, and he's got to set the tyre pressures he wants for each corner of the car, as well as selecting a driver if he's swapping driver or repairing damage or putting fuel in the car. He's got a multitude of tasks to do on that in lap, and it's quite difficult to get right. And getting the tyre pressures wrong can have disastrous effects to your race pace.
It absolutely can. I've seen my friends that obviously I've been sat watching them doing races like this, and even by a PSI, it can affect a lap time by about a second, half a second to a second. Obviously, if you watch GT racing in the real world, normally, obviously due to regulations, they have to do the tyre change and fuel stop while there is no driver at the car. So the best way to represent it is obviously to allow the driver that's coming in to do the pressures, as obviously normally the other driver is sort of sat around waiting to get ready to go and getting himself into the zone. So it would be up to the driver getting out to actually set the precedent for what the car needs.
Yeah, we're just seeing the car 666 coming under pressure here. He's going to get overtaken, and that 666 has got that 5-second penalty, which will serve when he comes into the pits. He'll get held for 5 seconds on the pit stop, so he won't have a choice about that. It'll just get served there and then.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure whether that's a feature that could be updated, maybe slightly edited. I think that it should be an option to either add it to the end of your race or serve it at a different stage. To serve it right away, obviously, I'm not sure whether that's part of the SRO's rules. I don't know the SRO rules, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. They serve it on the pit stops, and to be fair, I think that's the best way to do it. Then at least it's done, dusted, served, out the way. Once you've done the penalty, where you are is where you are, and that's the position you're battling from. So rather than trying to calculate, adding up, and especially when you've got the longer races, we've got this 8-hour race. Our next race is June the 18th at Barcelona, which is a mighty track for endurance racing, because it's a fast flowing track, and that's going to be a 12-hour affair on June the 18th. Following that, we've got Misano, August the 13th, a 12-hour event. Then we wait till October the 8th for Donington Park with a 10-hour event, and we round off on the 6th of December at Suzuka for a 24-hour speed fest. Suzuka for endurance race. I mean, it's a natural endurance track, isn't it?
It is. It absolutely is. You're absolutely right. I would love to see Fuji as well. I think Fuji is an amazing circuit for cars like these. But you can see now the track is drying. You can see very little spray coming off of the BMW there offline. So Team Ab, the CBSR car is still, I believe, still chasing the 666. Mark Neutling's confirming he might or might not be the devil, as he's saying he likes that number. We've got a penalty for Ida Cola.
Yeah, just looking in the stewards chat, and I'm not seeing anything in there at the minute. So hopefully that'll get updated shortly, maybe, or Chris will put something on the broadcast for us to read out. But yeah, penalties are still coming in at the moment, and we've seen the Lamborghini 990 in the pits from P18 at the moment. So we'll see a few more cars, I think, pitting in the next 3-4 laps, because I don't think it's going to take long to drag.
We've got 30 minutes and more rain.
Yeah, but that's what I said, wasn't it, 5 minutes ago? I said it is going to change. These conditions are going to remain changeable, so the pit stop strategies are just going to be out the window. Like I said, screw that piece of paper up, throw it away and drive to the conditions. But the track temp, 33 degrees, it's not raining now, it's going to dry in a few laps. It's not going to take long to dry at all, and we will see them making pit stops. They're going to have to make pit stops they can't last 30 minutes on a wet set of tyres if that's what they're on now for 30 minutes. Not a chance.
No, absolutely not. 101's in the pits as well. We've got 990 coming out the pits. In fact, Tubby was the first driver to come in for the wet tyres, if I remember rightly. 101 are in the pits. We'll see where everybody else comes out, but obviously those tyres will not last. So this is pretty much played really well into Jack Alexander's hands, because he's made it through the wets phase. There's very little water left on the circuit. In fact, you can see puddles. That's all that's left of the water. It's going to be amazing if he pulls this off, considering he started not quite a way down, but off the front row, down to 7th. Let's have a quick look at his average time. He is the faster of the two drivers, I do believe. Yeah, 2:02.9, and Rob on a 2:04.6. So he's doing his job here to just basically pull a gap, so that when his teammate gets in, it'll allow Rob to just essentially cruise. Go at his pace, not really worry too much about where the cars are coming from. And Jack Alexander is doing everything he needs to do to allow his teammate to have the best opportunity to obviously try and win this race.
Yeah, a couple of comments in YouTube about the weather. Lulu B, the weather is throwing us for a massive loop. Indeed it is, and I think it's going to be on loop, repeat, rinse, whatever you want to call it, for the next 7.5 hours. I think we're going to get a little bit more change, as the track is just drying out. It's still saying it's damp, but at damp, that is at the point where you can start thinking about, potentially they'll be working out, they'll be feeling their way around and looking at the lap times and deciding when to come in. And Nico, the weather is wild. Yeah, it can get a lot wilder, don't get me wrong. We haven't had any of that torrential rain yet, and when we get torrential rain, you will see rivers of Nurburgring. It will be flooding the track if we get that, but and I wouldn't say that that's too far-fetched today with the changeable conditions, but it's going to make for one very, very interesting race, and I for one just hope everybody sticks with it this afternoon, and whatever incidents they have, they just pull it back together and keep going, because when the conditions are changeable like this, that's when you can make some good gains by just still being in that race.
Absolutely. You can see all these drivers here are now right on the back of each other. In fact, that's Leslie going on. Oh, we've got Chris back. Aaron Van is currently under attack from Simon Leslie. He's still chasing down Biello in the 666 car. It sounded like Chris came back. Can we get a hello from Chris?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Live on the broadcast at long last. I do apologise.
Hey, Mr. Hill, no problem. Right, me and Adam are just going to disappear and leave you to it then, buddy.
No, don't leave me. I don't know what I'm doing, as you can tell.
You say that, Chris, but the pictures are awesome, buddy. Absolutely fantastic job with covering what has been in the first 37 minutes. It's been pretty interesting. We've had some movers and shakers, and we've had some positions gained, position lost, and a bit of contact there in the Mercedes arena, and nearly turned that car around, but just managed to be respectful, hung back, and just just being a little bit aggressive. And that's one of the things, though, isn't it? When the conditions are changing like they are now, and the track's starting to dry out, some of the drivers will gain their confidence quicker than others, and that's when you'll get those massive differences in speed and braking zones, and they'll find the power, get the power down a bit quicker and a bit easier, and we just start to see a few little incidents when they're running as close as that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first the answer to Multi21. Tubby took 2 pit stops. He's had a wet pit stop and a dry pit stop. And going back to Steve's point, obviously people gain confidence at different levels. Anyway, so obviously we've got Leslie currently now up. I believe that would be up to 5th. No, we're still in 6th. I had a colour with the penalty as well, and you got to remember that drivers here are all at different speeds. Got drivers, and it is with all endurance racing. You'll have pro drivers, you'll have AM drivers, and they're all sharing the same circuit. So each driver is going to adapt and evolve at their own pace. Nobody, it would be very boring to see everybody on the same pace every single lap because there'd be no overtaking. And this is the joy of endurance racing that endurance racing brings. You have the faster drivers in the teams, and you have the slower drivers, and these guys prove this with the ways the overtaking that happens. Sam making his way through from 13th all the way to 3rd in a few laps just proves how quick he is. And then his teammate might jump in and they might lose a few positions, but then Sam can jump back in and gain them again, and that's the joy with endurance racing.
Have we mentioned Valenduk's 15-second penalty?
Oh, crikey! No, I've not even spotted. That's got to be track limits.
But no, we're not getting the information from the stewards. That would tell me that they're pretty busy at the moment because they're not passing on the information as to why they've got penalties. But they are doing a sterling job as ever, and probably working frantically behind the scenes to keep everything fair and on an even keel. I'm wondering if some of those earlier penalties were for use of headlights and rain lights, because I've just seen in the list rain lights, car 666 and car 11 were listed in there as not using rain lights, so I'm wondering if that's why they got that penalty initially. Yeah,
and I mean, in real life you could be black flagged for it.
Absolutely, it's safety. It's safety,
it's absolutely dangerous. One thing we've never done in the real world. That's a huge send. It's not even for position, is it? No, it might have been.
That was recorded delivery, was that?
Yeah, that was just a send for the sake of sending it.
There we go, 5-second time penalty. Car 488 causing a collision with car 30. Oh, 15-second, yeah, as our broadcaster has just updated that. He was overruling the stewards for a few seconds there.
So 35, I'm trying to find this on the list now. Do you know which car 35 is?
I can hear the cogs.
Oh, always. Is there a 35? There's no 35.
I'm surprised we haven't had a few more pit stops though, Adam, at the moment, because the conditions, I would say, are definitely. I mean, it's greasy, but this is the point where you change, isn't it?
You say that. Look at the pit lane now that it's starting to come to life. You've got about 5 or 6 cars there. All of these guys are going to have to think about it. Whether the ones that stayed out on dry, Sam's in. So Sam, our driver that got to 3rd place in the wet weather, has come in. Some of these might even think about maybe doing an early driver swap. Maybe they know that there's going to be more changeable conditions and get somebody out for a short stint in the dry to get them up to speed. Driver swap is, I think you can still do it all within 30 seconds, can't you? Driver swap and tyre change.
Yeah, 30 seconds is about the time.
Yeah. So we've got 59 off. 59 is off at the hairpin and hasn't moved yet. There we go. They're moving away now. It's very changeable, and you've got to remember that it's a gamble. Every single time when you go out onto the track, it's a gamble. There he goes. The CBSR car goes careering on through. So this is the car that went off. Damon Yo. He's got his wiper still going despite it not raining anymore. It'd be interesting to see where some of these drivers end up after the pit stops. We've got a few drivers that have come in, a few drivers that are still going around at speed. We've got drivers that have stayed on the dry tyres. It's really difficult to tell who's on dries and wets. I think that's the next thing they need to incorporate, is some sort of tyre system where we can actually see what kind of tyre they're on.
Yeah, it'd be really good. And again, it'd be nice to see the time intervals on the timing tower.
Normally,
there is a shortcut for it.
Yeah, it's insert on the keyboard, I believe.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get it fixed in time. But obviously, we're still watching. Yeah, we've got 7 hours to do some IT support for Chris Hill. So we've got Damon Yo and car in P34 currently. We've got nobody. Looks like not many people in the pits. So a lot of them are potentially going to try and stay out on these wet tyres. Now, I'm obviously going off of what I know about the real world. Those tyres are going to be knackered before the wet weather comes. Because wet tyres on a dry circuit will be, well, buggered very quickly. Is a nice way of saying it. You've got a lot of tread on those tyres that will burn off in the dry because there's no water to activate it properly, so it overheats and it burns away quicker. So essentially they're going to be on slicks anyway before the next set of rain.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to call. It's like we said, it's easy for us to have an opinion here and everyone at home in chat, but the drivers know how the car feels. They know what they know what their strategy is, and maybe they're trying to, maybe they're looking at that overall race time, and by saving a pit stop, with the pit in, pit out, and the stationary time, you're looking at around about 50 seconds for a pit stop. I would say to a minute, I think. So if you can save that minute and save a pit stop in the space of the 8 hours, it might potentially put you back on the lead lap. It might put you in the hunt for a podium. Who knows? And so the time that they're potentially losing by running the wrong tyres for a few laps may just be thrown by the wayside by the fact they're saving a pit stop. So it's not judge them too harshly at the moment and see how things pan out. And like I said before, when it all boils down to that 60-minute sprint race and you and Chris are scratching your heads and trying to work out who's on what strategy, it will all become clear, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Again, everything becomes clear with time. Got a little bit of conversation going on in the chat at the moment. Lulu and Multi21, they're talking about the weather, and obviously, the strategy has been thrown out the window. Nobody was expecting the rain to come when it did, and it took a lot of drivers by surprise, as Ben Smith is going, I believe that is the 992 car there, Porsche, getting overtaken by Hackler. Now, Hackler's a name that seems familiar. I think I've seen him in another series. I don't know if it was the DTM Esports. I don't know if Steve can confirm that for me. But he's doing a good job there defending. In fact, there you go. Ben Smith's going to go back around the outside, coming out of the Mercedes arena. That's a really good move.
Yeah, that was just a confident move around the outside, and that tells me that car's got a little bit more grip and the driver's got more confidence in it, because he didn't really hesitate to go around there, did he? You could tell by the way he did it, by the language of the car and the movement of the car. It wasn't a chance move. He was confident at getting around there. You can see the gap is pulling out already as well, so he's definitely got more pace in that car, and that comes from the confidence and the grip that he's got.
Absolutely. Well, you can see he's now pulling away. That is Dave Kroll behind Hackler now. So Hackler's now under attack from Dave Kroll. So the Lexus now harassing the McLaren. And we're going to have a replay, first replay of the race. We're going to see as we get a little bit of dust there from, that looked like that's an Aston Martin just in front of number 41. Here we go. So let's see where he goes. And he just slows himself off. It's a loss of traction, and off he goes onto the grass. I think he's got himself on the wet, into the gravel, and off he goes again. But that's just a bit of a drop. And since we've been gone as well, Dave Kroll has now gone through on Hackler. It's the 169 dropping 2 positions this lap. So 992 now under attack from Dave Kroll. And this is for 10th place as well. Obviously, not only are we obviously trying to get charity donations, we want obviously everybody to enjoy a charity donate. You know, everybody to donate as much as they can if they can. You know, even £1 helps towards a great cause. Obviously, helping the children of Ukraine. We're watching 992 still under attack. In fact, there you go. Dave Kroll's gone through on the 992. Obviously, there we go. We've got a lovely little thing coming down the bottom. That was a £15 donation. That's really great. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated and potentially will donate through the stream. Honestly, every little penny will count towards something. And obviously, we stand with Ukraine. We hope everybody is well and safe. Our thoughts and prayers go to everybody there currently struggling, and obviously, you know, we're doing as much as we can to help. And like I say, any donations will help. Oh, there we go. Chris has just told me you can scan the QR code as well, so you don't even need to type a link. You can just scan the QR code. Look at us, we're all fancy. Watching Ben Smith now attack what looks like number 41, Kieran Wester? Class, thank you, Class Wester in the 41 Aston Martin. That is a very nice livery. That is quite a striking Aston Martin livery there.
Yeah, it's starting to hot up a little bit on track again, and I say that it's still 33 degrees on track temp at the moment, but there is definitely cars with different paces out there, and it's not a case of what different, not just a case of the different tyres that they're on, whether they be wet or dry. It's at what stage those tyres are as well in the stint now, because believe it or not, we're only 50 minutes into this race, or coming up to 50 minutes into this race, but we've had a few cars making a couple of pit stops already, some cars staying out, some cars making one stop, all down to the weather conditions. But what that has done now is it's really shaken the strategies up. That it would be a brave man sat in a commentary box that would try and decide who's on what strategy, Adam.
Well, we can see that the 63 and the 420 have come back into the pit lane. That will be to replace the tyres. Those tyres are probably burnt out. The wet tyres, I can't imagine, are going to survive much longer. These guys will be hoping for those few spots of rain very soon to cool off those tyres. You can definitely tell who stayed out for the dry tyres. Adicola, Alexander, I think Cabranosa stayed out. Aaron Van Drunen, I'm certain came into the pit, so he was the biggest winner out of all of the stoppers. I'm getting from Chris that anyway. Obviously we've got Clyde Barney now here overtaking. Oh, in fact that's not Clyde Barney overtaking. That is a McLaren overtaking. That I'm not sure which McLaren that is, but I don't think that's for position. In fact, there you go. There goes Clyde Barney around the outside at the hairpin. He's going to try and out-drag the Porsche, and he does. So the number 5 goes through on the 992. We've still got penalties there for Vale, Idacola, and Valenduke. Valenduke's going to have a long stop there, 45-second minimum, with the tyre change, driver swap, and also that 15-second stop and hold. So Clyde Barney now chasing, I'm not sure which McLaren that is. I'm sure we'll see the driver number soon. MC, yeah, no, I'm not sure who that is. But Ben Smith there is still in 10th place. It says 10th. I think that will update to 11th when we get to the time. There we go. He gets to the timeline, does jump to 11th place.
We see the stewards are looking at a few more incidents as well. We've got no further action for an incident between car 86 and 63 on lap 2. So they're still reviewing incidents from earlier on in the race and just giving out a few warnings and a few putting them down to racing incidents. Some of them you've got to use a bit of common sense, and the first few laps sometimes can obviously lead to a few bit of door rubs, racing incidents and things like that. But we also see on the timing tower a few cars with outstanding penalties, but there's a few cars have served some penalties already on their pit stops, and again that's something else that throws the strategy and the race order into disarray.
Absolutely. Well, we've got some information from Coinceptor saying Van Drunen did not stop, so I do apologise for that information. That was wrong on my part. We've got Mern de Klerk there in the number 8 double Dutch car, McLaren. It looks like it's in a Golf livery. In fact, there you go. As the screen clears, that's familiar sky blue and Pyre coming past. So he is currently down in 33rd place. That is Yo just in front. If I do mispronounce anybody's name, I am very sorry. You're always welcome to come into the commentary box and shout at me. Obviously, we've got Damon Yo just ahead of that McLaren. Next on the road would be Tiska in a McLaren. I think that is that the only McLaren on the grid? A Mercedes. That's it. You know what I meant.
Oh my word.
I'm out of it.
Just an interesting one. Where's Sem? He was the man on the move not long ago. How's Sem's lap times doing? Where is he? It'd be interesting to see how he's comparing with those guys up at the front. We've got Nard Cox in the car now, so he's dropped down to P11 up there. Well, that P10 as he gains a position as he's moving back up the field. But they've done one of their swaps now, as Sem obviously did that opening stint, but obviously a very early driver swap. They wouldn't have expected to be swapping at that point in the race, but as I've said, the strategies are all over the place at the minute, and we're not really going to know how this is all rinsing out, as it were, until we get down to that last 60 minutes, I think.
Absolutely, it's going to take a lot of driver swaps, a lot of weather changes. You can see now that it's going to confirm that it's going to rain for at least the next half hour. Within the next 10 minutes, we're going to have a lot of rain come back down. So all of a sudden, we're going to have a potential for the driver changing to occur with a 15-second time penalty for car 16 as well. That would be, if I can find it.
Yeah, causing a collision on car 79.
Chris did just say I didn't hear him properly. I apologise. But obviously, yeah, that's a 610 Motorsport, thank you. So that is that's 79 is Denise Pope. I'm pretty sure they've come in for a stop. Denise, car 15. Did Denise start the race, Steve? Do you know?
I don't think so. I don't remember. If I'm honest, I don't remember seeing a name in that list at the start. But I'm sure Chris will mention it to us. It was Evan Natafas started the race, but look at Nard Cox just cutting his way through the field at the moment and making positions up and just scything his way through at the moment. And it's interesting. It's a long time since I've seen a Honda going this quick. It's not many drivers can make it go this quick, Adam.
Absolutely, these guys have been racing this in the GT3 series on the regular. Obviously every 2 weeks they've been racing this car, so they've had a lot of time to get used to it. I'm pretty sure, in fact, we were here not too long ago for the GT3 racing, and so they've actually essentially had practice for this race, and so that Honda just seems to be on rails at the moment, going through everybody and not really taking second notice of any car that's in front. It seems to be going past. Nard is a very quick driver as well, to have Sem, Nard and let's get back up, Dave Jr., that's the one, in the same car. That's quite a lethal combination. You know, they're very quick drivers, all three of them within their own right. So there's no wonder why they started on the front row. And I think, you know, they could be dark horses if this weather eventually suits their car. I think they could easily get their way back up towards the front.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at this early stage in the race, nothing's impossible, and as I guess it sound like a stuck record, but they are all on different strategies now. It's really gone. So you know, there may well be some of them cars in front that are a stop out of sync with these guys, and we could see them go a handful of positions within the case of just one lap with the cars making pits, because they're not too far away really from guys ahead of them. They're within the pit stop range of quite a lot, at least 5 cars.
Absolutely, they are well within the range to come back to obviously a podium position. I know that Nard is a quick driver, and the drivers in front have still got to do their driver swaps, and potentially, as the radar's just updated, it's going to be heavy rain in the next half an hour. So we're going to start to see spots of rain, I'm sure, before the hour's out, and then obviously we'll have time to watch that rain gradually as they. Oh, that was a bit of contact between Biello and Smith. Both come out relatively unscathed. There you go, a flash of the headlights of disapproval from Smith behind. I would be a flash of my headlights as well. I think there's a bit of
little bit aggressive, little bit of abrasion there, and a little bit of paint swapping, but got the position done. It'd be interesting to see if the stewards look at that, but that 666 certainly living up to that number.
Absolutely, I think, you know, that's, in my opinion, racing incident. It was a door bang. They've gone alongside each other. Nobody's really been hurt because of it. Maybe be asked to give the position back. If he doesn't, a penalty, maybe a 5-second penalty. We'll see. But yeah, obviously the last thing you want to see is overtaking with contact. And Biel's now going to go round Valenduc. So Valenduc has been into the pits. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Ferrari liveried Porsche.
Correct.
That is.
That really messes with your head.
It does. I mean, don't get me wrong. That is a beautiful livery.
It reminds me of when I gotta get this the right way around. Dave Hedges ran. Was it a BMW livery on an Alpha in the Touring Car Championship we ran on AC?
He did, didn't he?
And that confused the hell out of me.
Yeah, I mean that would be. I think I'm gonna have to do something. Well, I like the Honda livery I made for the Renault. the Type R livery.
Yes.
That,
but it's a good looking car on the Porsche.
It absolutely is beautiful.
Constantly remind Chris Hill how to say that word, but it's Porsche.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say Porsche any other way than the correct way, because I have a German neighbour who lives about 20 minutes to half an hour away from the factory in Stuttgart when he lives at home.
And he's your neighbour?
Because he's studying here. Because he studies here.
I knew that was coming from Chris.
I was waiting for it as well. I realised what I'd said. I hadn't given any context. So he was like, he was just loading. He was loading up the ammo there.
Well, you gave him the ammo, mate.
We've got a 10-second time penalty for car 42, causing a collision with car 4 on lap. I don't see the end of it, but on lap. So 24th, thank you. So lap 24 we had a 10-second time penalty.
Chris has got a bigger widescreen than the average person.
Yeah, I was going to say he's got a wide screen there. So well then. So we're still watching Yannick Valenduc with that look like yeah, I was gonna say there's Jack Alexander, so he's just off on his own. You know, he's off on one. He's been done everything he needs to do to basically maintain a lead. There we go. We're gonna tick down to the hour. So Jack Alexander, the biggest winner throughout pretty much all of this, because the next car behind is 40 seconds if you include his penalty away. Avanos is another 5 seconds back. Van Drunen hasn't even crossed the line. So Jack Alexander's got a huge gap here within the first hour. He's done everything he needed to do to maintain it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's that first hour's ticked away now, and we can see Jack Alexander there out in the lead with P2 in the McLaren. They've got a time penalty as well, so that all bodes well for Jack Alexander in the BMW out there in the lead. He's got a good margin, just waiting for I'm not sure if you could see a delta, Adam, on your information, but on the timing tower on the overlay, it's just waiting to update to give us that sort of an idea of how far away they are.
I'm waiting on the timing tower as well, but he's
there we go, it's just updated. So we've got 35
seconds
seconds plus the 5-second extra he'll have to spend in the pits, so he's got a good 40-second lead over P2 at this moment in time, so that's very comfortable for the first hour.
And you've got to remember, he's not stopped, so he's on the same set of tyres through that rain stash, through that bit of the rain, 20 minutes of rain, and still running obviously within the pace that he needs. That was a 1:56. That's actually still quite quick. Of course, yeah, I don't know if I'm not sure if Chris's mic is live, but obviously Jack and Rob won the charity event this time last week. So these two are race winners. They are very quick within this car, and I think once he gets out, if he'd like to, I'm sure Rob might be still watching the commentary. If he wants to come and say hello and have a chat, be more than happy to. Equally, anybody else that wants to come have a chat, you know, if you jumped out the car and you want to be harassed by myself, Steve or Chris, then, you know, you're welcome into the shed.
You say that, but I'm going to have to disappear very soon. I have other commitments this afternoon, so Chris is just wondering.
And there we go, there's the rain. Like clockwork, here comes the rain. So, we've had our first rain shower in the first hour, we've ticked down to the second hour, and we are immediately greeted with a good old British shower.
Well, yeah, you say shower, but over the next 30 minutes it's going to get heavier. Are we going to get some of that torrential stuff that we were talking about?
Well, you say we were talking about.
Well, you know, I mean, Chris, he's broadcasting the race with some Manchester weather.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome to Manchester, in Germany.
I was going to say, yeah, we didn't even have this bad weather at Donington. That was a lovely weekend.
We'll see a few cars go missing as they get into the Salford S's.
Yeah, literally. You'll never see them again.
I was going to say they'll turn up on your door on Monday. It's somebody asking if you want to buy a new car.
What are you trying to say about Manchester, please?
Nothing.
Carry on.
Anyway.
Yeah, so gents, the streamers, the racing's been quite good so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely, the racing's been amazing. There's a dispute apparently. No, there shouldn't be. I think yeah. Obviously, you guys are a little bit delayed. We're a little bit delayed. I think we're about maybe 20-ish most seconds behind. So obviously, everything you see on our screen will be a little bit delayed. So anything we do say be different to what you've seen if you're on the server itself.
Just ask Steve about his wonderful start broadcast from last week.
It was Chris.
It was the best he'd ever done. I promise you, it was absolutely fantastic.
But it was delayed
YouTube
by 10 seconds.
Oh, it was funny though, to be honest.
But I've come back this week to have another go, and I don't think the intro was quite as good as last week. But you know.
No, you've done a fantastic job, Stephen. Really appreciate you coming out of busy schedule.
Thought you were going to say retirement. Then.
No, your busy schedule.
Retirement.
It's always a pleasure, and Simsport is where it's at. It's where my heart is. Obviously, but I've been very fortunate to be able to turn the hobby of broadcasting into a living now, and thankfully become very busy with it. So it's taken over my life a little bit, but I'm very happy at the moment doing it. But any opportunity to come back and get back into the communities is fantastic, and it's nice to see so many regular names here racing. But it does make me feel a little bit sad that there's quite a lot of names I don't actually recognise as well now.
But I mean, it's always great to see. You say that, but I think that, you know, with time it's become a huge community, and you know, eventually you will get to the point where you don't recognise some of the people, but equally there'll be a lot of people you still do, and that's the whole great thing about, you know, evolution and growth. There we go, Jack Alexander. Here we go, finally doing his first pit of the race. I want to know if he's going to get wet tyres. I think so. I don't think he'll send Rob out on cold tyres. That's a Falcon Aston Martin. That's nice. Sorry,
going into the pits at this stage, as the rain's just started, looking at the forecast, it's going to get heavier in the next 30 minutes. Obviously, it only forecasts 30 minutes in front, so it could be persistent after that 30 minutes. So it'd be foolish to try and put slicks on at this point, I think. But I haven't got their pace. I'm not the one out at the front of the field, so I'm not sure really. So, but I would say they'll have to put wets on really and chance it on wets.
I think they may have to stop, put wets on. But equally, Rob Jackson's a very capable driver. He's a consistent driver, and that's what they need right now. They need to have that consistency. In fact, there's Andrew Wellborn in the slip and grip Lexus. Is that the? No, there is another Lexus on the grid, isn't there? There's Dave Kroll in the blue and I want to say like orangey gold. It's quite a like coppery colour. It's still really nice. So Andrew Wellborn's going to inherit the lead, I think, unless Jack Alexander's already come back out. If he has, then that's a rapid stop. He has. He's going to come back out in the lead still. He's managed to gain himself.
Over.
And there we go, Rob Jackson has taken over. So waiting for the timing tower sometimes does wonders for your brain. So we'll see if Andrew Wellborn's taken the lead from Jack Alexander, or sorry, Rob Jackson. We'll see what happens when the timing towers update. He's got to go through the sector for the timing tower to update, but I believe he still is in the lead with a fairly comfortable margin from Abranosa, Van Dronen, Wellborn, Cox, Barney, Idacola, Biello, Leslie and O'Brien are a top 10. So a lot of those drivers have now come in to complete their first driver swap. So we've got a really good job here from Jack Alexander to hand over to Rob Jackson here in the Team SMR car.
It's just been an absolute plethora of pit stops in the last lap as that rain starts to fall again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just going to put you on the spot right now before I disappear. Where is that Honda of Nad Cox and Seb Sprinkling going to finish?
Second.
Is it going to be a podium?
I think it's got to be a podium. They've definitely got on paper the pace to. Well, they've got on paper they've got the pace to win this, but I don't think unless Rob and Jack have a massive situation later in the race, I don't think they're going to be touchable. I think it's going to be a positive second place. I think Nard could definitely get this car into second place.
I can tell you that the fastest lap that the Honda team have done is a 156.817 at the moment. And Jack Alexander, because bear in mind Rob Jackson only just taken over the car since his out lap, was a 156.870. So there's not much in between them.
Absolutely, I definitely think that the timings there are tight, and I think it's going to be a case of who can manage the car the best. In fact, here comes Nard into the pits now, so this will be for wet tyres. I think, you know, it looks like he's currently on slicks, so he's going to come in for wet tyres. Andrew Wellborn's in as well. Idacola, I think, has already stopped because his penalty is now cleared. Urgard is in with his 10-second penalty as well. Pardon me. So we've got everybody now jumping into the pits, changing their tyres, doing everything they can to maintain, obviously, their positions. Rob Jackson being chased by what looks like a gaggle of lapped cars. Don't think anybody in that pack behind is actually racing for position with the 715. Almost like Shell-esque livery, I want to say. Reminds me of the Australian touring car, Shell car.
I can't comment on that, unfortunately, Adam. I can't possibly say what you've seen in the past.
Well, you say past.
Really helpful there.
Yeah. I'll drop a photo of it into the chat, and you'll understand quite quickly. But obviously, you've got a whole host of cars here that are very, very quick. Rob Jackson definitely doing a good job now, and all he's got to do here is maintain his position for the next hour. He's been given a cushion to do it in. I can't see him losing that big of a gap within the time that it's going to take for somebody to catch him. So it's going to be a case of the SMR cars just got to stick on the island for the next 6 hours and 49 minutes.
So I've just focused on the team racing point, as they currently do have the fastest lap, signified by the purple emblem in their car number. Sorry, their position number, I do apologise. And they've done a 155.942, which is 0.9 of a second faster than the other two guys that we were talking about.
Absolutely, but you got to remember that these guys.
Sorry, so first place Jack Alexander and Rob Jackson team aren't actually the fastest drivers. I think they've just been more consistent.
You got to remember as well, these guys have stopped twice, and you know they took the gamble of coming in for wet tyres, and it didn't pay off. You know, these guys dropped down to 13th place. They're now sat down in 10th, behind drivers that some have stopped, some haven't, and equally, you've got to get past some of these faster teams. As that's 2 cars off. That is the traction car. I'm going to call it traction cars because it's got the X on the front. That was the 169. That was Hackler. So he's gone off. There's 2 BMWs in front here. I'm not sure if this is position. It's not. These cars in front, in fact, it's a Bentley and a BMW. Both of these cars aren't for position, so he's now flashing them as much as he can to get through. He needs to get through as quickly as he can to chase down the cars that he's actually racing for position. So he's now down. He's now up to 9th. Next car on the road is the 992 Porsche. Alex McGee has taken over from Andrew Wellborn. Now Cox still in the car. Marquech taking over the number 5. Abranosa still in the 333. Van Turen still in the 69. And Ida Cola still in the 77. So we've not actually had everybody changing over to a different driver yet. Just most of these guys have come in for stops, got tyres and carried on. So whether they're going to do a double stint to try and extend and give their teammates a little bit more time to see how the weather changes, how it's going to adapt. We're going to get an increase in the next 10 minutes of the downpour that we're getting. So the track is going to get wetter as we go through this race. We've got another small yellow flag that quickly goes green. That looks like a white flag also being waved towards the end of sector 1. So we've got Flavio Mancini currently coming through now. He's in 8th place, so he's past Bill at that'd be Smith in the 992 in the pit lane. So obviously that's not an overtake on track, that's an overtake in the pit lane.
I've got a replay coming up now of what happened to car 169 and the other car.
So replay in a moment as we're still watching Mancini. There we go, we've got the replay coming up now. Coming into the hairpin, we've got the Bentley coming through, and it's contact. So there is a little bit of contact that spins Hackle around. I'm sure the stewards are going to take a good look at that before they decide the punishment there. And just unfortunate, I think the nose got into the back of the McLaren and Hackler down into, down to 13th. So he's come into the pit lane anyway, so that won't be. But he did lose a couple of positions because obviously he's now in the pit lane. So negligible in the end. Obviously, the last thing you want to be being done is being spun by a back marker.
Nobody wants that.
Absolutely
Nobody
not.
wants that. On that note, guys, time has come for me to bow out of proceedings. If I get finished with my stream later on this evening in time to join you before yours finishes, I will join you for the end of the race, but I don't think that'll happen. I think you're due to finish before I am, so good luck to the drivers for the rest of the race. Good luck to yourself, Adam, and Chris. Keep up the great work and fantastic stream, Chris, and just keep him right and keep him under control, Adam.
Wow. As well as I can do. Thank you very much, Steve. Pleasure.
No
as
problem,
always.
guys. Have
Enjoy
fun.
your other stream. Won't be as fun as ours.
Speaking night one, but I'll speak to you all later, guys. Thank you very
later.
much. Bye bye.
So, having a quick look at the chat in the Discord here, and it looks like we've lost car 59. I'm not sure if we can confirm that on the server, but car 59 has said they're retiring with tech issues. And obviously,
We are down
we don't
to
have
34 cars, so I think we've lost 2.
So we've lost 2. We've lost 59 to mechanical. I'm not sure we lost the other car to. I'm sure once we can figure out which car is gone, then we will update you. Obviously, we've got a lot of cars here that are bouncing around, and Mark's a bit late to the chat. He's put "Bye, Steve, love you." So if Steve's still listening to the chat, you know, at least somebody loves you. We're at an hour and 15 minutes into the race. We've got Joel Dallas in the 61 McLaren. I think this is for position in front of him in Vilcek to the 212 BMW. In fact, just in front of them is Rob Jackson.
It's properly wet, isn't it?
It is properly wet now. Yeah, we've got a lot of water coming down. Obviously, have you ever been to a circuit when it's like this and it's just absolutely downpour?
Yeah, most of the time, anytime I'm walking around Manchester, it's always wet there.
I was going to say, it's always. You say that. Last time I went, it was like admittedly mid-January, but like it was lovely. Like it was really warm.
You must have picked the one good day that we have a year.
Absolutely. Well, I've been unfortunate enough to be at a track where it's been raining like this, and I'll tell you this much: it's not fun because you've got to still do the pit stops in this weather, and going out into this weather is awful. I'm sure that those that have actually been to watch, whether you've gone to watch or been part of a motorsport event that's had a downpour like this, it's not fun because the spray just gets everywhere, and equally, you know, it's not fun. So we've got Joel Dallas. Someone saying, Dave Hedges saying Joel Dallas's ping is not looking good. It is actually higher. It's higher than that. Most people's is the highest ping I can see on the server. Is he possibly American? I think that's
I think
probably
Joel
the
is actually
situation.
from Jamaica.
Ah, there we go. So yeah, so you got to remember. I think all servers, if I'm not mistaken, are based in Europe, or majority of.
Quite correct.
Yeah. So obviously, with the servers being based in Europe, you've got to remember he's got the Atlantic Ocean to contend with. Now, I made this joke in the Discord the other week when we lost Tier 1, the GT3 round at, I'm going to forget the track because my brain's broken, I believe it was Misano, GT3, about sharks attacking the internet, and evidently they must be attacking the internet again because he's now having some internet issues.
Well, that was actually in the news, wasn't it? Allegedly.
It was, yeah, they put it in the news about sharks attacking the underwater land cables. So, you know, it's not a joke, it's serious. Genuinely, there is. You can have a quick Google if you want. Just literally put sharks attacking Wi-Fi. Obviously, I saw it because of a meme, and you know, 20 years old. That's how we get our news nowadays. Do you miss the days of just newspapers, Chris, and instead everything now being in meme format?
Well, I had to just flick through the pictures on newspapers because I can't read.
Ah. I mean, you've got better at it now.
I'm at that age.
We've got Matt Tubby now challenging Casella. That's a good move. That's a very good move. Pushes him wide. No contact though. That's a brilliant move from Matt Tubby in the 990 Lamborghini. Again, one of the very few cars that is, I believe, the sole car for, well, the sole entry from the manufacturer. So you've got the sole Mercedes and you've got the sole Lamborghini. Did a really, really good job there to get through. And we've got somebody saying the weather is really a pain every 5-10 minutes to change it so much. Welcome to motorsport. Trust me, it can get a lot worse.
Welcome to Manchester. Pretty confusing everywhere now. Manchester. There's Nurburgring in Manchester. Rob Jackson still out in front with quite a sizable gap now.
Yeah, he's got a quite sizable gap, but they've done exactly what they need. He's done a brilliant job in the wet here. He's got the battle behind him for 10th place as well, so that's must be a little bit scary for him as well.
Sorry, did I say Jack then? It's actually Rob Jackson driving.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, it's a Jack of sorts.
Yeah, never
just
thought
not
of
the right one.
Yeah, correct.
But now obviously, wet weather it's an interesting situation. I'm assuming you've raced in the wet before, and you know I'm sure you've had some great experience, but equally some awful experiences. You know, wet weather definitely makes it a lot more frustrating, especially when you're maybe on a good run and one puddle has set you off.
I've had both ends of the spectrum, to be honest. I've had probably my worst race was here in the wet, where we've just gone around the corner there with Aaron. I went right across the track there, almost collided with people, but I didn't. I was quite fortunate. I think if I remember rightly, I might have finished last in that race. There's a very good chance. But at Brands Hatch in the wet, I had quite possibly my best race. Now I didn't finish that high up, but my concentration level was there, and I didn't. Where others went off, I managed to keep going, and the consistency helped me out. I think I got to 12th in that race. So yeah, both ends of the spectrum for me. What about yourself, Adam?
I've had probably, ironically, same track, my best wet race, Brands Hatch, back in the early days of the VRCC, before it folded into the SSRi, and we were on Project Cars 2, and it was actually like this, changeable. It went from dry to wet. I think I was the only driver in the top 10 that didn't stop for tyres, in a Renault Megane, which was very slidey for the rest of the race. It was incredible fun to drive it round, and it was the first time I'd won against a very tight grid. And you know, equally, I've had races where one puddle has put me from a podium place down into last. So it's a tale of two, you know, it's a tale of two halves. You can always have a good race in the wet, when your car's hooked up, you know, everything feels right. But equally, if it's changeable conditions, it can immediately put you in a position where you're sort of panicking and thinking, right, how do I go about maintaining my pace without losing, you know, too much time? So with 6 hours and just under 40 minutes left to go, we've still got Rob Jackson in the lead, Idicola second, Van Drunen third, Abranosa fourth, Marquez in fifth, Nard Cox in the Simsport International car in sixth place with Alex McGee. Mancini, who was wasn't our pole sitter, but is in the pole sitting car. Delore in number 33 Lexus, and Vilcek our top 10. Matt Tubby in 11th place, still chasing actually. In fact, being chased out by Joe Dallas in 12th place. Casella in 13th in the 666 car. Van der Linden in 14th. Newman, Lesson, Pope, Hullerman, Bestkamp, Reitig are top 20. I think eventually we will jump down and I can see the rest of the grid. We've got Van Horn, Hergaard, Van Joyken. I probably butchered that, I do apologise. Our top 23 so far. Still got Van der Kaizen, thank you. That works much better than what I tried to say. So Joel Dallas still trying to chase after the Lamborghini, but Lamborghini seems to be really hooked up in the wet here.
Would you like me to continue with the rest of the third positions?
If you'd like to.
I can. So 24th, Dennis Workman. 25th, Joyce Vernon Moran. I'm almost as bad as you. 26th, Ty Carver. 27th, White Hackley. 28th, Oliver Scholzel. 29th, Julius Bruns. 30th, Gabor Hajas. Now that's in the 101 team, which I'm sure will lead you on to something very nice shortly. 31st,
we're going to have to get them in a bit.
Van Kooten. 32nd, Carlo Denies. 33rd, Steve Allen. And 34th, Jelkil Velderman.
Absolutely. Well, we've got obviously a few drivers out there that we have stories about. You know, I think one of them eventually we'll get them in, and for those that haven't seen the stream, haven't seen the endurance racing before, won't know the story about Car 101. Obviously, we have a massive there's a massive history between these guys and the community. You know, they're probably one of the funniest teams to have a chat with. Always a good laugh to have up in the booth. Even when they're having a bad day, they'll still come in and make, you know, put a smile on everybody else's face, because that's the kind of car they are. I believe you still owe them pizza, Chris.
That is not true. I paid my debt to Pizzagate last week by putting a donation in Domino's name to the charity. But Mr. Stefan Hoffman Ardvedson has just commented, because he's watching the YouTube stream, and has put, "Woo, that's us." So yeah, you've actually risen the beast from his pit.
Oh God, here he comes. So I'm hoping we'll get somebody in soon to have a chat with. Obviously, it's nice to always have a chat with some of the drivers that have either done stints, maybe about to go out, or been having a chat with their teammates. In fact, there he is.
As if on cue.
Without fail. I'll bring him in now. Hang on. Shit. No, there we go. So, good afternoon, Stefan.
Hello.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
How are we doing, bud?
I'm a little tired now because I had 2 shit stints, but other than that, it's nice to be back racing.
Absolutely. Nurburgring in, as Chris has been calling it, Manchester weather. How's it been going for you guys?
I mean, we had a decent start, had a few scraps though, so a bit iffy maybe, but no penalties, and sorry. But yeah, then we kind of took the gamble on going on wets pretty early, and then the rain stopped, so it didn't really pay off. So we're trying to get it back on the stint strategy now, and just pace, be consistent, not crash basically.
Absolutely. Well, obviously you're doing a good job there. You sat a bit further down than we're used to seeing you. Normally you're challenging definitely up at the higher end of the midfield. So
at least P28, yes.
Obviously, it's a bit unfortunate for you guys. You guys are always known as being one of the most entertaining cars to watch, and definitely one of the most entertaining cars to talk to as well.
You talk to cars?
Well, do you not talk to your car?
Yeah, I do actually.
Pizza.
I think, yeah.
And I would just like to add that Chris is lying.
Oh. Oh dear, we're gonna have hashtag Pizzagate starting soon.
Yep.
Number 2.
2 pizzas, yes.
2 pizzas, oh. Is he buying me one now, is
I'm
he?
not lying, I donated in the name of Domino's last week and cleared the debt with Oliver. It's just you that haven't recognised it. And you'll like this, it's coming up on screen.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
No, he's overtaken. That's a good move. It's a move done. So going through sector 2 now, going down the hill towards the I believe is it the Schumacher? Oh dear. Who forgot to map the button? Come on, Stefan. Are we gonna point the finger as to who forgot to map the headlight button?
Did that just happen?
2:15.
Oh dear. Somebody's in trouble here.
Yep.
So obviously expectations for the rest of the race. Any expectations going towards this 6.5 hours?
As the weather is changing right now, anything can really happen. It's just who pits at the right time for the right sets of tires, really. So, I mean, we dropped a bit too far back than we would like, but yeah, just working our way up is the main goal.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, I'm sure we'll have 101 back into chat with us in a bit. In fact, there's another official warning for car 101 not following steward's instructions. I believe that will be for the headlights. Yeah, that's fine. That'll obviously be for the lack of headlights, but that's absolutely fine. Obviously, the car's still running. You're still in one piece. That's the key thing. So, obviously, expectation. I'm assuming it's just to try and push as far as you can now and see where you end up.
Yeah, exactly. That's head down, have fun. That's it.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, I have this tradition of giving the spotlight to yourself and asking if there's anybody you want to say hello to or say anything within reason. Keep it PC, obviously.
If it's you, Niklas, you have to say hi in the chat. That's a tradition, so I have to say that.
That's absolutely fine.
And kudos to all the admins and racers and all that.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure we'll catch up with you in a bit, Stefan. Yep. I'm going to let you go back to your team and try and figure out a way to get Chris to eventually send you this pizza.
That's the main strategy.
Not going to happen.
There's no race strategy going on there. It's just about trying to devise a way to get pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
take care, guys.
Take care.
Thanks for joining us, Stefan. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, bud. Good luck. See ya.
So, with obviously 6.5 hours to go, we're still watching Gabor Hayes spin and crash. Oh no! Oh no! The commentator's curse has struck again, and Hayes has gone into the wall. That's really unfortunate. Perhaps Stefan's sudden appearance has put him off a little bit, but hopefully that damage is not too severe. We can see him carry on through the race.
We'll see how his steering inputs are and weigh up.
It
Doesn't look
a
like
little bit of
much
a
damage,
twitch,
does it?
so it's not. It might. I think it'll be enough to cause a bit of a problem in the wet, especially when aero is so important in this weather. But he's doing a good job at keeping it on the straight and narrow, and that's all he needs to do right now. So, obviously we've got a while to go. Hopefully we'll get some cars. We've just seen a meme in the chat as well, beating 101 on track and reporting them for every lap for rain light headlights.
The other thing about the 101 team is Oliver Anderson is one of the chief stewards of the community. How did he get in that position?
You're asking me? I don't even steward here. You just sit me behind a mic and say talk for 8 hours. No, that's mean. Obviously, they're a lovely bunch, and even Oliver. I'm sure he took great pleasure in telling his teammate off for not putting his headlights on.
I'm pretty sure Oliver will come and join us for a chat later as well, no doubt.
I'm sure he will. So Rob Jackson still with a 35-second cushion, so doing everything he can to maintain the gap that his teammate left him at the start of the race. I think that gap has come down by a couple seconds, but not enough for him to really be worrying. Obviously, the next time that they'll be into the pits will probably be close to about maybe 5 hours, 45 minutes of the race to go. Rob Jackson obviously doing a good job there. Idacola still in second place with Van Dren in third. He's being chased by the split that I forget which McLaren that is. I think that is Dallas in the 61. So he's still being chased by Dallas. So Dallas actually hasn't lost any pace on his drive. In fact, is that the law? Is that P9 just ahead? I believe that's the only other blue Lexus.
It will be, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the only blue Lexus, so there you go. So that's actually he's going to be lapping up to P11. There we go, the timing screens have actually updated now so we can see. But P11's about to be lapped here, so you can see just how quick that Dallas actually is. He's holding onto the back of Rob Jackson, who's actually coming up to lap cars. So Joe Dallas has the potential to follow Rob through past a few cars, and they'll actually potentially gain some positions, because obviously all these guys are going to have blue flags. They're going to know Joe's there, but Joe might just sneak through under the blue flag.
See what happens. We'll try and
Absolutely.
follow.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a long way left in the race. Obviously, we're still trying to get donations for the Save the Children campaign. Obviously helping as much as we can in Ukraine. There's the beautiful border and QR code in the left. Save the Children, obviously logo on the right, and obviously obviously Chris can agree, we all stand with Ukraine and in support of Ukraine, and any donations that you can make today, in the future, even obviously I'm sure this link will be live from a little bit after the stream as well, so always feel as though even if it's only a small amount, it does a difference over there. So donate as much as you can, and obviously we'd be very grateful to see any donations come in. So 6 hours 24 minutes to go, and we've still got Joel Dallas hugging to the back of our race leader. This is actually 12th place car holding to the back of Rob Jackson. We'll see what the split time is when Idacola comes back through. Idacola's doing what looks to be almost a double/triple stint here, as he's come into the pits multiple times without changing over drivers. In fact, there you go. There he is, 34 seconds. So he's gaining a second in the first sector alone. I don't know whether that's Rob Jackson just being a little bit more cautious, or just not finding the groove to run in. he's doing a good job still at keeping himself on the track, and all he's got to do now is push his way forward and see where it takes him. But at the moment, Rob Jackson doing enough to keep the lead. Here comes Idakola actually now through towards what looks like the 992 car, so he's coming up to a bit of the traffic here as well. I'm assuming that.
Sorry, Adam. If we stay on board until Idakola crosses the line, and then I'll try and switch back to Rob Jackson, we can see exactly where they are in position, relative position to each other.
Absolutely. Well, I'm trying to find the triangle now. He's going through. In fact, there you go. I can see him just in the Mercedes Stadium section, leaving that now. So there you go. 34 seconds. So he gains second in the first sector alone, and then just seems to drop off. He just doesn't seem to be able to hold the pace through the rest of the lap. It looks as though Rob is catching. Yeah, he's still behind, and Dallas is still behind. So Dallas is doing a really good job. Stuck behind the fight for P234, what could have been. Oh, bless him. Obviously, Janus just saying he's stuck behind the battle between Idakola, Van Dreunen and Abranosa, which is really unfortunate for him. As we get a little bit of a lag, but that's okay. So Lulu's just asking in the chat there, it's not working. No, we don't have Pitbull Live, do we, Steve? Chris?
No, I do apologise. It's a lesson learned. We'll set it up for next time. Bear in mind, this is my first real big stream.
Yeah, it's absolutely okay, dude. Honestly, like I say, I remember my first big stream that I did, and I was absolutely bricking it. And well, the first stream I did for the Clio Cup, the amount of crashes and lags I had, it was unbelievable. Fortunately, I got it fixed in time, and obviously, it benefited me massively to sort my computer out. But obviously, we've got to give a bit of love to Chris. Everybody that is in the chat and is feeling like we can type in the chat, give Chris some love. Obviously, he's doing a great job here, and obviously, yeah, just give him some love. He's feeling a little under pressure here.
Not too much love. I'm a married man.
I didn't specify what kind of love.
This battle.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody mentioned about it, and you can see here that is Abranosa and Van Dreunen. That's the final podium position here. Not far behind is the 488. That's Lenson. So obviously that could be the car that's ruining what could have been, I believe, because obviously he's got the pace to keep up with the two front runners here, and I think he's going to be a little bit frustrated by it. Obviously, back to a question I was going to ask you before as well. Obviously, double stinting is difficult. Triple stinting, I've never done it myself. Have you ever done it, and what do you think? What is it like?
I've never done double stinting. No, in the teams I've raced in, we've always done a plan of who's going to drive the car when, but we always do equal amount of stints. Now, if you're talking about double stinting and triple stinting, there's a chap in the chat at the moment, Herr Janus, who's Yannick Valenduc. Hopefully he may come and join us for a chat and explain his 12-hour charity event that he did for us last week, where he drove all 12 hours on his own. Along with a couple of other drivers. Dan Lenson tried it, but I think he only lasted 7 hours. And I'm trying to remember who the other chap was. John Doe in a Porsche Cup car did the full 12 hours.
Had I been free that weekend, I think I might have done the full 12 hours in the BMW C2. I'd have been lapped God knows how many times, but I'd have had a great time in it because that car is so much fun.
I've not had the pleasure of driving it yet.
Have you not?
Opportunity either, to be honest, yet. But I hope to in the next couple of weeks.
We'll have to do an event with it. We'll have to get both of us on track and have a absolute dangerous time. Speaking of on track, we're going to bring in Yannick Valenduc. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay. I'm a bit disappointed because our gas didn't work in the first stint, but otherwise, yeah, having fun, loving the conditions.
Well, yeah, it's gone from changeable to wet. Obviously, does it benefit this Porsche?
I don't know. I think it's pretty good in the wet, but it's tricky. So I think we're quick, but we're sometimes losing a bit of time because we make mistakes. I actually made a couple as well, and I killed someone accidentally, so that's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think it's a strong car. We're actually keeping up with P2, P3, so that's positive, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, it's a difficult race. It's a race of attrition. You know, there's still a long way to go. We're not even a quarter of the way through the race yet. Obviously, you should know all about that, as Chris was mentioning prior. You ran a full 12 hours by yourself.
Yeah, that was last week.
Which car?
I drove the Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
The new one?
Yeah, the new one.
Oh, I can imagine that was a great time.
It was a lot of fun, but I don't think I'll drive it ever again. I think 12 hours was enough.
Well, once you've had 12 hours seat time in a car, I think you're pretty much ready. You know, you pretty much learned everything about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, you did all that in the name of charity, which is incredible feat. Obviously, unbelievable. I don't think I could ever do that. So, bit easier on this time. You've actually got teammates this time.
Yeah, luckily we have teammates this time. So I'm glad I don't have to do it alone. But it's actually still exhausting in a way. It's actually it's strange how that still doesn't feel light.
No, I was gonna say, I'm surprised after 12 hours. You think an hour and 15 minutes stint would be like a sprint race, wouldn't it? So
yeah, exactly, and it is. But then you're pushing yourself a lot harder, and actually I was pretty exhausted after my hour stint.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, aspirations for the race. I'm assuming top 10 finish is in the mindset.
Definitely, yeah. We were in the top 10, but then we made a mistake with the strategy. So I think we definitely should be there pace-wise. I guess we'll just have to fight our way back. I think we can do it. So yeah,
absolutely.
Hopefully.
I will, like I say, you guys are doing a good job. You're holding pace with the leaders. That's obviously essential to what you need to do here to maintain that potential for a good finish. Again, obviously, like I say, going to do my traditional thing of handing the floor to you and saying hello to anybody you want to say hello to.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so actually, it's good that you do that, because I was about to say that I think it would be nice to everyone that's listening if they would donate some money to the charity, because everyone is putting a lot of effort in this race. And I know the real race was last week, but we still want to raise some more, and I think we can do it. So there's, I think, about 100 people in this race or something, so let's hope we can get some more in.
Absolutely right. The link is there. Obviously, all this money is going to an amazing cause. This charity does a lot of good work, and obviously it's going towards something that is going a global issue now. It's no longer just Ukraine. We all stand with them. We all want the same thing. And so any money that we can put towards helping those that are in need right now is essential.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I'm really happy that I was able to do my part in it last week, and some people donated on my behalf. Actually, I should maybe mention Anthony, who donated 60 euros on my behalf because I finished 12 hours, so I'm really glad he did that, and hope we can do some more.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, buddy. I'm sure we'll catch up with you later on in the session, and obviously best of luck to the team in the really confusing Porsche Ferrari.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the race. Talk to you later.
Take care. well, as ever, an absolute pleasure to talk with Yannick. You know, he's an absolutely lovely guy, an absolute class act in everything he does. I believe I actually had a few chats with him in the Clio Cup when he was racing in that as well. So I'm not sure. Are you still there, Chris? Well, I think we may have lost Chris, but that's okay. Obviously, we have a load of people in the chat to keep me company as we go through this race. We're still watching Dan Lenson. I'm sure that if Chris is about, he could switch to that battle for second place for me. That would be lovely. We can see a lot of the cars going through now. In fact, there you go. There he is. We've got Idacola there. Van Drunen and Abranos are not far behind, split between the 992 car. That is Neumann. I'm going to butcher names. I apologise. We've got, according to this, we've got the whole Snack and Sons team in the chat. Good afternoon to you all. I hope you're all having a good time enjoying this stream as best you can. Yeah, we've lost Chris again, so, you know, unfortunate again. Obviously, he needs to get a new mic. We'll have to crowdfund him a new mic. Oh, wait, have we got him back? I saw a bit of a saw potential life there, but it's all good. So, oh, no worries. So obviously Chris taking a small break to get his mic sorted. We've got a few people asking why the 488 seemed odd. Yeah, it was a very odd sort of thing. I sort of looked at it and was not 100% sure. In fact, we've got somebody in the chat now. That is car 59 that retired earlier on in the race. We're gonna have a quick chat with them and see what happened to them. Obviously, we don't have a car to look at, so we'll just carry on watching Alessandro Idacola. Hello, is it Yoi? Yeah,
hello. Yeah.
Hello.
It's pronounced Joey.
Joey. There we go. Thank you. How are you doing, bud?
Well, not that good. We had to give up.
Yeah, I saw. I've been keeping an eye on your chat, and obviously mechanical failure in the sense of your wheel disconnecting.
My buddy's wheel is disconnected, and he can't upshift, downshift, nothing. Just turning the wheel, so it's not that great to race.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, it's really unfortunate to see somebody retire with mechanical failure. I mean, but it kind of makes it, in a sense, it kind of makes it a bit more realistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we weren't that fast in the rain, but it was fun. We had a lot of fun. In the first half an hour, we had a little bit of issues to keep the car on the track, but after that,
absolutely.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, it's really unfortunate. Well, obviously, we want you to. I'm sure we'll see you again in the future rounds of this championship.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, obviously. So, what's the plan now then? Just sit back in your chair, drink in hand, and enjoy the stream.
Gonna try to fix first of all the issue with the steering wheel because it's not fixed yet. So it's not that we can practice for another race or something. But we're gonna put the wheel open and check if a wire came loose or something because it's yeah.
Absolutely.
Weird.
Well, it's really unfortunate to hear. Oh, have we got Chris back? Maybe. He's back from Pizza Hut, boys.
He has some issues as well, I hear.
Yeah, you're not the only one having the technical issues. We've got Chris with his own form of technical issues, but obviously, as ever, you know, the floor is yours. If you want to say hello to anybody, keep it PC, obviously. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
No worries. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, ciao.
Ciao.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I think I'm louder than ever before as well. Hopefully.
It sounds a bit
People in the
louder,
chat
so
can confirm that. That'd be brilliant.
yeah, that would be. Sander, enjoy your meal, Chris. So people now believing that Chris is actually commentating from Pizza Hut. He's not denied it, so we're gonna actually keep that as the story. He's commentating from Pizza Hut.
Other pizza venues are available.
Oh, we're doing this again.
We started again.
We're doing this again.
Oh dear.
I'll tell you what. Next race you do, Chris, you got to race in a pizza-based livery. I'm sorry, it's got to be done.
I'll see if my friend can do that for me.
Obviously, we've got a lot of series going on at the moment. I'm assuming next week's a bit of a quiet week after the double endurance. I think we pick up the week after with GT4s.
Well, we've got actually at the end of this week we've got the next 2.4 event.
Oh crikey!
Which I will be taking part in.
So we're going triple header for endurance races this month.
Oh yes, let's do it.
Absolutely, why not? So, broadcaster should turn Chris up a touch. Broadcaster is Chris.
That's me. Yeah. Sorry.
He's obviously trying to sort everything as much as he can. Obviously, this is his first major stream, and he's trying to do the best he can, and he's doing a great job at it. Like I say, you know, give him some love, because it's never easy to do this, especially when it's your first time doing something like a major stream like this. I remember having an absolute panic attack doing this sort of stuff. And in fact, yeah, so while we've been talking and having a giggle, Abranosa's gone through on Van Drunen. So Van Drunen's down to 4th place, and Abranosa's up into 3rd. Nardcock is actually not far behind them. Well, I say not far, 25 seconds is still at the gap, but back up to P5 for Nardcock. Still fastest lap for the 138 car, but we've not had any dry running, and it doesn't look like we will for the next half an hour now. So with just over 6 hours to go, we've still got Rob Jackson in the SMR car in the lead. Idacola in the 77 has stopped multiple times. In fact, we're still watching Idacola here. Has stopped. In fact, he's gained about 5-6 seconds in this last stint. So it's going to be close when Rob, I'm assuming, will hand over driving responsibilities back to his teammate. These guys seem to be possibly doing tit for tat in terms of stints. We've got some chat here. Make the Dalmatian dots into small pizza. That would be, I think that would trigger me a bit. That would be frustrating. Anyway, obviously, as we wait for our Discord stream to clear up a little bit, it's looking a little bit pixelated. We can still see Idacola. If we could jump back to the battle between Van Drunen and Abranosa, that would be awesome, Chris. Thank you. In fact, there you go. So there these two are, the BMW versus the Aston Martin, the Ferrari Porsche just behind. I'm going to actually ask the chat if you guys can come up with a better name than Ferrari Porsche. Please do, because it's frustrating me. We're watching Aaron Van Drunen in the 69 car chase Abranosa now. Obviously, these guys have switched positions since we were last on them, so we're going to see what goes on here. In fact, there's the 992 going way too deep into the turn there. In fact, that's for position as well, so we've got two battles for position there, carrying on quite closely. We've got, who else have we got? We've got obviously our pole sitter still sat in 7th place. Alex McGee doing a good job there in 8th in the 38. It's the highest placed Lexus. 212 is not far behind. Those two are battling close with Tubby as well in the 990. So he's made a good stint out of his Lamborghini. That Lamborghini seems to be working really well in the wet. The rain will pick up within the half hour. So these guys are now probably strategizing a wet run as far as the next stint. So these guys will probably stop again for another set of wet tyres in the next set chain of stops. And the thing is, with the stops being out of sequence now, we don't actually know where anybody is. We won't know where anybody is until the last hour, when people have done their last stop, and we'll know where people are actually fighting for position. I think that's the great thing about endurance racing. You don't actually know where you are right until close to the end. I think we may have lost Chris again, but that's absolutely okay.
No, I'm back now. I'm back again.
No, he's back. Awesome.
I'm gonna get an hammer to these headphones.
We're gonna have to crowdfund you a microphone, aren't we?
I've got one and just use the headphones instead. I'll sort it next one.
It's all good.
Now I know what the issue is. Before I didn't actually have a clue what the issue was, but I've figured out how to resolve it. reasonably quickly.
Absolutely.
That. We just had a donation from Sander Bale with €20. Thank you very much, Sander.
Awesome. That is an awesome amount. Thank you so much, Sander. Somebody, I asked people to name the Ferrari Porsche. The three we've had so far: the Ferrari Force Porsche, that's a good one. The Deutsch Italiano Friendship Missile, and then this one. And I'm gonna have to slightly inhale for this one: the Porsche with the livery of Ferrari used that one time. So we've got some interesting names there. And Toby up to 9th, yeah, doing a really good job there and maintaining a good pace. Let's see if we can jump to Lamborghini, Chris, if you would be so kind.
Your wish would almost be my command. There we go.
There we go. So there we go. We've got him doing a really good job here. In fact, next car on the road is the 212 car, and he's definitely holding pace to keep up with it. In fact, he's almost overtaking it. So Matt Tubby started I'm sure they started quite far down the 990 car. They started, if we can find them. We're definitely on the wrong pages. There's so many pages. Started in 15th, so they're not super far down, but mid-pack, and they've done really, really good to get themselves back into the top 10, and now actually challenging for 8th place. Next car on the road, if they were to overtake this car, would be chasing down the pole sitters and the fastest lap holders currently.
I think it's also fair to say, you may have mentioned it while my headphones were switched off, that the majority of the team and the supporters in the YouTube chat are following Snack and Sons, which is Matt Tubby's car.
And you're absolutely right. We have mentioned, said hello to the gang. Obviously, it's always nice when you've got teammates supporting you, and especially in the community stream as well. It's always great to see you guys here. You know, if you can like, share, subscribe if you're not already, hit the notification bell so you're always notified when we're live. Although, again, obviously the majority of the time, we're always talking about it on the community in the Discord, and we obviously also have regular events which aren't ACC. We have iRacing, I believe AC. We've got some stuff coming up soon, exciting new stuff, as it has been a changeover in the chain of command over in the AC department. Obviously we've got Matt Tubby still chasing on after the BMW there, Vilcek. And yeah, obviously we've got always got events going on, whether it's the 2.4 series, whether it's the endurance series, whether it's the regular league series. We have the GT3 and GT4 series. And am I missing anything? The iRacing touring cars. I believe there's a new league for Assetto Corsa to be announced within the near future.
There's also a race room as well.
There we go, race room. I thought I was missing something. We do some race room events as well. Obviously, some people are also playing other games. I believe Euro Truck Simulator is a favourite among those in the evening when they want something a bit more chilled.
Usually at the weekend when they want to get drunk and drive at the same time, which we obviously don't condone.
We don't advocate drink driving, obviously, but if it's virtual, it's fine. You know, I've had a few stories of people on 12 beers racing 5 seconds quicker than they've ever raced in their life. So apparently 12 is the magic number for virtual racing. Don't actually try that, it's a bad idea. And again, obviously we don't advocate drink driving. But anyway, as we're watching Matt Tubby still chasing Vilcek in the 212 BMW here in that quite a nice livery, isn't it, that Lamborghini?
Yes, it is, and with the team name on the side as well. Unfortunately, I've not got the skill set to focus on the side of the cars, but I'll try and get as close as possible. So there you go, Snack and Sons.
Absolutely. I'd like to get one of them in and just have a chat about that name. It's an interesting name, isn't it?
It is. In the charity event last week, they ran 2 cars, and I think one of the cars was called Father and one of the cars was called Son, but I could be corrected on that, and probably most probably will be doing. That made no sense.
No, a little, but obviously, yeah, my brain's about as broken as that statement. But obviously we've got a huge crew in there, and obviously, if any of you guys that are part of the community, whether even if you're not racing right now, if you want to come up and have a chat with us, if you're chilling with them, you know, just want to give us a report on how they're doing, you are more than welcome to come in. Someone asking for Mario Kart endurance racing. Now that would be a spectacle.
It would, but which character would you play?
Ooh, don't put me on the spot like that. Who would I normally? I normally used the last one I played with Mario Kart 8, and I normally used Yoshi and the Mercedes, the old Mercedes F1 car.
So that you use Yoshi because he's one of the lighter characters, clearly, to get you more speed.
No, I lie. When it became like the whole meme, Waluigi.
There you go. So my best friend Simon, who's part of this community, and I'm actually at his house doing the broadcast because he's got better internet speed than me. He races the thin character, the thin evil one, who I can't remember. I think that's Waluigi. And I normally race as Wario.
So basically, you're the evil twins.
Yes, the evil twins, fat and thin.
Yeah, this is. Oh, there we go. Toad, less fuel usage.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, if you need that boost, just rip a little bit of the head off and chuck it in the exhaust pipe. Apparently, that's how it works. But yeah, obviously we've just ticked over to 6 hours left to go. 5 hours 56 minutes on the clock. Obviously, we'll probably have a lap added onto that depending on where they are on the circuit. Bit too early to dictate that, as I'm good at math, but I'm not that good. Hashtag more ballast for Yoshi. Well, the thing is, I'm contemplating buying a Switch in the near future, so, you know, if SSRi ever want to start a Mario Kart League, you know, it's definitely up for... I'm definitely up for something like that.
We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, obviously, other video games are available.
Sorry, this for those that aren't aware, this tracks back to the first time Adam and I did a broadcast, which I think was the 24-hour race.
Yeah, it was the first time I did a proper endurance event, and it was 24 hours, and I was talking about Costa Coffee, and Chris just comes across with other voice break there. Other coffee brands are available, and so it's been a running joke since. Every time we're in a booth and we say something that's remote branded, we do the BBC thing, and obviously have to mention that our brand of it. So I am going to ask.
This is still a very close battle going on, but there's one slightly closer, further down the field, which looks like it's actually abated. So I'll just cancel that statement.
Oh,
we'll stick with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a few battles raging on through the grid. You've got two Porsches fighting in the midfield. We've got the battle for second place is actually about to heat up. We've got second and a half between Idacola, Van Drunen and Abranosa. Nard Cox is actually closing that gap as well.
Oh, it's a huge gaggle of cards.
Absolutely is. Toby could do with the green shell here. I think a lot of people would be wanting a green shell right now. And I've also got to retract my previous statement. There is a second Mercedes. I've just spotted it. But there it is. Just coming across the bottom of the screen there. The second Mercedes. So I've made another error in judgment, but it's all good. We've got a gaggle of about 5 cars here, 3 of which are racing for second place on the podium. Ahead of them at purple and black McLaren. We can't see the race number on it. We've got a Aston Martin as well. I don't think it's 666. We've got a debate now about whether they need a red or a green shell at this point. So we've got Aaron Van Drunen in 3rd place, chasing Ida Cole. He's going to try and find a way around. That is the McLaren pulling off to one side to allow these 3 to come through. He's going to pull, in fact, no, he's going to pull in front of Abranosa. Abranosa's going to have to back off now, and he's going to be a little bit wound up with that. I'm confused as to why we've just got capital purple, but anyway. Obviously, we've got the top 4 within a close proximity. Ida Cole is still actually closing the gap on Rob Jackson. Rob Jackson will be probably in the pits within the next few minutes. I think that will trigger a sequence of pit stops. We can see that the weather is saying it's going to get worse, so we'll see how that affects their driving standards throughout the race. Obviously, it looks like it could be wet for quite a while now, so we've gone from changeable conditions to full British summertime here at the Nurburgring.
I think they've just lapped the Aston Martin of Sim Racing Holland there, haven't they?
I
Down
didn't
in
see that.
14th place.
No, that's not right. So these guys are still lapping cars as well. Rob Jackson is quite a considerable margin away. These 3 fighting may give him as well what he needs, which is a gap. This will also allow Nard to close the gap. Mark Etch is still ahead of Mancini. Obviously, Mancini needs to try and find a way through. They've still got the fastest lap on paper. However, obviously the track has now evolved into a, the aforementioned statement of British summertime, or as Chris calls it, every day in Manchester. We have blue shells for top 30. Oh, we've got a 5-second time penalty for 212 causing a collision. This actually allows, oh no, in fact I say it allows the 990 through. The 990 just doesn't ask, and he's already gone through. We've missed Tubby going through, so I'm sure that we're now going to get some furious messages from Snacken's, the Snack team, saying that
Club.
missed it. That's the one. Snack, yep, Snackles fan club. Speaking of snacks, actually, I think it's time for a fruit winder.
I'll go see if I can find a replay of that overtake. Bear with me.
Yeah, I'm sure they deserve it. They've been here for a fair while now. Stefan, talking about blue shells for the top 30. I mean, we could give you a blue shell, Stefan, but I think you'd probably then use it on yourself. Or you'd be
I think
trying
that's
to hold
a fair
Chris
assessment,
hostage.
to be honest.
Poor Jackson getting 29 blue shells in a row. Imagine. I think the worst I've ever had was 3 blue shells within a few minutes of each other. That was a tough race, that one. Snack and Son's best teammate, best team with best fans. We've got a Lewis Hamilton in the chat, best fans. So if one of you guys don't come in here with before the end of the stream saying you've got the best fans, I will be disappointed. That's a challenge for you guys now. And again, obviously, you don't have to be racing. As long as you're actually part of the team and you're wanting to come in and have a chat with us about the team, then you're more than welcome in. You know, we're trying to accept as many people. So here's the replay of the move. It's a good move and it's a quick move, very quick into the hairpin. Job done. It's been a patient move and it's been leading up for a while. So brilliant move from Tubby there to get his way through. It'll be interesting to see who jumps into the car next, and hopefully we can steal Tubby for a chat. So we're still watching Alessandro Adicola being chased by Van Drunen and Abranosa, as that looked like somebody coming into the pits, so that may trigger the pit frenzy very soon. I can't see who it is because they're sort of hidden.
Van Drunen.
There we go, it's Van Drunen. So there we go. So it will, I think this will start to trigger the pit stop frenzy. I think we may start seeing the pit stop frenzy now. Princey now being volunteered by his teammates. Jonathan Bianchi and Multi21 are all volunteering Princey to come up.
Now,
so
I think
we'll
Prince
see.
is away this weekend, but I could be wrong.
Absolutely, I think he might well be. Yeah, he couldn't make today, so it's really unfortunate.
It's like I have some inside knowledge, isn't it?
Magic. Multi21, yes. That is all good, Princey. I'm sure we can harass you another time. I mean, have a lovely conversation with you another time.
Oh dear.
Obviously, we've got a while to go on the race yet. Obviously, we've still got rain pouring here at the circuit in the beautiful German nation. I forget roughly where it is. I'm sure Chris knows.
I think it's in the north.
I think it is as well. I know that it's not far from Spa. I think it's actually about half an hour down the road from Spa. From what I know, again, obviously somebody would have to confirm that for me. But,
Well, apparently your neighbour that lives next door to you is in Germany. And
he
yet
is.
you're
Well,
in North Wales.
he
So how
was.
does that work?
Magic. You never heard of the theory of displacement?
As
So we've got-
Idaco comes in the pits.
We've got Ida Colour coming into the pits now. So the only there you go. Abranos is going to go through into second place. So the Aston Martin now takes second place from the McLaren. Only one of our top our top four drivers out there at the moment that was within close proximity. So Rob Jackson now given not a massive cushion. It'll only be about another second that will extend, but he's now also stuck behind it says 46, but I'm pretty sure that's not its race number.
Yeah, that race number is 46 on the car. That's correct.
Is it on the timing sheets as well? Because I could never tell if it's actually on the timing sheets as 46.
Should be. That's because they're down in 32nd place at the moment.
Ah, very good.
So
I was wondering that. So yeah, watching. I'm on the wrong side of the team. So we've got. I keep saying man. I need to stop that. I do apologise, guys. And I've done it again. Anyway, we've got 5 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Rob Jackson being chased by. That is Alex McGee. So these two are probably in a chat together. 15-second time penalty for car 86, causing a collision with car 38 on lap
60.
and we've lost 60. Thank you. So a few laps ago. So the stewards seem to be catching up to date with all of the incidents now, which is always a good thing for them. You know, maybe you have to be able to actually finally go get a cup of tea or have a biscuit or something and chill for 5 minutes before the inevitable happens and they get another incident report into their system.
We have to thank the stewards as well because they do a fantastic job when they do the live streaming. There's always 3 of them there in the stewards channel, trying to, as I say, that was 2, to have a completely impartial judgment on any incidents. Some of them are actually racing today as well. So Rennie is the chief steward for endurance races, and he's racing in car 41, I believe. And I'm trying to see where they are in the field at the moment. They're in 25th position at the moment, and Rennie himself is in the car.
So expect everybody with a 30-second penalty towards the end of the race. Obviously, we know that won't happen, but no, it's good to see that we've got a lot of drivers here that are not multitasking, but also putting the time into this community, because this community is definitely something that's worth putting time into. You can see that beautiful Aston Martin as well. It's got a Scottish flag on the side as well, which is really nice.
That'll be because Rudy Stewart, who I think is their driver number 2 on the list, the entry list, if you have a look, is from Scotland.
Alright.
And I
Good little bit of
think
information.
this week is joined by a special guest driver of Class Vesta.
Yeah, obviously we've seen Class in the car prior.
Who does his own fantastic live streams for the Alfa Navinta, and I always get the name wrong, but I'm saying it like that, Alfa Navinta team. So he did ask me if I'd promote his stream at some stage, so I've done my contractual obligation there. Done and dusted.
Is that just to make sure that he doesn't go off and try and get you a penalty for your next race?
No, Class isn't a steward, unfortunately, but he did do the poster that we've used to promote this event. So
absolutely, so he's done a very good job then.
Yeah.
And all the posters that all the community, various members in the community create have been incredible. And we want to thank them. We want to thank the stewards for taking their time out of their days to come and talk with Dennis Bergman here in the Mode 11 Falcon Aston Martin. It's quite it's a livery I've not seen as much as I used to. It used to be everywhere, and now all of a sudden it's a lot less prominent.
I think that's because there's lots of custom liveries available, isn't there? People like to run their own custom livery.
Absolutely, I think
this I believe it isn't. Oh no, it's not an in-game livery, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's
definitely
available
not.
from
No,
race department who we're not promoting. Oh damn!
No.
I've just done it.
Whoops. Other mods and websites such as that are available.
Well done. I'm well impressed with what you did there. Oh.
Mike Abranosa has inherited the lead, which means Rob Jackson has stopped at some point. I think we've forgotten to mention. There we go, Jack Alexander back in the car, so we'll see him slowly make his way back through as Abranosa, Cox, Marquette, and I think Mancini also need to stop. We'll see where he actually does come out once the timing screen updates. So it'll be Rob Jackson now. It's not Rob Jackson, it is Jack Alexander in the car, but timing screen doesn't want to update just yet.
He's currently in 5th.
He is indeed. So he's lost four positions in stop. I can't see how far away he is. 13
seconds.
13 seconds back from Mancini, but obviously all these guys have yet to stop, which means that he'll probably re-inherit the lead so long as he has a clean out lap, and it looks as though he will, as the rain is going to get more torrential through this next stint. So within the next 20 minutes we're going to have a lot more rain into the lap.
Then it looks like it's abating slightly, doesn't it, with the 30-minute mark? Or am I reading that wrong? No, I'm reading that wrong.
It's going to increase, and then it's going to stay heavy.
Yeah.
It's going to be very unfortunate. Now, I'm going to have to ask the question, because I'm sure I've asked this before, but it's a good question to ask, and guys in the chat as well, guys and girls, sorry, in the chat can answer as well. If they were to add the Nürburgring Combine, would people want to race it more than the normal GP loop? For me, I think it would. I think GT cars round to the Nordschleife is amazing, and I think having the endurance loop would be awesome. What's your take on that, Chris?
Obviously, it's a very popular track with most sim racers. It's the one they want to try and master. It's just unfortunate that it's not in ACC. It's unlikely it'll ever appear in ACC with the licensing rules that they have with SRO. But other gaming platforms are available where it is available. The other thing I find frustrating about the Nordschleife is you can have a small incident at the start of the lap. So if you're on a qualifying lap, which is obviously completely ruined your lap, and you've got to wait another 7-8 minutes before you get round again to be able to start again.
Absolutely, that is the only downside to it. There's a few tracks that I definitely want to see on this game in the future that are SRO tracks. Fuji obviously is a big one for me. I think Fuji's an amazing circuit. What else? My list. I had a list of this. Like, we were having this discussion the other day. Like, tracks we'd like to see on this game. I think Fuji, Road America, and because I'm strange, I quite like Kota. I think Kota would be a good addition to this game.
There's a lot of good tracks there you mentioned, and there is some new tracks allegedly coming out later this year, isn't there?
Yeah, there's, again, obviously allegedly there's a Japanese and a American pack to come out within this year, alongside obviously this new Ferrari that will be coming out before the end of the year. And I'm hoping that it's going, obviously because obviously British GT are now confirmed to be continuing with their partnership with, I believe, Kunos, the Lotus Emira GT4. There's a Lotus GT4 car coming out at the end of this year. Now, I am a big fan of Lotus. I grew up in Norfolk for a long time, so, you know, Lotus is close to my heart. So to see the opportunity for Lotus to come back into a game, a serious game, would be absolutely awesome.
I agree with you. For a change.
You know, it's one of those cars that there's a few cars as well that I'd like to see that, you know, could have made their way into this game. You've got the Ginetta Swantail. I think that was an amazing car. You've got the new G56, which would actually possibly be more of a viable option than the 55 for obvious reasons. You know, the 55 is not a very quick car. But the 56 has got a V8 as opposed to a V6, which has fixed that straight line issue. Oh, that's a good Strout actually. Sepang as well, Malaysia. That's an amazing track.
It certainly hosted some of the good F1 races when they were racing there. Some quite memorable one. I remember the one where they were sat for absolutely ages waiting for it to dry up.
And it never did.
And it never did. Not as bad as Canada or Belgium.
Oh no, but you've got to remember that Belgium last year was a bit of a show, we'll say. We've got, you know, I think Canada would be nice. I don't really think they race that at the street circuit, do they? Because I didn't realise it was Canada's technically classed as a street circuit.
It goes through a park, doesn't it? If I remember right.
It goes through the old Olympic Park. It's I think it's like the Gilles Villeneuve Olympic Park or something. I forget. But yeah, that dome, the like sphere thing, is the old Olympic thing. Somebody that actually has more knowledge of that would be able to explain it better than I could. But yeah, obviously it does actually run through the old Olympic Park. Well, if you want to come in and have a chat with us after your intense rain stint, you're always welcome.
It'd be nice to speak to Franz. I've not spoken to Franz for a few weeks. I'm focusing on this battle because it's battle for 4th.
Well, they've jumped. Yeah, so that looks like Tahos has actually jumped Gambrini in the pits.
Yeah, so
the 69's actually jumped 77.
Yeah, exactly. So it was being driven by Aaron van Drunen. Now Mr. Tahos has taken over. And yeah, certainly, they've jumped the car. Wrong rear wing, sorry.
Wrong rear wing, but it's still a good rear wing to look at. It's a nice looking car, and we've got the CBSR car still being chased by the 77 McLaren Racing. Del Torre has taken over driving duties in the 138. Dave Jr. now in the 74. Abranosa still in the 333. I'm not sure if that's updated yet or not, but I don't know if he's been in for his pit stop yet.
Abranosa has taken over, but that's Nelson Abranosa. The original one was Mike Abranosa.
So we've got the Abranosa, I'm assuming brothers, racing together.
You're assuming correctly. Uncle and nephew.
That is an interesting combination.
It is with, I think, Chris Vickers is their third driver, and there was supposed to be a fourth, Brian Clancy. Correct me if I'm wrong if you're in the chat, Chris. But unfortunately, Brian's got COVID, so he's unable to join today.
Well, we hope he recovers well, and obviously can get back to racing as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, we've got Tahost trying to get through. There is Abranosa. There's Nelson Abranosa just ahead of Gambrini. So these three are going to resume where they were when they left for the pit lane, and the battle will resume for this position. Burfoot, that 990 has come into the pits and come back out in 8th place. So Lulubi taking over driving duties, and in fact we have a lovely gentleman named Sem waiting for us in the shed. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How was that?
Well, I haven't been in the car for a little bit, but thought to keep you guys company for it's lonely.
Oh, we're never lonely.
That's
Well,
good.
yeah, sometimes, Adam, when my mic goes off.
Oh yeah, when your mic goes off, I'm just, I'm chatting. I might as well just put a mirror in front of myself and start chatting to that. Obviously,
they speculated at the start of the race that you started on wets. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It was a bit of a difficult first few laps. My tires went to 38 psi, which was a little bit overpressured.
Just a tad.
But yeah, just a tad. So I had some less drag, I guess, on the straights because the tires were not touching the asphalt. But other than that, yeah, I just decided to take it easy, let most of the guys by, and just keep the tires in a healthy shape. Eventually, when the rain came in, they started to get back to me. The PSIs were actually spot on after that, but the tires, of course, were pretty shot from the first few laps. Pace was decent, but I expected to be able to close the gap quicker. The guys on the dry tires did pretty impressive lap times on dry tires in the wet. That was quite surprising. And then, of course, the weather didn't turn out great for us because it went too dry again. So now we have quite a gap to bridge towards the front. But Lars just did a good stint. I think he made up like 20-25 seconds to the people ahead. And now Dave's behind the wheel. We just had our pit stop, and hopefully he will show his Rainmaster skill when the heavy weather comes.
Absolutely. Well, you know that the heavy weather is coming, and it's going to be an interesting situation. And yes, P4 did just spin. I was going to cut over you, but obviously Gambrini has just had a spin. This allowed to host away, and in fact we have his teammate here, Aaron van Drunen, in the chat as well. So good afternoon, Aaron.
Hello, good afternoon.
And I'm sure that was something that you kind of wanted to hear, that you've got a little bit less pressure behind.
Yeah, I like to watch that somewhat times.
At least we're now 2 seconds behind him, so.
Absolutely. So we've got two drivers here, one chasing for P2, the other for P4. Obviously, you two have both done your stints for the time being. I'm assuming, Sam, you'll be in the car in the next stint.
Yeah, that's correct. So should be after Dave in about 17 minutes time. But still got to get myself some food first, and then we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. Well, before you leave, anything you'd like to say to the chat? Anybody you want to say hello to in the stream?
Yeah, I reckon most of the people that are watching the stream are also racing, so don't be too fast, guys. Otherwise, we can't win. No, we'll talk like a great event once again. Hope we can get some extra money for the charity, of course. That's a great cause. See the donation tracker on stream. It's going up nicely, so hope to see some money added there. So if you're watching, get your wallets out. But other than that, yeah, hopefully a nice remaining 5.5 hours without any major issues. So that's what I want to see.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a yellow flag just ahead. Lulu Burfoot backwards on the start-finish straight. She's not got going again. I'm not sure whether that is through mechanical failure, as a wheel disconnected or something, but she's not moving, which means that there could be a serious issue here for the 990 that just did. There we go, she's moving again now, but that was a big issue because they were quite far up the grid. In fact, they're losing a lot of positions here. They're going to keep losing a lot of positions until they can get going again. And they're stuck facing the wall. That's never where you want to be, so they're off and running again. Thank you very much, Sem, for joining us. I'm sure we'll chat to you later on in the race.
No problem, guys. Good luck with the remaining hours.
Thank you very much. Also, obviously, we do, as I mentioned, we do have Aaron Van Buren in the chat. We are currently on board with his teammate to host. How is this event going for yourselves?
Well, it pretty much goes through our hands right now. At the start we had a little gamble what we should do, but we chose to stay on the slicks with higher pressures, and that helped us a lot. In the first stint we made a lot of places, so I'm quite happy with it.
Absolutely. Obviously, you guys now are challenging for P2 with Abranosa just in front of you. Is the aim here to finish on the podium?
Well, now we're there, we should be. So we're aiming for the top 3.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, obviously you guys are doing a great job. You've been battling really hard with the 333 and the 77 car for a long time. In fact, here we go. We're going to see what happens to the 77 now. He just spins. There's nothing to it. He just spins. So really unfortunate for him. That's giving you guys that bit of breathing room that you definitely needed. Obviously your expectations are to definitely finish on that podium. It's looking likely. Obviously, definitely not biased, but I do love an Aston Martin on the podium, so please don't believe them too hard. Anyway, so as we've got 5.5 hours, I think we might have lost connection to Aaron. I'm not sure if he's there.
Wasn't me. I've not disconnected him.
No, I think Aaron's just lost a bit of signal there. It's all good because what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the guy that's was following around Rob Jackson for pretty much his whole stint. We're going to bring in Joel Dallas. Good afternoon, Joel.
Well, hello there.
Hello there.
Thank you for
How are
having
you?
me. I am doing fantastic, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. We were watching your stint with great interest. You were doing a really good job there to maintain a high level. So we've got somebody rolling across the track. There's contact. Sorry, just going to cut across you. I'm not sure who that was, but there was a lot of contact. Is that was the 333? That was the Abranosa car. So sorry to cut across you, bud. Abranosa's gone off at right-hander just after the Mercedes Stadium section. Obviously, we were talking about your stint throughout and how you were holding on to the back of our race leaders. How was that following behind the race leader?
It was good. I would say 90% of the practice we did was in medium rain conditions, so that's where our car is probably the best. And yeah, it was kind of adjusting to the spray because we didn't do much bumper to bumper practicing, so adjusting to the spray was interesting. But yeah, I definitely had a good stint. No major errors, no off tracks, no track limits, nothing like that. So I'm happy to hand it off. What was it? Was in 9th position at the time when we finished the stint. So yeah, I'm happy about that stint.
Absolutely. Well, we were watching your ping, so just to confirm, what country are you racing from? Just because I'm more out of curiosity more than anything else.
That's okay. I'm in Jamaica right now.
Ah, you are.
Down in
So
the Caribbean. Yep.
it's only morning time for you, so you're going to get some breakfast now then after the stint.
It's 9:42 a.m.
Blimey, that's got to be early for sim to get up and do some sim racing.
It's not bad. Less people to bother me. The wife doesn't bother me as much at this time of morning.
I mean, if that's the case, then I suppose it's a win-win situation there.
Yeah.
You know, you're sim racing and she gets her lion. Can't be
Exactly.
complaining too much. So
Correct.
obviously, you know, expectations here. You know, you can't. I think your car's still sat within the top 10. It's the 61 car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we
So
are.
you're still sat within the top 10. You're sat
Yes.
P9.
Yep.
There we go. In fact, we're going to jump to the car now. I do love that livery. I quite like the idea of the split colours.
Created by yours truly.
Absolutely. Well, it looks brilliant. So you've done a really good job there, bud. Obviously, expectations, I'm assuming, are a top 10 finish here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We would have liked to have started higher up in the field. I think qualifying was interesting, I would say. But yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job because after the first, I don't know, 40 minutes, we pitted twice trying to follow the weather schedule, and we lost quite a bit of positions, fell back to like 23rd, 26th, somewhere there. So once it started raining consistently, then we were able to make up a lot of positions.
Absolutely.
And there's a good amount of pace in the car, and actually, I'm actually the slowest of the 3 guys in the team, so hopefully these guys can make up even more spots.
Absolutely. Well, brilliant job by yourself. Best of luck to your team. Is there anything you'd like to say to the stream, to anybody maybe that's going to watch it later on?
No, not much. I would just say thank you for everyone who has logged in and watched, and everyone who has donated. Obviously, this is still part of the donation series for Ukraine, fantastically put on by SSRi. I think it's an awesome initiative, and yeah, thanks for everyone joining, whether it's just by a donation or joining the stream, hanging out. You know, it's good to have people supporting sim racing all in all. So it's fantastic to race with people from all over the world. I absolutely love it. So yeah, it's been good. Thank you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, buddy. And I'm sure we'll talk to you later on. Thank you.
Yep, I'll jump back in sometime later down in the race.
Absolutely. Well, take care, buddy.
Take care. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. So we've got 2 things happened since we were chatting with Joel. We've had a replay here of Lulu. We're going to see what happens here, and never mind, we're going to lose the replay of Lulu. But we've also just seen Dave Jr. have a massive crash. I'm not sure where he was. I wasn't sure what happened, but he's had a massive crash. So here we go. Here's Lulu. There we go. Immediately, you can see the problem there. It's straight on the curbing in the rain, and unfortunately, just not in the right position to actually do anything about it. And then just struggling to get it spun around again. But the big shock there was the 77 and the Honda around. Dave Jr. is already in the pit. So Dave Jr., after the car that looked like it was set for a podium, is now in the pit lane. We've got a car stopped on track as well as the 86. It is the... Absolutely, so we're going to get the replay queued up eventually of Dave Jr. 86 is stopped on track as well. Let's try and find who that is. That is the J-Dog Simsport car. That is the Bentley Continental of Osmond Wilson, Jeffrey Bray, Ty Carver and Jordan Nixon. That is stopped out on track. It's not moving. We've got a potential technical issue there. We've got a photo in the endurance chat as well of Joel's stint, and you can see just about nothing. Having a look now, we've got a few issues. But it is the Bentley of J-Dog Simsport, the 86, is stuck on the side of the track. That's going to be really dangerous if that car starts rolling, because it could roll back onto the track being sat in that divot in the valley of that straight. So Avernosa now in P4. He's lost a position after the incidents earlier on. Gambrini is down to 5th. The 133 is doing itself a massive favour. Is that a 138? No, this is the 133. Of getting itself back into a fighting position for the race when it's got itself back onto the podium. So it's now a BMW 1.3. Honda's all the way down in 9th, and it's going to drop further, I think, with the damage on Dave Jr. You will get there. Obviously, Chris is going to get us a replay of what happened to Dave. We have a few cars still off the circuit. 86 has... I think disappeared. Oh no, so we've got a spinning car and Dave is just collected. He can't do anything about it. And oh, it's the AC6 that gets collected as well. And oh god, that's a huge crash. 4 cars involved and biggest loser out of all that, Dave Jr. There goes the McLaren through Mercedes and another Aston Martin. It's a big situation. 138 just killed a back marker, so he might get a penalty. Obviously, that is not up to us. That's up to the stewards. And there's almost more contact there. So Dave almost collides with 5 cars, collides with 4. Really unfortunate for him. Nothing he could have done. He was a passenger at that point. So it's really unfortunate for the team in the Honda. That is their chance at a podium gone. Say again? Absolutely. Obviously, it's curious as to what's going on. So stewards will be looking at all these incidents. Think you'd have to put the Honda's incident down to racing. You know, he's a passenger at that point. That track is so wet, and the grass being wet, you are not, you're not going to be able to control that vehicle. So we'll see what happens when the stewards have made their decision. So far, we've not seen a penalty for a decent while, whether that's just they've got a lot of incidents to look through and some of them are just not worth looking at, or most of them are just not anything that is worth giving a penalty for. But there's a huge incident. We'll see what is said throughout the time. Obviously, we're waiting for more information. We're going to see what happens with replay for the 77 soon as well. But we're watching Nelson Abranosa in the 333 car here, run a little bit wide into turn 1, coming up to the Mercedes Stadium section now. Through he comes. The Aston Martin is going to get heavier. So Steve he's just psychic here. He must have known that the weather's going to get worse, as slowly but surely this downpour is going to get worse. I don't think it looks like it's going to ease up anytime soon. So these guys are now contending with torrential downpours at the Nurburgring. I'm sure last time we were here it was torrential downpour as well. We're getting chatter in the Discord about potential disconnects as well, which is never a good situation to have. No, it's no worries. Obviously, we've got a few drivers still within trying to make the best of the situation. Abranosa had a small spin, but he's not completely out of place. That's a BMW sideways. Whoever that was, very well held. Fully sideways through that corner there. We've got about 29 people watching now. Thank you all for those that are watching. Try and share it to your friends who are interested in racing. You know, let's get it as high as we can. Obviously, we do these often. I understand that, and not everybody has that time of day. But it's always awesome when we have a little bit of a community going on and having a chat with us. So here we go. It is just lost under his own fruition there and throws it into the gravel. So he spins back around and off he goes again. Almost collect. I think that BMW is very close to being another victim of the spins. You can see the guys is having a massive ping spike. So there's some spikes going on here. Even Dave Jr. is having a small issue. I'm sure there'll be somebody looking at the server right now to try and solve that situation. Number 4 BMW also having massive lag issues. Neville as well. We've got a few connection issues going on here. I'm sure we can get some information on the connection situation as soon as possible. We're losing, so according to the time, we're looking a lot of disconnects at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's going on with these disconnects, and it's unfortunate. Obviously, we don't want to see anybody disconnecting. As Abranosa is under attack from Gambrini. That is the 77. So these two have now all of a sudden got back together here. So Abranosa might have had a small situation where he's had a spin or a slow lap, because Gambrini is right on the back now. and the rain is still getting heavier with time. It's still not going to be easing up for a long while. I think all these drivers know that it's going to pretty much be a wet race now to the flag, with it's very unlikely that it'll dry up properly in time for the race to stay dry. So, with just over 5 hours to go, we've got a lot of changing of positions going on around the grid. We've got Jack Alexander still in first place, to Horst in second now, inheriting that position after situations for these two cars here, the 333 and the 77. We've got a replay coming up in a second, we'll see what that is. So we've got a replay coming up, and oh, okay, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to be completely opinionated on it. I'm sure that there'll be discussions within the stewards, and the stewards can obviously give the opinion on it. And there we go. We've got information from the Abranosa team that Nelson had spun, and then he's carrying 18 seconds of damage. So he's doing a good job to nurse that car back to the end of his stint. So obviously the 138 now inheriting podium places. However, obviously that could change with a simple message from the stewards. Obviously the stewards are trying to deal with a lot of people's issues. A lot of cars that have been disconnected and are now actually 2 laps down, so we've got some small disconnect issues, and that is not ideal for anybody's race, especially when it's a championship race. So with 5 hours to get, just over 5 hours to go, we've got this is Del Torre in the 138 BMW. I would like to get somebody in here to have a chat about some of these situations. So any of the teams that have had a situation, you are still more than welcome in, even if you are now disconnected from the server. You're more than happy to have you up here so I can have a chat with you and just explain about your situation. I think we may have lost Chris again, but that's all good. Obviously we still have Del Torre chasing down. Oh no, I can hear you now. Yeah, oh thank god.
I'm back now, sorry.
There we go.
I've just been trying to get to all those replays you told me to get. I'm busy.
Sure, it's definitely not trying to mail Stefan's pizza over to him.
Well,
forgetting about me.
I'm not sure if Stefan would want a mail pizza. You never know.
You never know. Mail order pizza might be a thing. Send one from Iceland or something. The shop, of course.
Of course, the shop. It'll be Chicago Town one. Obviously, other pizzas companies are available.
We're going to end up having a counter at the end of this race of just how many different things we've said that there are other options of. So yeah, Lulu is carrying damage. She's going into. Oh no, this is going to end in disaster. No, it's not. She's going to keep it out of the wall. That's a lot of damage on the front of the Lamborghini. So that car is not looking as good as it should. But I'm sure that it'll get to the pits at some point for a bit of duct tape and super glue, because everybody knows that duct tape and super glue is the fix. According to Stefan, they've had 5 spins in the last 4 laps. So everybody that is listening and is talking to their drivers will be glad to know that the rain is now decreasing. It's going to decrease within the next 10 minutes. It's not going to be much. It might just be even by a fraction, but I'm sure that everybody will be overjoyed to hear that it is going to ease up ever so slightly. So as we ride on board with Lulu Burfoot in the 990 Lamborghini, the Snack & Sons machine, we can see that she is struggling nursing the car home with a bit of damage on the front end. Obviously this is nothing that no driver here has ever raced before. Everybody's at some point picked up some damage, had to nurse a car home. Obviously the great thing about ACC is that you can tab through menus and find out just how much damage there is on the car, and it definitely makes a huge difference in allowing you to decide whether to come in or to stay out and maintain pace, just so you can save one more stop. There is our race leader catching up to the back of Lulu. So there is Jack Alexander in the 715 car. We've got some drivers saying that they are 2 laps down due to some issues with the server. Obviously that will be rectified, I'm sure, through time, whether it's done post-race or otherwise. Unfortunately, that is the drawback to online racing. The only downside is internet connections, and then damn sharks fighting the
going off on your sharks again, are you?
Absolutely, it's the sharks' fault.
The only problem with what's been suggested is that it's only affected 2 or 3 teams, so it's not like the admins can do a great deal about it.
No, absolutely not. And you know, you've got to remember that this is a server potentially with, if everybody had all their drivers in, over 100 drivers.
And the admins respectfully always ask that only 2 of the drivers per team are in at any one time to keep the server connections to a minimum. So with 36 teams in, we've lost 2, haven't we? So that's down to 34.
I believe so, 34.
So what's that?
64 members is still quite a lot of people to have in this. So yeah, 70. Yeah, so, no, 70. No, 68.
Yeah.
34 times 2.
Plus the idiot that's doing the broadcast with two accounts.
So that's, yeah. So you got about 70 cars, quote unquote.
And the stewards are in there as well. So you know, you're looking at 72, 74 connections. So it does start to become a bit unstable. So if some teams are flouting the rule of 2, that would explain why the server's having a few dropouts.
Absolutely. In fact, we're getting confirmation from the stewards there will be no discussion on the disconnect issue.
And I think that'll come from the. Oh, there's been a massive.
That's to Horst. That's our P2 driver. That is to Horst. He's the only. That's Del Torre as well. So Del Torre's had contact as well.
And I think they're around the same place, aren't they?
We've had a situation. So I'm
going quiet for a few minutes while I go find it.
Chris is on the job. We do love Chris getting on it. So obviously this is going to probably trigger an early pit stop for both cars, as that is a lot of damage to the front of the BMW. I'm sure we can get to Horst or Van Druren in later on to discuss what's happened there. Obviously, if we do, please keep it PC, guys. I know you can hear me, so be very nice. We are still live. So it is currently 5 hours 4 minutes remaining of this 8-hour race. We've been 3 hours on the stream. We've had a lot of people, as we're about to get the replay now. Let's see what goes on, and it is a bit of contact there, and then it's really unfortunate. It's difficult to see in the rain. I'm sure the stewards will have a better look at it than we can. They'll have their multiple replay angles and all their fancy camera work, but to Horst has hit the wall as well. Oh no, he's done the cardinal sin. He's hit the wall on the pit entry. It's added probably another 10 seconds of damage to the already damaged BMW. So he's been given the short straw again, and once again Del Torre gets away with a incident, small spin for him, and that nothing more. Seems to be that 138 has a little bit more luck than the cars around him, but there goes to Horst's chances at the podium. I'm sure that they'll be addressing that with the stewards at the moment. Meanwhile, Jack Alexander still in P1 with a decent gap between him and Gambrini. Gambrini now re-inherits the second place that he got prior to his spin. Marquez still in a nice position in P5. Abranosa now up to P4. Delta Tori up into 5th. So Horst is 6th, but how far will he drop over time? Absolutely. Well, we still have the battles raging on. I'm trying to get the screen to delag. There we go. We've still got the battle between Del Tori and Abranosa. That is probably the closest battle we can see on circuit at this moment in time. There's Eric Neville. So that's a new driver into the J-Dog car. There is Del Tori, 6-7 tenths now back off of the Aston Martin with damage. So the Aston Martin still nursing damage. It's not making it too bad. It's still drivable. The rain will decrease in half an hour further, so we may actually have some dry running towards the end of the race. It all depends on how this rain evolves. And we're getting regular updates from our boys at 101, doing some donuts apparently in the S's for showmanship. I mean, if there's an award for showmanship, I'm sure you guys will win it, but last I checked, it is a race. So, the replay coming up now of the Audi. In fact, this is the 101 car. We're about to find out what happened. He goes round, he goes once.
That was only
And off he
360.
goes again. Ah.
What have I told them about exaggerating?
Stefan. What? That was only a 360. I'm assuming we've got some more commentators to come in soon. Obviously, you won't have to listen to my voice for the entire time. I believe we've got a couple of people that are going to drop in later in the session to take over, so I can, do the breaks, as it were. You know, just a quick coffee break here and there. So we've got Del Tori with a current run in P5. Abranosa's gone back through into P4. We've got a damaged, looks like an Audi just behind there. Might be the 222 of Toes. No, that's just Vince Vilcek, I think. There we go. There's an Audi as well. I'm not sure what it was. In fact, there you go. There is the Audi that looks damaged. I think it is a little bit, or it might just be the way it looks. So Ike Towes in the Green Moose Rockies car, just being overtaken there by another BMW. The BMW is doing really good here and doing exactly what they need to maintain a buffer on the other cars. So we've had that past hour has been chock full of action with spins, crashes, damage for 3 of our leaders, with 2 of them having to go to pit for repairs. We didn't lose them, but obviously Dave Jr. and the 69 car of Tahorst both having to come into the pits to do repairs. The last thing that they needed for their races. Stefan saying it looked fast at IRL, but it was a no scope. Well, I mean, like I say, it's great for showmanship, not so great for racing in general. So we've got still rain coming in the half hour. That it's going to decrease, but not by enough for it to be even considered between a dry wet strategy. So with just a little over, or just a little under now, 5 hours remaining, I'm assuming we've got Chris with us still. Maybe not. We might have lost Chris again. We have a lot of cars still going around. I think we've lost maybe
Get
3.
that crowdfunding page going.
Chris reminding me to get the crowdfunding page going. Obviously, we have still got the charity event going on the Simsport Racing alongside Save the Children donation.
Sorry, no, it wasn't for that. I'm live on stream.
Oh.
They can hear me. I meant for me new headphones.
Oh, the crowdfunding for headphones. Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna have to. I'm at the point where I'm gonna have to drive over to you in Manchester. I'm up in Manchester next week, so I'll drop off a pair of headphones for you.
That's funny. I'm in North Wales next week.
What are you doing? What are you doing in here?
I'm avoiding you.
Oh, awfully rude. Absolutely. I mean, if Rene's saying he wants to come in as head steward, so we'll bring him in. Good afternoon, Rene.
Good afternoon.
Well, that past hour must have been a lot of fun for yourself and your stewarding teammates.
Yeah, to be fair, we haven't been doing a lot. And yeah, overall the driver quality is really good. The pace is quite high as well. I myself am not the quickest driver, but I'm the best steward around. But yeah, there aren't a lot of incidents. I think we've only had about 11 now.
Absolutely. Well, it's not too bad then, is it?
No, considering the conditions, it's a pretty good race.
Absolutely. Well, it looks set to dry up over time. I think Chris is trying to say something, but his microphone is throwing a wobble. All right. No worries. No worries. Obviously, we've got just under 5 hours to go. I'm assuming there's some interesting events that we've obviously caught on stream and also been talking about that have taken your attention.
Yeah. We've got 3 hours now. I've driven one stint myself.
Absolutely.
Changing conditions, which were pretty difficult in the first 2 hours.
Absolutely. Well, it was
our
very
team
clean.
actually started on wet tires for the first stint, so they were probably on fire the first 5 laps.
I can
But
imagine it's not.
It
not a
worked out
comfortable
for us. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, again, obviously, the last thing you want is to be caught out, and you guys weren't caught out, and obviously that allowed you to be a lot closer to fighting when it came to the wet weather going through.
Yes, definitely. I think we went from P26 to 12 or 11 even. Soon after we made a bit of a strategy mistake to pit for dry tires. Well, yeah, if we stuck it out 5 laps longer, we could have pitted for new wets and still be in the top 15.
Absolutely. Well, it's unfortunate for that situation, but again, obviously, I suppose that is the thing about racing, that it's all about strategy as well.
Yes, definitely. It's easier to get it wrong than to get it right.
Absolutely. Well, is there anything you'd like to say to the stream, to the drivers maybe listening, or to the teams that are listening on behalf of their drivers?
Yeah, well, a big thumbs up for everyone doing the driving, and the behavior overall is really good. And yeah, I can only say positive things so far.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for taking a little time out just to come have a chat with us. All the best for your stewarding, and we will see you, I'm sure, we'll see you on track, and we will see you shortly as well.
Alright, thank you guys.
Thank you very much. So, a significant way to go still in the race. We're not even halfway through yet. We are only 5 hours, well, sorry, we've got 5 hours remaining of our 8. We've done 3 so far, and it has been Jack Alexander alongside his teammate Rob Jackson in the 715 SMR car. That has been the class of the field: Gambrini, Martic, Delta Tori, Arenosa, and the 2 drivers that are a lot further down now, to Horst in 9th and Junior in 14th, both having issues, which eventually obviously led to them dropping outside of that top 6 battle that they've been part of for the past 2 hours. So these guys still have an opportunity to catch back up, but it's now a lot harder for them, as they will, I'm sure, are probably a lap and a bit down. Multi21 has returned, and you've pretty much missed everything. We've had accidents, we've had crashes, we've got another crash going on somewhere down in turn 1. I think it's now cleared up again. Abranosa here in P5, Delta Tori P4, Marquette P3, Gambrini P2. In fact, that's Muller in the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport car in the Mercedes AMG, chasing, in fact being overtaken by Stewart in the 41 Aston Martin, so 63 and 41 battling for position here. Just behind them is Hackley in the 20, I think that is the 24, it goes off. So the 24 McLaren now goes off circuit. 720 is still on track as well. The 990 had a spin earlier in the stint, and she got caught by the pit wall and couldn't move. So we have a significant way to go in the race still. It's still up for grabs. All these drivers still have an opportunity. In fact, there's Osman Wilson back in the server now. So J-Dog Simsport Bentley has eventually got going again. Last time we were with them, they were stopped outside of the circuit. Now, obviously, this weather is going to be clearing up within the next half hour. It's going to be very interesting to see whether dries up enough for dry tyres before the end of the stint. I don't see it being the case. Obviously it's going to reduce rain again and it's going to start drying up. I don't think there's going to be enough of a dry line for the dry tyres just yet. You can see still a lot of spray coming off the back of that Bentley and the BMW behind it, which is preparing to lap the number 86. Awfully rude of Chris to say that I'm getting confused easily. Anyway, so we've got a lot of people in the chat still. Obviously we've got the people returning from the F1, so be polite, and obviously those that have stuck around and haven't seen the F1, please don't spoil it just yet. We will see how it goes and how obviously this race evolves, because after all we're here to talk about this race and how good the racing is here, and the F1 can wait because F1 doesn't have awesome racing like we do.
And you're doing a fantastic job, Adam, I must say. I'm sorry, I'm actually in Simon's basement. Simon, a member of our community, who's very kindly let me bring all my equipment around here to be able to broadcast this event. So whilst I was off there, I was having a quick chat with him. That's why I was confusing you.
It's all good. As that's contact! Contact between the 138 and the 86. It's not the first time this happened with the 138. The 138 making another enemy on the circuit. That time I feel that even I'm starting to struggle to say that's just a racing incident, because that is another lapse in judgment for Delta Tori, and that has put Osman Wilson into the, well, off the circuit and into the runoff area. Luckily gets it going again and straight back on the circuit. Doesn't look like it'd be major damage, but it is enough to damage the back end of the Boatley, as I like to call it, because let's be honest, it's probably one of the nicest cars to drive in the wet. Psycho Spark trying to confuse me with damn, that Mercedes with the blue design on the secondary almost looks as good as the Porsche with the livery that a Ferrari used one time. That is a tongue twister if I've ever heard of it. But you're absolutely right, that Mercedes did look amazing. I think there's a great host of cars on this grid. Obviously we have to give a massive shout out to the number 74 Honda. Got a replay coming up here of the incident, and yeah, that's just I can't defend that one. That is a big mistake from the 138 to go into the back of the Bentley. Just a little bit of a lapse in the braking zone, and the Bentley luckily didn't get too much damage and carries on. There we go. So there is Rodari Stewart. He's going to go around the inside of the 222. Switchback move should be fairly straightforward and done pretty quickly. It is indeed.
And that is René's teammate.
That is René's teammate indeed. So no penalties needed for that car because he's gone straight through. So we've got a long way to go still with the event. Obviously, it's looking very likely that the BMW will take the win if it can continue its form of staying out of trouble. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of cars running into trouble. In fact, maybe 2 or 3 cars on this grid have stayed clear of said trouble. It's very difficult sometimes when you are racing in the rain to stay out of the spray and out of the danger zone of other cars, because in fact there in front of them is a battle for, I'm not sure what position that is, but I've got to try and see what your car is in front of. As he blows them off, so there's the 88 point there, it's the 420 BMW, I believe, so we'll have now 420 down for Simsport, so that is the 420 BMW, and that is racing, I'm not sure who they are further down the grid than obviously 23rd. You do need to put on some rain lights indeed. It's absolutely mad.
So what will be interesting, Adam, is if I actually remember your name at any stage of this race, is what will happen if car 138 gets anywhere near car 715, the race leader. Will he just go and punt him off?
I'm not going to comment. I think I'm not going to comment on that one. I'm staying unbiased on the opinion. Obviously, I can have an opinion on an event that's happened, but I won't give an opinion on something like that. I think 138, the driver behind the wheel, is a little bit frustrated. They are a quick car, and I think they want, they're the only car that made it to 202s, so they are the quicker car of the lot. Their attitude is what is going to be their undoing, I think. And obviously Jack Alexander being very respectful to all the back markers. I believe Rob has been into the chat multiple times to ping people if they are stuck behind them, asking really respectfully for them to get out of the way, and obviously repaying the favour as and where they can, because let's be honest, the last thing you need to do is fight a back marker.
You don't need them, do you? You just want them not to jump out of the way, and that's certainly part of the driver's briefing anyway.
Absolutely.
That they have is not only the back markers respect the people that are coming up to lap you, but also the lapping cars have to respect the back markers as well.
Absolutely. These cars, they're not small cars, and that's what people forget. I think I've been to multiple races where you've got City Car Cup, the little Citroen C1s, and yeah, okay, they can get out of the way pretty easily because they're so small. These cars aren't small. If you've ever been stood next to a GT3 car, they are enormous. They are wide, they are fast, and they will have, racing room is a premium, and especially at a circuit where it's so wide, it is easy to avoid contact. Sometimes it is just as simple as being patient and waiting one more corner, because it's not as simple sometimes as just jumping off your racing line, especially in the wet. The last thing you want to be doing is messing around with your racing line in the wet, because you will crash. Well, we're always welcome for more people to come in and give us their opinion on this if they'd like. Obviously,
I'm seeing that in the chat that Mike Abranoza's in there, so Mike and Nelson have been in the chat before. So I don't think Nelson can come and join us at the moment because he's busy driving. But if Mike wants to come and have a quick chat, he's more than welcome. In fact,
he's
anybody
being
is
lapped
within
currently.
reason.
Yeah. Obviously, anybody in the chat that is part of the community and has an opinion, like we're happy to have a chat with you, and even if you want to come and sit with us and talk a bit about the race, you're always welcome. You know, the whole thing about SSRi is that, you know, they want to promote inclusivity, and if you're interested in something and, you know, the facilities are there to do so, there is no reason why you shouldn't give it a go. As we're watching J-Dog Simsport now overtake to Horst in the CBSR BMW, it's looking likely. So Eric Neville doing a really good job to hang on the back of to Horst there, because to Horst is not a slow driver. So with 4 hours 40 minutes left, we've still got a BMW in the lead, 715, that has pretty much led the entire race. Has never looked back since it getting to the front area. Gambrini has been there all the time. Marquez in the number 5 car, also doing a really good job to maintain position. P4 is Abranosa. After the spin, dropped him down to P4. And Del Torre in the 138 car, also in P5 after the car started on pole and had been as low as 14th place. Bill Check in the 212 in 6th. Ant Brown now in the slip and grip Lexus, with Valenduke in the not Ferrari Porsche in P8. To Horst in the CBSR car, which we are currently watching being attacked by 10th place Eric Neville in the 61 J-Dog Simsport Blue McLaren. Petavene in P12 with Casella in the 666, Johansson in the 42, Dave Jr. in the 74 Honda, Hayes Jr. in the 169 McLaren, followed by Lulu Burfoot in the 990 Lamborghini. Then it is a three-way fight between BMWs with Geyser, Natafas and Verhoeven in their respective BMWs 479-16, with 20th place Pankuten in the number 8 McLaren, Rudaya Stewart in the 41 Aston Martin, followed by Hackley in the 24 McLaren, 63 Mercedes in P23 with Muller. And if Chris would like to finish off the table, he is more than welcome.
So I will do, but whilst you were going through the table, Eric Neville managed to get past Anthony to Horst with a brilliant move. So the rest of the table, where did you get up to? 23rd, obviously.
Well,
so 24th, Ike Chews in the Audi. That's just changed. That's 24th, sorry. 25th, Valentin Corkin in the McLaren. 26th, my good friend Baz Van Mellis in the AMR Vantage. 27th, Team 101 with Gabo Hajas at the wheel at the moment in the Audi. 28th, Martin Patter in the McLaren 720. 29th, John Doe Germany in the Porsche 991. In 30th, Oswin Wilson in the Bentley Continental. I think that's the only Bentley in the grid, isn't it? Or Boatley, as it's affectionately known.
The Boatley.
In
Absolutely.
31st, we have Steve Allen in the AMR Vantage. 32nd, Tom Curtin in the AMR Vantage. And in 33rd and final position at the moment, Gel Kiln Velderman in the BMW.
That's still quite a lot of cars, considering we've been almost 4.5 hours, so 3.5 hours in. Only to lose 3 cars is actually quite a good achievement by these drivers to do. The standards have been to which that they've kept going, and they are challenging each other in a fairly comprehensive manner, as we are now watching Sim Racing Holland chase down CBSR's car. We're just watching, as we're watching this, we obviously watching the timer also tick down. We can also see that the weather is going to change again. We're going to have a drying track within the next half an hour.
Woohoo.
You say woohoo, but this is going to trigger a massive change in standings, because all of a sudden the pit timers are going to be very, very. It's going to be different, isn't it? Because all of a sudden they're going to be trying to arrange themselves in a manner at which, like, they can stop with the mindset of I can possibly switch to a dry tyre.
Well, there'll be some teams that are going to be on that limit where they do need to stop, regardless. So they've got to make that decision early. And is it going to be the right one? It's certainly going to be a gamble.
It is, and that's the key thing. You know, it's going to be very, very careful. You got to be very, very careful as to how you go about it, because if you jump the gun and go for dries too early and spin and crash, then obviously last thing you want to be doing. However, if you get it right and can maintain that gap, as soon as the track dries and if it doesn't rain again, you're immediately on for a position where you could, you know, take 5 or 6 positions. So as we're watching a little bit of contact between the two there, a little bit of a bump to let to Horst know that Petter is just behind. Stefan is saying that he's going to choose wrong again for sure. Well, if you're not in the car next, Stefan, you're always welcome to come in. The 720 is around at the start-finish line, so we'll see what's going on there in a second. Actually, we're about to pass him now. He's not got going again just yet. No, he's jumped back to the pit lane. So Corkin in the 720 car has come into the pit lane. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We've got Hayes in the 101 car coming in for his stop. So they're definitely out of sequence. So we've got Petter Venner still chasing down, 4 hours 36 minutes to go. We've got Jack Alexander almost on at a century of laps. Gambarini not far behind with Marquez. Abranosa has been lapped. So Abranosa is now a lap down. So all the way down to P4 is now a lap down, which actually means that Jack Alexander can do a stop and still come out in front of on the podium, which is quite an achievement considering how quick he's been driving.
Still up front, isn't he?
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody's going to catch that team today.
But you've got to remember the changing weather will mean a very different strategy again.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter goes down the inside of Anthony, isn't it?
And that is a good move. It's the switch around the outside as the internet lags a little bit, so it makes it look a little bit odd, but it looked good from my perspective as he goes now up the hill towards the chicane. He's going to have to defend from the BMW. The BMW is going to look down the inside. He's not. He's going to think better of it. And there's contact. Oh dear, not again. Oh dear. No. Hold. Oh. Little bit cheeky from the number 12 there. I think he needed to hold that just a little bit longer, but that is absolutely okay. I mean, no contact, so no harm, no foul, I suppose. But that is not ideal for CBSR or Team Sim Racing Holland. That is not what they needed to see. So Yannick Valenduk now challenging Anthony Browns. The Ferrari Porsche hybrid is still racing hard with the slipping grip Lexus. You can see the bright green, like limey colour, day glow yellow probably is the correct term, just in front of that Ferrari Porsche thing. I still refuse to give it a proper name because it confuses me. But we do have the return of the one, the only, the legendary Stefan from Team 101.
Big legend.
Big legend. How you doing, buddy?
It's hard to get the pulse down. It's really intense in the wet.
It has
And
been. It's been very intense.
And I'm not even racing right now. I'm just looking.
Obviously, it's been a interesting battle for your team, for a fair few teams, and obviously, fighting not just the weather but each other. Just how's the team faring?
It's all right. We had a few spins, but I think everybody almost had that in the last couple of hours. And trying to figure out the strategy now, because we had to go the full stint now, but we can see the track is gonna dry. So are we gambling or not? Or so, yeah, a lot of thought going through, and we don't have big brains, so it's a bit hard.
I think you need to fuel up on some oval cheese-based bread snack.
Yeah, I agree. Still waiting.
Not biting.
Yeah.
No, clearly
It's
not
not
biting because you haven't got one.
I do, but I need one more. It's a long race. But I think a lot of team has to take some strategical decisions in these minutes.
Absolutely. Well, obviously we've got a fair while to go. It's still 4.5 hours to go. Obviously we've got some information that drivers fallen ill as well, so I hope they feel better soon. Obviously, we can't do much about that. Obviously, that last thing you need as well. Obviously, I'm sure. Have you ever had that situation where you've sort of woken up and you've been ill just before your race?
Well, tired at most. I think Oliver drove a race where he had to have a bucket beside him, to put it nicely.
I can imagine that's not really a thing you want to be doing, but
nah. Luckily, it was a sprint race, so
yeah. Sprint race in two phrases.
Yeah.
sprint to the finish and then sprint to the toilet. But
yeah, basically.
Obviously, it's been an interesting race, definitely for yourself. With the well, we thought we were going to get 720 spins, so you thoroughly underwhelmed us.
Maybe it was my head spinning the last 360. I don't know.
I think you're over exaggerating. That's what it was.
No, I would never do that, Chris.
A bit like this Pizzagate that's been going on for 2 years.
Pizzagate.
That's the reason for the hype there. There's a reason.
But obviously, yeah, it's been impressive to watch the. I'm assuming you've been watching the stream.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Chris will eventually try and get somebody to give an opinion on something that maybe they shouldn't just yet. But in fact, there you go. Confirmation now that the dry weather is going to last only 20 minutes.
Yep. So I'm gonna need to jump back in the strategic mindset now. With
absolutely.
Oliver.
We'll let you jump back.
Cheers.
Obviously, don't forget to type #Pizzagate in the chat.
Let's get it started.
And yeah, best of luck.
Cheers. Talk to you.
That's it. So we've got a long way to go, and we've got a fair few members that are still racing hard. We've got Valenduc still trying to fight as hard as he can with Anthony Brown in the slip and grip Lexus. It seems to have some really impressive impressive speed in the wet, as Chris confirms Pizzagate is a real thing.
Get it trending.
Get it trending, indeed. Imagine if we got that trending on Twitter. That would be absolutely hilarious if we got Pizzagate trending. So we've still got a lot of drivers out on the track. I don't think we've lost very many in this race. I think at most maybe 3 or 4 drivers from the session. Obviously some with connection issues, some with technical issues, and I believe one also was just a flat out retirement. Jack Alexander is about to start a centenary of laps. He is now on lap 99. Well, what looks to be probably over 200 laps. I do believe, Chris, you meant. Oh, sorry.
So if Rob Jackson is in the chat and listening to the stream, firstly, thank you very much. I know you were listening last week. Are we doing the same thing? Most laps led, you'll do a donation for, because this is going to cost you a fortune.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you, how much was it per lap?
It was £1 per lap.
Well, this could be looking like 170, 180 pound there, because it was, for the most part, they weren't leading, and then all of a sudden it's been a domination.
In all fairness, in the 12-hour race last week, which is obviously longer because I can do maths, as Jack comes into the pit, so Rob probably won't be listening because he's probably going to take over the car. They led for 224 laps and made good on their promise and did that donation, which was fantastic.
That is an absolutely impressive amount to donate, and fair play to them, and absolutely mad respect to both of them for the job they did in that race, and now in this race as well. You know, this is only round 2 of a 6-round championship, so if they keep this up, this could actually be potential for a championship winning run. As that's Dave Jr. backwards. No, Dave! I'm going to take a quick break just to nip to the toilet, because we've been going for 3.5 hours and I have drank too many fluids. So I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, we've just seen Dave Jr. Backwards again. I will try and find a replay of that shortly. I'll have to wait until Adam's back, but there's another car stranded here as well. So that's the 77 car that we've seen a few times spinning round in different drivers' hands. This time Salvatore Schiacci has had an incident as well. As Jack Alexander continues with his stint. So he's been in the pits, changed tyres, completed the mandatory driver stint time requirement, and has now come back out of the pits, still in the lead. Another car that's just that is in the pits is Yannick Valenduk in the Ferrari Porsche Ferrari, however you want to call it. Vanya comes into the pits, possibly to change drivers to possibly John Betton. As I look down the list to see where there's some close battles, here we go. So the McLaren of Million de Klerk, trying, and very busy track there, manages to get down the round the outside of car 63, which is the Team Hot Air Balloon car of Mercedes. Really good move, despite all the other cars that were around him at the time. We have a drive-through for Ike Choose.
Like a phoenix from the ashes, I return once more.
Hello. I try keeping them entertained.
I could hear.
I think they fell asleep.
Right, we are back with 4 hours and 23 minutes to go. We've got a small gaggle of cars here. That's the 420 car of Downforce Esports Team 8. There we go. In fact, there it is in the traditional BMW livery. I think it is behind an Aston Martin somewhere on circuit. In fact, there goes. That is the 333 Abranosa car going through. We've got, obviously, I'm assuming Chris is now going to go find this replay of Dave's spin. We've got a drive-through penalty for the 222 Audi. In fact, that's the Audi that is on your screen currently. That is Schroeder in the car with Abranosa just behind him, as Abranosa goes a bit brave and uses the AstroTurf runoff there, which I would be thoroughly avoiding in the wet. Obviously, the cars are going to be different, and as Abranosa comes in, I'm assuming there'll be some discussion made there as to the best tyres for this current situation. I would personally stick on a set of wets as well. I think Chris would probably say the same, as he's still a little bit busy right now.
I would agree with you. Stick with some wets.
Well, absolutely, and as ever, to see some good sportsmanship in the chat. I've just seen somebody ping one of the cars and say what a good pass that was from them for the position. So you can see that there's a lot of camaraderie within this community, as Jack Alexander is behind the wheel once more. He is going to keep racing forward into the evening, as we are now currently at 5:15 UK time. We are at 3:46 PM as well in the race, so we're an hour behind us. But obviously in Germany you'd be an hour ahead, so it's very confusing. So 3-hour time difference between us all, but you can see that the lights are always on. So I do believe this is a standard in all endurance racing, but you should actually always have side lights on at the very minimum in every endurance race if your car has them. So a little bit of fun fact for you there. All endurance racing, you have to have at least the minimum of a side light active. This is obviously, I think, purely for safety reasons, obviously being able to see a car coming. We've got a lot of Joe just coming out saying they've gone out on dries. Now, in my opinion, that is probably not the right call. I'm assuming that is Joe of the 61 McLaren. That is very brave. It's again, obviously, as a commentator, you're not really meant to be giving advice to teams, but the track isn't dry enough for full dries. It will dry out, but it's going to quickly get wet again, and that's the thing. It's still wet on circuit. You can still see the spray coming off, so those tyres will be manageable, because as you can see here, Jack Alexander demonstrating exactly what you do. You find the wet section of the track and you go for it to keep those tyres cool. So it's going to be a sort of situation where you're going to be struggling. Oh no! Stop go 30 seconds for Ant Brown in the Lexus. So we'll see where the dries go. Obviously, there's a long way to go yet before this race is out. We'll see how it all shapes up. But Ant Brown with a stop go 30 seconds for the speeding infringement. So that's going to put Sim Slip and Grip car further down. It's going to slip down the order. Sorry for the awful pun, but someone had to do it eventually. As we have a long way to go in this race, 4 hours 20 minutes remaining. So a long way to go, and everybody trying to do the best they can. Hoping that we do get another person into the comments box later. Obviously, Chris and I are doing the best we can with the information we have with the cars we've got in front of us. Obviously, this is Chris's first time doing an endurance stream. I believe he's got previous success with the shorter races, but this is the first time him and I have raced or commentated over 8 hours together. So we've got the replay here of Dave Jr. earlier on, but just before I left for my toilet break, and it's oh dear, it's a bit of a rushed manoeuvre around behind the back of an Aston Martin, and around he goes. There's the Team 101 car coming to shot because they always need to be in the spotlight, and he comes back on the circuit with no doubt. It doesn't look like any damage, just a bruised ego. So Alex McGee now in the car with the stop go 30 seconds, so we'll find out who sped later on in the lap. Obviously, a polite reminder to those that are watching, if you want to, like, subscribe, share the stream, get as many people as we can in here. We're also trying to raise donations for Ukraine in the form of Save the Children. Obviously, the QR code in the left is the best way to donate. I'm sure there's a link somewhere that can always be posted if absolutely necessary if you can't use that QR code. But even donating a small amount will do a massive difference for the charity. I do believe. I'm not sure if we've got Chris again, but if we do, obviously he's doing an amazing job.
I'm here.
And again, obviously, show him as much love as we can, because he is doing a great job with the tools he's got. I mean, he's had to come away from home with a dodgy microphone and dodgy headset to try and do the best he can with the stream, and I've got to say he's done a brilliant job so far.
I've got no money, Adam. I can't pay you.
Who said I ever wanted paying?
I'll pay you with compliments. You're doing a fantastic job yourself, Adam. Even though in the chat apparently you guys suck. I'm not sure who's Andy E92 is referring to. But thanks very much for your feedback.
I have no idea. I haven't seen that. Which chat's this?
In the chat of YouTube.
I cannot see it, so it doesn't exist. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm a learning commentator. You've got to, I think a lot of people have got to remember that this is a community. This isn't, you know, I'm not being paid to do it. Neither of us are paid to be here, and you know, we're doing the best we can with the tools we've got and the facilities we've got. And obviously, those that, and I will always say this to anybody that has a feeling that they need to say something that is, you know, not harmful, but, you know, insulting to somebody, is that if you can't jump on and do a better job yourself, don't say anything.
Well said, my friend.
So we have a long way to go, and obviously it'll only get better over time. Both Chris and I I've been doing commentary for just over a year now, which is, in terms of commentary, a short amount of time.
Myself, I'm relatively young at it.
I was going to say, yeah, the first time I did a proper one was with yourself, actually, at the Spa 24. Ironically, for the same series prior to this, obviously the Endurance series, when we had a large grid and a great stream. You know, we had a great community, and we still do. And it's always great to see people coming back and returning. You know, 36 cars on an endurance grid is always good to look at, no matter where you're going, no matter what part of the world you're in. 36 cars is still a lot of cars, and a lot of people taking some time out of their weekend to come and enjoy a little bit of a sim race. Dave Jr. currently piloting the number 74 Honda Simsport Racing International car with the EMA logo blasted on the side there. Lovely looking livery, unmistakable within the community. So we're 4 hours 15 minutes in. Jack Alexander 105 laps. Mead has actually taken the lead taken the position from the 77 McLaren. McLaren is now only 3.5 seconds back in front of Leslie in the 138 BMW. Milan Duma making his way up to P5. Abranosa in P6. To Horst has, after the incident, picked his way back up to 7th. Neubauer in 8th with Vayner in 9th. Dave Jr. 10th. So that's actually a really good job by both To Horst and Dave Jr. to get themselves back into the top 10 after what was effectively, in real terms, a race over.
I'll go with yes. What was the question?
I was saying how the incidents for the 69 and the 74 would have been race over in real life.
Oh yes, absolutely. It was an unfortunate incident with the CBSR team. Sustained a lot of damage and then struggled to get into the pit lane, if I recall. I've got a short-term memory problem, Bob.
Well, that is unfortunate, but obviously, you know, it's very interesting to see. You know, a great thing about this sort of racing is that you can have people starting to do stops, and in fact, the rain has changed again. It's now half an hour till it rains again. The track is fully dry, which is quite shocking to see.
Well, the track temperature is actually 32 degrees in the rain. It's quite warm track, really, considering.
It absolutely is, but the weather has been mixed conditions. There's 33 cars out on the track. It's going to get warm very quickly. So it is, obviously, it's going to be difficult for each driver to get their way through what is going to be a long race for them. So we've got a long way to go yet. We're going to try and get some more drivers in to have a chat with them. We'll have a quick ping, see who wants to come in. If Mike wants to come in and have a chat with us, or Nelson wants to come in after his stint, don't be afraid to drop us a line. Obviously, anybody who is racing is always welcome. Aaron, simple answer is there was an incident, and yeah, somehow managed to have a head-on collision with a green BMW. Wasn't their fault, but yeah, there was a bit of an incident, and we'll leave it at that. Stewards are probably looking, and will determine what was going on with that one later in the race. So we've still got Letzi is now up into P3, so the 138 has now made its way back up into P3. It's still, I'm assuming, a few laps down, or at least a lap down from our race leader Jack Alexander in the 715. We've got BMW 1 through 3 again, with Milan Duma in P5 and Tehorst in P7. So almost all of our top 10 is occupied by German vehicles, or German powered vehicles. Obviously the Aston Martins are actually normally powered by a Mercedes drivetrain when they are in the GT spec, because it is just easier sometimes to buy a engine than to develop one yourself. Obviously ProDrive also do help with the development of said engines.
You always come with such wise and knowledgeable information.
It's working in the motorsport industry. You learn a lot, and the thing is, it's like these sort of things are important to a lot of people. I think, obviously we're watching now, everybody that is here has the adrenaline and the rush for sim racing. You've got families here who want to talk, who are racing together. You've got you've got friends that have been made. You've got a proper bond being built between people, all because they are all after the same thing, the thrill of speed. And to build a community like that, you look at some communities that are built off of a friendship, like when I first got into sim racing with the VRCC, Toby Owen brought a load of obviously drivers together who had lost their drive racing due to coronavirus, and 2.5 years down the line, we're here now with the SSRi. We've done multiple competitive series. I've been lucky enough to commentate with some amazing people, commentate over some amazing races, and again, this is no different, as we've still got a lot of battling going on, as Petervena is now going to have to defend from the Honda of Dave Jr. Dave Jr. is going to look around the outside. It's going to be a brave move to pull off there. He's going to look for a switchback now. He's going to get the acceleration out of the corner. Is he going to be able to get the Aston Martin on the brakes? He dives down the inside through the puddle there, gets it stopped, rotated, and through. That's an amazing move there by Dave Jr. to force his way through past Petervena there. Next car on the road is O'Brien in the J-Dog 61 car. The track is still currently greasy, but dry enough that these cars are probably on dry tyres. Very few will be still out there on wet tyres, and I think they're going to just do an early stop in order to attain that extra pace that's obviously everybody's looking for at this stage. Stefan is complaining that P1 is taking their water, so I'm sure that there'll be some
He's
lovely...
obsessed with food, that man, isn't he? Because he's actually put staking our water.
Staking our water as well, yeah. It's almost like he's deliberately making puns about food. But we can see Jack Alexander here, yeah. In fact, 101 car is right behind them, so they're going to have some fun times with each other. I'm sure obviously they won't race each other too hard, they know
Sorry,
that.
I switched back to this because the gap reduced to 0.1 of a
Oh, that's
second.
absolutely. That's absolutely okay. We can see these two are now fighting. So that is O'Brien and Vaynir fighting each other. Aston Martin versus McLaren as we come through the chicane now. Obviously, the endurance layout of the chicane. The GP version, I believe, takes the tighter layout, which is a lot more difficult than it looks sometimes, especially when you're trying to stop a very powerful car with very bad brakes. So we're waiting for the first few specks of rain to drop again, and we're going to see just how much that affects somebody. That is a little bit wide from Vaynir, and O'Brien's going to go through. The next car is not racing him. That is a BMW behind him, and the next car behind is Alex McGee's Lexus. So we're looking for the Dayglow yellow Lexus at some point in the lap, although he might be a bit further back than he would like.
I suspect Peter's on wet tyres, isn't he? Because he does keep going offline, looking like he's trying to cool the tyres, and then I think they must be really cooked now. Desperate for this rain to arrive.
Absolutely. I think a lot of these guys are going to be struggling with the dry weather, especially if they've gone back out on dry tyres, because all of a sudden the dry tyres just won't the wet tyres won't activate because there's not enough moisture on the track for them to attempt to cool them off. Yeah, Jan is saying moment of silence for the wet tyres and agony. Absolutely, those tyres will be demolished before the rain even arrives. And again, you got to remember that the higher the pressure in the tyre, the more rubber that burns off. So all they're doing is actually ripping apart tyres for the sake of ripping apart tyres. I think that the 61 might have actually got the call right using dry tyres for this section of the race. Obviously, they've got about 8 or 9 sets of brand new dry tyres that just sat there waiting for, you know, the inevitable rain to stop. So our tyre is cooking more than a pizza in Milano. Pizza has been referenced. I do still stand by my wet decision. I think it's going to, in terms of actual time, I think they may have got the call right in the short stint, but unless you're going for a short sprint now, as we've got a replay of the Lexus here, is it just a spin on his own? He gets on the curb, lights at the rear, and I think, yeah, gets on the AstroTurf on what are probably slicks. They look like slicks to me. They are. So going out on slicks on some wet AstroTurf is never a good idea, and that's what will happen. We've got a yellow flag. It's the 74 car. That's David Jr. I'm not sure what the yellow flag is for. He's in the pit lane. So has he had some damage and now having to stop in the pit lane?
I shall go away and find out, shall I?
I think it would be a good idea.
Who would you like to watch in the meantime? Pick a car, any car. Don't tell me which one you pick.
We'll stick with this battle for now. We can see O'Brien just doing his thing. We're waiting for the rain to fall. Obviously, everybody is now slowly thinking about the switch to wets. Obviously, they'll know that it's going to stay dry at least for the next 10 minutes, or however long it takes for the rain to start falling. As soon as it does, see, chaos probably will ensue. Again, for those that have been with us for the entire stream so far, thank you very much. We're almost halfway through now. Give yourself a pat on the back, a round of applause, maybe some pizza. That is really tempting tonight. I think I might end up on some pizza tonight. But I know Stefan I will not send pizza before you even think about typing. We've got 4 hours, just over 4 hours to go. We've got a lot of cars still on the circuit. You can see 86 has dropped to the pits. That would be the
was Oswin Wilson in the 86, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the Bentley, isn't it? It's Oswald Wilson in the Bentley. So that will be, I'm assuming, their pit stop.
Right, replay coming up, and this is really peculiar, but I think this is a connection issue.
Yeah. So alongside and oh, hello.
Like I said, that's really peculiar, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like possible. He was going into the pits anyway. But obviously, yeah, a slight lag issue there, I think, for the Honda, as Sam has now got into the car. So I wonder if Dave would like to come up for a chat. Should we give him a ping and see?
You can try him.
We can always give it a go. Oh, that's Mr. Hedges. We don't want Mr. Hedges. That's the wrong one. It'd be a bit unfortunate if we were to ping Dave Hedges, wouldn't it? Not even about.
I don't know. He's online somewhere, so you know he's always more than welcome to come and join us.
Absolutely, I think we should invest. I think we should have an investment market in just pizza brands in the SSRi community.
SSRi pizza.
Imagine. It's SSRi pizza. There we go. The 101 special will be
oh yeah,
burnt on the edges.
Well, the 101 special, according to them, would be 720 degrees.
Yeah, 720 degrees of pizza, but in reality it's just normal round pizza.
Yes.
Here we go, yeah, the rain is now falling. Got hallelujahs in the chat from the drivers that did start this current stint on the wets. Mike Abranos, the rain is here, hallelujah, from Stefan. SSRI pizza, yep, absolutely.
No, no, read it properly, sorry, Adam. SSRIP pizza.
Oh. Yeah, actually, for those in the chat, if you've got a team in the competition, you know, name the team and then tell us what would be on the pizza for your team. What pizza would represent your team best? Obviously, myself, I think, really plain and simple, meat feast. Got to go with the meat feast.
I like a good pepperoni with some peppers and ham. No, not ham, bacon.
Ooh, bacon's always a good shout. See, if we were describing something like if we were describing the Lotus, probably something with like anchovies, just nobody wants to touch it. In fact, that's a good question. Do you actually know anybody that likes fish on their pizza?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that question then, Adam.
I was asking if you know anybody that likes anchovies on their pizza.
Well, no, I don't. But I think
I can't see the appeal.
It is the old-time debate. Why does pineapple belong on a pizza?
It's just, I don't know. I'm not against it. I wouldn't go out of my way to have it. I'm not against it.
So
Again,
wrong.
you've got to think there's much worse things on a pizza than just pineapple. And Stefan wants you on his pizza, so.
Or pepperoni.
Or pepperoni.
I know which one he's getting.
We'll disregard that. Neither.
Correct. He's pizzaless.
He is pizzaless indeed. Oh dear. So reading the chat now. Oh dear. Sausage and pepperoni pizza. Oh. So I was having a look there. So the stop and go 30 seconds for the 38 car was Ant Brown unmuting himself on Discord and accidentally triggered his his pit speed limiter.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So it is really unfortunate for him, but you know, that is sometimes the joy of sim racing when you hit the wrong button. I've definitely had moments like that as well. Obviously, we've got a little bit of internet lag there, but again, we all know who to blame. I don't need to say anything.
What am I being blamed for now?
I mean, if the cap fits, but yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of racing still to go. We've got a long way. There is Alex McGee. He has served that stop and go 30, so they are now down in 11th place, which isn't too bad considering it's another stop and go for a team that, you know, really couldn't be doing with one right at this moment. Kevin Cameron coming on with double Dutch Gouda and Rockwurst pizza.
Actually sounds quite nice.
That does, doesn't it?
I've no idea what that's even saying.
I have no idea.
Multi 21. Perhaps you can explain that one.
Oh, I've done it before, Yannick. I've done it before. I've gone to hit a button and accidentally killed the car. Jua. What is that? That's actually something I've never heard of before.
You have to excuse our ignorance, Multi 21.
Yeah, we are incredibly British, and anything that's remotely different to us, we get scared of. We'll have a quick Google of it while we're watching Alex McGee and the 666 have a close battle here. That is Biello in the car behind. It's like a spicy sausage made into a paste. You know what? That would, yeah, I can see how that might be quite nice. Oh god, I feel sorry for Steve, who's going to end up watching this back and thinking, what the hell are they on about?
I'm pretty sure he'd be alright. I don't think he's going to watch it back.
Well, let's hope not. He's a bloody northerner.
Oh, not another one.
You've got a friend.
I think Multi 21's more northern than me, if I remember rightly. Reveal your correct name and location-ish.
Oh dear. Well, we're currently sat with a decent amount of people watching the stream. You know, if everybody just likes it, then we are going to be, you know, it puts us on a better page for more people to come and involve themselves in this community. Obviously, share it to those that aren't already part of the community. Maybe see if they're interested in this sort of thing, and you know, hopefully that they will, you know, build it and they will come. And obviously, we're doing the best we can to provide you as much entertainment, as much enjoyability as we've actually watched Alex McGee be overtaken by the 666 now. So the next car is Sem Spenklink behind him in the 74 Honda. These guys are actually only fighting over 11th place. They're actually quite a margin down from O'Brien in the 61. So the 61 actually did do a very good job. In fact, 68 seconds down, sorry, from O'Brien in the 61 car. So it's quite a chunk. We have got 3 hours 54 minutes remaining, so we've done halfway, and we are currently obviously on the topic of watching racing as well as discussing pizza. Obviously, gotta love a Domino's pizza every now and again. 2 for Tuesdays in the UK, probably the best invention from them since sliced bread. Team 101 will take your pizza order now. So.
I believe there's some racing going on somewhere.
There is some racing going on somewhere, and in fact, we are watching. It's Alex McGee in the 38 Silicon Grip car in that day glow yellow. I quite like that colour.
It is a nice colour. It suits the Lexus as well with its. It's like front. I'm trying to describe it. It looks like a cooling tower, doesn't it? The black bit.
It does a bit, doesn't it? And so this car was raced for quite a few seasons in the IMSA GT series. In fact, I forget her name, but one of the pioneer female racers was racing it for a while, and they had what was to me one of the best liveries I've ever seen. In fact, I'll try and find it now. I'm gonna post that into the chat now. There we go. But to me, that is one of the nicest liveries I've seen, and it sort of reminds me of that one.
Yeah, Spenklin is right behind.
Oh wow, he's caught up in a flash, hasn't he?
Yeah, that gap soon disappeared.
So we've now got Sam Spenklin on the back of Alex McGee. He's gonna go down the inside of Alex. Gonna try and get this job done before the exit of the Mercedes. Oh, there's almost a little bit of contact there, but they do get through cleanly, and it is P12 now for Sem and P13 for Alex McGee. The next car behind them is Urgard in the 42 Aston Martin, 21 seconds back, and 13 seconds back from him is the man that started the 169 car, Hackler. Ooh, that's actually a good opinion. Does calzone actually count as a pizza?
Yes, it does. All it is a folded pizza.
It is a folded pizza, I agree. We got a battle here between the 73 and the 420 as 420 goes off, holds it. Incredibly close fight there between the two drivers there as Vervat goes through past Velderman. So Velderman now down to 32nd, Van Horn in 33rd in the number 18 Aston Martin. Still going around the track and still going strong, which is always good to see. Not everybody nobody wants to be last, but if you carry on, then you're setting a good example for people, to race and continue racing and have that belief that something may happen and you have a chance. But equally, if I was to race and be last, I think you got to remember that this is not just a championship, but it's also a charity event, and these guys are doing this for a mixture of reasons. Obviously, the rain is now going to get heavier again, so we're going to see some interesting occurrings. But obviously, the charity event is a small portion of it. Obviously, I say a small portion; it's a major portion as well. We did last year. We did a event. The 24 hours at the end of the year, and we raised a significant amount of money. And again, you don't expect to raise that amount, and nobody expects anything except for to do the best they can. And if you can donate, then absolutely do. If you can't, then maybe share it to somebody that might be interested in donating or helping out the charity. Save the Children are a brilliant cause, and they are absolutely essential, especially in this current climate, with all those kids that are going to be going homeless, going without shelter, without food. This charity is going to allow them to have that little bit more of normality in what currently is probably one of the worst atrocities we'll ever see in our lifetime.
You do come out with some beautiful words, Adam.
Yeah, I've always been told that I could be a politician. But obviously we are here to also do some motor racing, and as we are watching now, Sem Spenklink on the back of Biello. The next car on the road will be O'Brien. In fact, they've actually closed the gap by quite a significant margin here. So O'Brien, I think, is on a set of dry tyres in this weather. I'm assuming that somebody can confirm that he is still on the dry tyres. I know that J-Dog was somewhere around when we were talking about it. So if he wants to come back onto the chat and just confirm that we are looking at a car on dry tyres. Some interesting debate in our chats about people's illnesses, which is definitely not something you want to see, but obviously we've got a few drivers with illnesses. It does happen, you know, even the highest level of motorsport, it can happen. So you've got to be very, very cautious and obviously stay safe where you can. Try to avoid getting ill. It's definitely something that I don't endorse. No, it's difficult. I tried to race once with just after my COVID jab, and there was just no concentration. I wasn't ill, just more headache and obviously nausea from the jab, as you get. You know, it's a jab, but yeah, definitely not worth trying to race after your COVID jab, especially with your arm being so numb. So we are 3 hours 47 minutes away from finishing this race. We've got a significant margin still between Jack Alexander and Leslie in P2. In fact, they've managed that 138 car, after having has been the most topsy-turvy race I've seen in a while, has made its way back up to what is now P2. Doing a great job there at maintaining the gap they need to maintain in order to try and push their way to the finish line. Maybe even make another position. I can't see it happening, but you know, there's still a long way to go in this race.
I've actually got a choice of battles, and it's really nice to see it. So you know, halfway through the race. So I've opted for this one with Conceptor and Peter O'Brien.
Absolutely, you can see that these two aren't now fighting hard for what will be 9th place. So they're still fighting well within the points. I'm not sure where the points scored to. I'm sure that you could give me some insight on that.
It's a good question. I'm glad you've asked it. I'll get back to you next week.
We've got a stop go 30 seconds for Lulu as well, which is really unfortunate.
I think everybody scores points, if I remember rightly. We get to a certain point where everybody gets a point. Basically just for turning up.
Well, that's the very least you can do, isn't it? At least you're getting a point on the board. Any point is a good point.
It's true. And obviously they get free pizza off the 101 team. If the 101 team finish in the top 10, they will buy everyone pizza. Official.
Is this confirmed? Can we confirm this?
I can confirm it, yeah. Whether anybody from their team wants to confirm, that's a completely different matter.
So that's going to be interesting. Well, we've got a while to go yet. It's looking like Alexander is going to be the car to beat. We've got 120 laps on the board from them. 2 laps down now to P2. So they are in firm control here. Somebody's going to be getting the blue shell out eventually. His concept is now under attack. He's going to leave the room. He's left the room for him.
He's another one of our stewards, so he will do.
Absolutely.
Didn't manage to get past though.
He's going to defend, and so it's going to be another lap where O'Brien is going to be stuck behind, or is it? Because he's going to look around the outside. He's going to try the switchback move that we've seen work so many times now for various cars. In fact, there you go. He's immediately back on the back of the CBSR car. He's not going to try the switchback. In fact, he's not done enough to get through there.
And I think these two guys may be getting blue flags because Is that James Mead behind them in third?
I can't tell. What car is that? It's difficult to tell with the numbers on the side of the car. It is, so it's third place. He's not being chased too hard at the moment. Milan Duma's 23 seconds back. But these guys have got to remember they've got blue flag. So, as long as they don't impede too much, they can race. They've just got to be very careful about how they do it.
This must be frustrating for James. In fact, it is, because he's going around the outside, flashing his lights, but I don't think they'll be able to see him at the side of him. Does manage to get past, and no positions were lost, fortunately.
Absolutely, that's a really good job there. And again, a good example of what good racing is, because he's managed to make it through without causing an incident and still been aggressive enough to get through.
Kuhn under pressure again here.
So he's back under pressure once again. Cohen Scepter is going to be attacked by O'Brien. O'Brien is still trying to find his way around the CBS Art BMW. Is very close in the front here. RIP 101 can confirm if they get a top 10, it will be pizza.
For everyone, Stefan. Mark Neutsling's been away for a bit and still raining. It's been on and off, Mark. It's been a very eventful weather session, and you've missed all the discussion and strategies about what pizza to have. As the 101 is getting involved in the battle at the front here. It's James Mead going past him. Who must be in that car at the moment? Is Oliver in that car at this moment?
I'm not sure.
Yes, he is.
You'd have to drop down. He is. So it's Oliver Anderson in the car. So we'll have to get him in after his stint so we can say hello. Good lads, I'm starving. You and me both, buddy. It's gonna be a nice meal after this race is over for me. So I'm assuming Chris has got to pack himself up and then vacate premises.
I'll probably do that tomorrow.
A margarita, really? It's a bit basic, isn't it, Mark?
I'm shocked. No discussion. Oof.
De Geyser is currently only 7/10 back from Urgard, so we've got those three BMWs have been sat together for a while. In fact, Pixley that'll be the Wild Things car, number 4 car, and the Shake car as well. Also, all within like their respective positions. So I'm pretty sure those guys haven't changed at all in this race. I think they've just sat there and enjoyed themselves. O'Brien's still trying to find a way through. In fact, he's now lost time because of the traffic. He's now been pushed out wide and offline. It's going to be difficult for him to make his way through. But that's an Aston Martin behind. It's not for position, so none of those cars behind him are actually for position. He's just a humble person, according to his comment, which understandable. Oliver Anderson gets himself out of the way as quickly as possible to allow as many cars as he can through. So he's done a very good job there to get himself clear. And we still have O'Brien chasing down Cohen Scepter, Jack Alexander in the lead, Letzi in second, Mead third, Milan Duma fourth, Abranosa fifth, Naibauer sixth, Sakara seventh, Cohen Scepter, who is being chased by Peter O'Brien in 8th and 9th respectively, Seb Spenglik in P10, John Baton 11th, Biello 12th, McGee 13th, Hackler 14th, Urgard 15th, Geyser in 16th, Pixley, Van Schalk, McKessie, De Klerk, Van Duyken, Crawford and Schneider are our top 23. Oh, that's a car off. That is the 420, I believe. And in fact, it's followed off by the other BMW as well. So we're currently watching the 222 here. He is 14 seconds back from the 63 car. Doing a good job to keep himself on the track. We've got another increase in the rain for a brief moment.
So anyway, picked the rain tyres. Wise decision.
Absolutely. It's very much a gamble, and that's a lot of motorsport is about gambling. So, you know, if you don't take a gamble, and somebody else does, and it pays off, then you feel a little
silly.
Well, a little stupid, really, isn't it? So.
We've seen it many times over the years in the pinnacle of Formula One. In the pinnacle of Formula One, in the pinnacle of motor racing with Formula One.
Absolutely, strategy is key, and sometimes you have to take a gamble. I mean, you look at some of the seasons where.
Sorry, I know there's a lot of people that don't. Sorry, not a lot of people. But some people who don't look like Lewis Hamilton, but the way he won his first championship in 2008. He took a gamble and stayed on the changed tyres.
Yeah.
Whereas Massa didn't bother and was hoping to go to the end of the race, as did Timo Glock, if I remember correctly. And
yeah,
it was Timo that. Lewis managed to get past Timo to take that first championship. And I'll stop waffling.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, Interlagos would be a good track. It's yes, Mark, the leaders are a lap up. Jack and Rob have just been in a class of their own. You know, they jumped on the circuit, and they haven't looked back since. So we've still got just under half to go. We've got 3 hours 36 minutes left. We've still got over 30 cars on the grid, on the track at the very least, with a lot of these now in their sort of later stages. Every driver has so far probably done at least one stint in their respective cars. Some will have done more than one. We've got teams with 2 drivers, teams with 4. I think there's a team with more than 4 drivers, although I can't imagine you would need more than 4. Having a look through the list now. No, most teams are 3 or 2 drivers, with a few in 4 drivers as well, which is an interesting situation, because I think for 8 hours in real life you'd have to have a minimum of 3.
Peter O'Brien there tries to go down the inside.
He's going down the inside, and he's going to have the line, so he's actually going to have the line on Cohen. So Cohen's now going to have to back off a little, because he's going to have to give the position. There was no way he was going to be able to defend that around the outside. So Cohen now drops the position to O'Brien. The Honda's actually caught up by a significant amount. It's actually only 6 seconds back. So Sem is now actually on the back of these two. Obviously, it won't be long before he is challenging for that position again. We've got a lot of rain still coming in for this race. So far we've had maybe 2 short dry stints in which people have been able to race with a relatively quick time. So we have 3 hours 34 minutes left to go. We've still got Cohenceptor being chased now by Sam Spenkelink. He is going to try and close that gap for P9. Obviously these guys are all fighting for a top 10 position, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this ends up over time. Obviously, let's see in P2, as we haven't had any updates from the stewards. I'm not sure if Chris has got any information for us regarding stewards' situations. Absolutely, no worries. So we've got a long way to go.
It's been quite quiet for nearly an hour now. There's no.
I was gonna say it's been quiet for an awful while. We've got to drive through for Schneider.
Must be for track limits.
That would be for track limits, I believe. So there's the Honda now. Obviously, that's one of the oldest cars on the GT grid. I don't think there's actually anybody that uses it to date. I would like to be proven wrong. I think there might be a couple in maybe the American series, but obviously we have a +5 seconds for Letzi, so that will be added by the stewards. So as we've said, the stewards have been quiet. That will be a time penalty for possibly one of the collisions that has happened prior in the race.
Yes. Well, you're going to be impressed with this one, I think. Especially when I show you the lap number.
Is it 69?
No.
Oh no. So we've got a penalty. We have now got one of the first penalties on the board for the 138. Obviously, we've had a that's 8182.
I didn't think we were that far into. Have we really been
I was
here that long?
going to say, well, I'm sure. So it's taken us over 3.5 hours, sorry, 4.5 hours to get to 126 laps. I think there might be a minor bug there.
Sorry, steward team, for teasing you with that. But the 138, we did say that they've had
It
one
looked
and two
like
excursions. As Sem goes off.
Sem
cuts
goes
the
off once
chicane.
again, but cuts the chicane. That'll be a track limit warning, surely. CBSR have come up saying that's too low, but it is what it is. I think it's difficult to judge because you don't want to be completely harsh, but equally I think I would struggle to give anything less than a penalty for some of the incidents, and it's also got to be appealed by some teams. Some teams won't appeal it because they just don't feel that it's needed. You know, they don't really want to appeal it. So it does save the marshal and steward team a job to assess and obviously reprimand those involved. However, sometimes you should report them. I think incidents that are considered serious should be reported, because at the end of the day it's going to make a lot of people's lives difficult, especially if they keep getting away with it. But you know, we're not here to discuss those sort of incidents. We can discuss that after the race. We've still got a motor race going on, and Alex Crawford now in the number 990 Lamborghini, now racing René van Duren. René van Duren, I can't pronounce that name, I do apologise. In the number 41 Aston Martin, the AMR R2R racing car. It's going to be tight as they come down towards turn 1 now. It looks like he's going to have the outside line. He's going to try and hold it on the racing line. He's going to be racing line versus non-racing line. He's going to brake a lot later. He's going to try and hold it around the outside. If he can get the acceleration out, the Lamborghini does the V10, doing as much as it can to get through, and there you go. The V8 is loses out to the V10 powered Lamborghini. I believe it's the same engine as the Audi as well. So both of those cars actually are incredibly quick out the corners because of that extra torque that the car possesses. But if you want a stable and fast car, it's definitely Aston Martin. Well, if you're always welcome to come and have a chat with us, whoever is in charge of the CBSR racing account.
That, I suspect, is Mr. Anthony Terhorst.
I could imagine so. And that's a good point, actually. Yeah, P4 and P5 are both Tier 2 drivers.
They are.
So they are doing an incredible job in representing the Tier 2 system. and absolutely kudos to them.
So somewhere Sem has actually got past Kuhn.
Well, as that happened, I think Cohen might have come into the pit lane actually. I think that might have been Tahorst coming into the pit lane.
No, no, I don't believe
no,
it.
actually, no, Cohen was on track. Yeah, Cohen was on track. So we've missed an overtake or an incident, something.
I'm going punting in a second.
No worries, that is absolutely okay. We have got a long way to go before the end of the race. Still 3.5 hours to go for this race. Obviously, anybody that wants to come in and have a chat with us, then they are welcome. P23, apparently there is a fight going on for it, so there we go. We've got Oliver Anderson here racing with, that is the Porsche 992 of Smith. That is a little bit of contact, I think. Or is that just netcode? It's netcode, so there's still a battle going on there as the Porsche goes around the outside and overtakes Oliver, 27th place. These two fighting pretty close now with the intent of continuing this battle down to the I believe it's called the Schumacher chicane. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check a track map because it's one of the few tracks I don't really commentate on all that often. So we are currently watching Oliver Anderson and Smith battle out for P27. Smith has actually overtaken and left him for dead as such, as he has now gone far away. We actually have a decent gap starting to form. The 992 seems to just have a lot of pace. And so we are now watching, that is a BMW, I'm not sure which BMW that is. I'm sure eventually we'll get a camera shot that is a little bit closer. You can tell us which car's behind. In fact, we can have a look now. It's 212. So 212 is actually further up the grid. I believe it's in the top 10 currently. In fact, I think it's P4. I'm sure we'll find out once. So here we go, Sandervale now in P21. He's being chased by Schneider in the Mercedes AMG. That is a Lexus of Alex McGee ahead of them, so they're not racing him, but they are right behind him. Both of them flashing their headlights, I think, to let Alex know that if he is not going to be quicker, they want to come through. That is into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. 73 Aston Martin now going in after a track limits warning. That's normally what that kind of drive-through is for.
Replay coming off of Kuhn sector.
Held. So we've got Cohen and it's contact. So it's contact that takes him off into the grass, and I'm assuming there is a Honda. So, fights are still raging up and down the grid. We've got a long way to go before the issues are resolved. We are over 4 hours into the race now, and it's been definitely different. Normally I'm used to having a continuous second. Obviously Chris has been doing the best job he can to try and maintain the cameras and talk. Obviously it's not easy. I've definitely tried. I've done it myself, and it's not easy.
I'm struggling to do two things at once all my life.
It's never an easy feat to achieve, and it's even harder when you've got such a large grid like this as well, because you've got so much action all the time, everywhere, and you're trying to find that one spot which is going to be optimal as well. but anybody that is interested in commentating, I would absolutely implore you to have a go at it. Even if you just practice by, commentating over your own races, like watching them back. It's not an impossible skill. It's something that does take time and a little bit of knowledge and bravery, especially when you do stuff live, because all of a sudden you are under a lot more pressure to get the information right, because you can't just go back and edit it in like post-production. You have got to be 100% with your information and be determined what you know what you're on about. Am I right there, Chris?
Yes. What was the question?
I was saying about how live commentary is so much more difficult than doing commentary like post-race as such.
Oh yes, absolutely, because you've got to react straight away to what's actually happening, and that's why sometimes we either go quiet or miss things.
It's very difficult, and again, those that are actually interested in commentary and want to get more involved with things like that, I absolutely implore you to have a go. There are many communities like us that will, if you are interested in something like that, there's no reason why you can't have a go. There's people that are willing to spread their time and knowledge. We've got people like Chris Buxton who are, technically professional within this, well, not even technically, are professional, that are always happy to sit and talk to somebody that will listen and wants to learn. I'm always happy to give as much advice as I can to people, and I'm sure that Chris, when his headphone wants to work, will help as well.
Chris Buxton is a fantastic commentator,
Absolutely, he is amazing, and I know he's not here right now, so can't
other
big up him
commentators
too much.
are available.
Other commentators are available, but I will. In fact, no. Chris deserves the bias. I've worked with Chris and been part of the community that Chris was part of for a long while, and it's been, he's an incredible commentator, and just an incredible personality as well. Always larger than life. Absolutely.
Tim Fulbrook is an absolute diamond as well.
That is a very good point. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've ever had a bad experience in the commentary booth with SSRi. And I'm really glad I can say that. Stefan, well, do you want to come in here and have a 5-minute debate on what pizza's the best? Oh, we've got is that a 10-second penalty or does that stop go? For
Replay
number
coming
69.
up for you.
So that is Alex McGee and the Mercedes in P21, and he is pushed off by the Mercedes. So that is a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Alex. He's going to lose a few positions. That is the traction sponsored McLaren as well that's trying to get its way through. Fails to do so, but does obviously get right up behind him. So is there a double incident, or are we waiting for another?
No, just prolonged it, sorry.
It's all good. Coinceptor has been given a 10-second penalty. I'd like to know what that was for.
I will find out.
I didn't think the 69 had done anything wrong. It is good fun, Yannick, and again, if you're not 100% certain on the car, then at least you can commentate about it. So that is for causing a collision. We've got a couple more collision penalties up on the board now. That is very, very interesting. There we go. The beautiful information screen there. So we've got a 10-second time penalty for car 69 causing a collision with car 12 on lap blank 69. There we go. Was it actually 69, or did you just want to put 69? 95, yeah, I did imagine so. But obviously, we've got a long way to go, so the 10 seconds hopefully won't be too impactful on Cohen's race with the CBSR BMW. We've got De Keyser, Van Schalk, and the other BMWs a bit further down, Reinanen in another BMW. We've got a lot of BMWs still present within this race so far, with another penalty as well for Pedromo. That is a 5-second time penalty. Have a quick spin down and see the report.
I'm going to post it in a second, sir.
Yep. Just have
Coming
a
up.
quick look. Coolio. That is a time penalty for crossing the pit entry line on lap 122. So the last thing you need to be doing is making a small mistake here where it really isn't needed. So we're watching here a battle between the McLaren of Campbell, the 24, with a lot of damage on the front end by the looks of it, chasing Schroeder in the 222 Audi. Coming down into turn 1, heavy on the brakes now as they come through. It looks like he might try a move there. It doesn't. He defends fairly well from the Audi. The Audi is putting up a resolute defense. It does not want to lose a position to that McLaren just yet. So, with 3 hours 16 minutes to go, we've got a lot of rain still coming down. It looks like it's going to be raining again for the next half an hour. We've got a battle here for 22nd place between Campbell and Schroeder. This battle continues to rage on for another lap here as the McLaren still looks for a way past the Audi.
I just realised Stefan's called me out in chat. But I've no idea what for.
I was saying about debating about pizza.
What
And
was the
these
best
days.
pizza to have?
I said to it, and I think assistant along the lines of come in here and like have a debate with us about pizza. He's like, come to our comms chat, and we're like, that'd be great. However, the stream would die, and then we'd get in trouble.
Yes. Think things through, Stefan.
I wouldn't get in trouble.
No. It'd be me. Hold on.
Indeed.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that. Absolutely not. We're here till the end, and then afterwards. Oh no! All of us getting attacked by a wasp in the cockpit. That is the last thing you need.
Hold on.
Oh dear.
Let's go to cockpit view and see if that's true. Because we know that that Stefan does exaggerate.
I think he's just trying not to aggravate a wasp right now, so he's driving as smooth as he physically can. Which I can absolutely attest to. I hate the creatures.
But there's no wasp in that cockpit there, is there?
Oh dear. I mean, you're not wrong, there is no wasp.
I think this is the closest battle on track at the moment.
It is indeed. We've got a few more penalties coming out now. We've got one more now for Ergaard. I'm sure that the wonderful Chris Hill will go find the information regarding that penalty very soon.
On it like a carb on it.
Indeed you are. So we have got a significant chunk of the race to go. We're over halfway, which is always a good sign. We've got Alex McGee in the 38 there, just and chilling up in 13th. Behind him are the two penalties. One for the 666, which we've already seen, and 42 has one as well. It was Oliver's idea though, I'm just the messenger. I mean, absolutely. You're just the messenger, and you know, we're just relaying information as we see it.
There you go, that reads a bit better now, doesn't it? Makes more sense.
Absolutely. So 10-second time penalty for car 42 causing collision with car 69 on lap 125. So another penalty for collisions in this race. It's not been a bad race in terms of collisions, and those that have happened have definitely been penalised.
So if we just praise the stewards again, that's been reported. The incident happened on lap 25. It's been reported and been investigated. We're on lap 132. That's 7 laps.
That is a very, very good job by our wonderful stewarding team here at the SSRi Endurance.
I think there's another car getting interested in this battle as well.
That is de Klerk. So de Klerk is now within the battle. So it's 2 McLarens versus an Audi now. The Golf-looking McLaren, the Golf-flavoured one, as Mr. Buxton would say, trying to find his way through past the purple and black McLaren, and then past the nice lime green, I would say. Audi. So 101 is having a slow situation again at the top of the circuit. I'm sure that they will give us a reason as to why Oliver was going slowly. Oh, contact between the McLaren and the Audi. The two that had been fighting for so long, nice and cleanly, have finally gone together and got to grief, and it is allowed de Klerk into the 22nd position. So the Audi now drops 1, so does the McLaren of Campbell, and de Klerk takes 2 spots. So thank you very much, and drives off into the distance. Wasp spin for Oliver, bound to happen. Has he not got a tennis racket or anything nearby to batter it with?
And drive the car at the same time.
Yeah, it's doable. So we've got a replay coming up now of the Team 101 car. Here it comes up to the chicane, I believe. This is the chicane.
And this is what a wasp spin looks like.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's definitely something in the cockpit.
Yeah, the driver.
That is. Ooh. Yeah, I would say that's a wasp spin. So we've got a long way to go still. We've got a lot of drivers still in the race, a lot of cars that have had incidents and situations that just really haven't helped them. But we still go and we still race because nobody wants to give up that easily, and there's always still a chance for you to win or get a decent position in this race.
You remember this guy?
Oh yes, of course. In our chilled absence, we completely forgot to mention that Rob Jackson has been leading this car's pretty much might as well have been leading the entire way from the first rain shower. It's been in the classic zone. It just keeps going and going. In fact, that's the Sim Racing Holland car that's in P10 that he's lapping once again. So a good job there by Rob Jackson to go through. So it is Rob Jackson now back in the car after Jack Alexander has jumped out for his break, and it's time for Rob to do a long stint now into the next brain froze then. Next stint. So he's now in control of the car. But we've got another dry stint coming up. You can see that in half an hour's time we're going to have a little bit more dry weather, so we'll see what goes on there. Once again, we're going to have a very interesting situation as to people's strategies. They've still got about maybe 7 or 8 tyres, or sets of tyres that are going to be nice and dry. 3 hours, 8 minutes left to go. 5 seconds time penalty for car number 41. That is the... What car is that?
That's the Renier, Ruadra, and
that is the Aston Martin, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh dear. So, causing a collision with car 720, they have been given a penalty. So we are almost 5 hours into this race. It's been an endurance for both, not just the drivers out there, but definitely for Chris and myself, has been trying to fight for things to say and give you guys as much information as well. Obviously, we're trying our best. I'm sure you can understand that we are trying our very best to make sure we can give you as much information as we can, and to keep this as entertaining as possible. It is a little bit more of a chore when it's obviously one designated commentator and one designated broadcaster who is now having to help alongside with the commentary. He is doing the best he can, and equally I'm trying to keep it as interesting as I can. So any questions that you guys have, any people that want to come up to the commentary booth, whether they want to send a teammate or volunteer somebody up to come have a chat with us, please feel free to. We don't bite, I promise.
Only on request.
What's that?
We only bite on request.
Well, you maybe. So we've still got a significant way to go. 3 hours 6 minutes. It's obviously still essentially a full sprint rate. It's still full endurance race distance to go. 137 laps on the board. Should hopefully break the 200 lap mark barrier, but it'll be difficult to see. Rob Jackson in between lapped traffic. That's the 69 behind him and the 86 in front. So both of the cars are being lapped by himself as he makes his way up to the next lap, so lap 138. That's my shoulder. Yep. Pitwall website is down, I do believe, isn't it, Steve? Steve? Chris. Sorry, Chris. My brightness.
What was the question?
I was saying Pitwall is still down, isn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
So we've still got a decent way to go. Obviously, leader and last position now demonstrated on the board. It is the number 18 Aston Martin at the back of the grid. He's still going around, and they're still going around strong, and that's the great thing about it. You know, they're not giving up, and they're determined. And at the front, we have our leader, Rob Jackson and Jack Alexander, who are racing in the BMW M4 GT3. So now joining us is one of the drivers for the Simsport Racing International number 74 Honda. It is Dave Jr.
Hey guys, sorry, it's a little hard to hear you, sorry.
That's absolutely okay. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, sort of running on empty a bit here. We've been going for about 5 hours now, so yeah, how has the race been for the team?
It's been alright, I would say, in terms of our comeback race, but definitely not going to the initial plan. Um, yeah, but it's not going too bad for what we've been through. A couple of unfortunate incidents, but the car feels good, and we're just trying to chip our way back through the field. So yeah,
Absolutely. Well, we saw there was a couple of incidents earlier on in one of your stints where, unfortunately, getting caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. How do you shake yourself off after that? How do you recover after what could what in your head could potentially be like, right, that's it. That's my race over.
yeah, it was very unfortunate. I saw the conditions were changing pretty rapidly, and so but I was getting pretty used to it, and it felt like a very comfortable point in the race for us where we could capitalize on that. But yeah, as soon as we came out of the Schumacher S's, I saw a car going off just ahead of me, and for some reason it felt like he would stay off to the right. Everything was kind of slow motion, and yeah, his car just veered off to the left, and I could not avoid it. The car would not slow down in the conditions, and as you may know, yeah, it's just really tricky to get the car to change direction without really losing the car and such. So yeah, it was just super unfortunate to be in that position, and it almost happened again, unfortunately, but this time we managed to slow down in time. So yeah, a couple of incidents, but like I said, not too bad for the position we're running in P7 at the moment, so it's not too bad for what we've been through.
Absolutely. Well, you've got Sam in the car at the moment. I'm assuming you are hoping that he can make it up to P6. In fact, I don't believe. In fact, it is possible. He's only 5 seconds up the road. So could you see Sam potentially taking that one more position before his stint's over?
Yes, that's exactly what we're trying to work on now. Sam is just head down in the car. He's putting in quite some laps. The pace is really good at the moment, so we're just head down trying to catch P6, and then on from there. We still have some time in the race to see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, anything you'd like to say? Anybody watching the stream that you want to say hello to?
Nope. Just thanks for watching the stream, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the race so far. I'll try to, finish out strong. So just stick with us. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure we'll be chatting to you or your teammates later. All the best. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and enjoy.
Yep. Thank you so much for having me.
No worries.
And enjoy the race as well. Alrighty.
Absolutely. Take care. Well, that is a 3-hour mark down, so 3 hours to go for this 8-hour endurance race. It is still a long way for the drivers to go, and a long way for us as well, as we have made 5 out of 8 hours. Chris, we're getting there.
Woohoo! Well, I was going to say, Adam, you're doing a sterling job, my friend. You really are.
Thank you ever so much.
Have you had a break yet? Have you had anything to eat, anything to drink?
I've got a drink beside me, so we're carrying on. You know what? We can do this.
I'm just munching Pringles in the background.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering why you've been going quiet. I mean, we've had a fruit roll up, we've had some snacks. We've got a Lucozade drink to the side of me, so we're good to go. Yeah, I think we can get to the end here. Maybe in the last half hour it might change to a alcoholic beverage, but yeah, for now we're going strong.
Obviously, other drinks and other potato variety of snacks are available.
Other starch-based snacks. We'll go.
Oh, okay.
There we go. We'll go fancy. In fact, I've never actually had Twiglets. Like, I've seen them before. I've seen them all over the place, like over Christmas time, but I've never actually tried them.
In my opinion, you're not missing out on much. They taste horrible. But other people do like them, obviously, otherwise they won't be selling them. It's a really poor business model if nobody likes them.
I don't think you'd sell them if nobody liked them, would you? I mean, it'd be a little bit insane, wouldn't it?
I don't know, there are some strange people out there in this world.
Well, I mean, yeah, like us, for example, who sit here for 8 hours. Obviously, you know, we love it, and this is the kind of stuff that, you know, motorsport
keeps us off the streets, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gives me something to do besides, you know, I wouldn't be doing much today, I think. No, that's not till next year now. I've had a slight change of study situation. I'm suspending studies for the year, so obviously it means that I have a little bit more time over my summer to do things, and so, you know, do things like this and go away to race weekends and other bits. Like I'm at Silverstone again in the next 2 weeks.
See Lloyd
again.
Rowe.
That's Lloyd Rowe backwards.
Now this is his first ever endurance race.
Really?
Yep. So this team, if you look it up, is I think it's Green Moose Racing Rookies. So
they're doing a good job.
Yeah, this is almost the junior team. And
shame there's not a novice cross.
And what you'll like about this is, from the endurance race last week, this chap Lloyd Rowe messaged us on YouTube and said, "How do I get involved in this?" And the Green Moose Racing team got in touch with him on the chat and said, "Come join us."
That is really nice of them. And again, obviously, anybody that is looking for teams, there are always teams looking for drivers, regardless of your skill. I think I've got some discussions to do over summer regarding potential investment in a team based off our team in the real world as well. Obviously, being part of motorsport, definitely want to get more involved with the virtual side of racing, and so I've got to get. That's a discussion I'm having within the next few weeks about potentially involving myself and involving the team more, especially obviously as we do have a big sponsorship with a media company that I shall not name for sponsor, obviously for sake of SSRi, because, you know, I definitely enjoy commentating here and I really don't want to lose my spot.
Other media companies are available.
Other media companies are available. However, this one is the only one. You should not watch anything else.
Let's go back to this battle, because this is the closest battle on track at the moment.
This is still the closest battle. There's actually there is 2 cars behind them. In fact, one of them being the 74. So 74 is now caught up in this battle. There is the 129, I want to say. Or 169, sorry. Close enough. Of Hackler. So Hackler's back in the car. I'm sure I've seen that name before, and it's going to bug me until I figure out what it is.
They definitely took part in the 24-hour event.
Yeah. But back on the topic, obviously, of this race, we can see that Rodari Stewart is now going to go round the inside. He's not. He's going to back out. He's going to give the space to McLaren. Some very nice racing there from the Aston Martin to try and not add any more penalties to their name. Obviously, nobody ever wants to see any more penalties on than they already have. So it is very interesting to see that these guys are trying to fight as hard as they can and as cleanly as they can. Obviously, you've got to remember that it's not just about fighting hard. You've got to try and make sure that you don't hit somebody or cause a situation where you're in the wrong. Well, not necessarily you're in the wrong, but obviously the last thing you want to do is have a situation where you're then having to explain yourself and apologise for a contact or obviously something else that is no fun. As Stewart has to dive out the way, then again, just trying to avoid the back of the 720. That is the 169 trying to go past now. So Hackle is trying to go through.
And he does.
And he does. So like that, he goes back through. The 169 now goes through. That's not for position, of course. That's just him trying to make his way through past some of the cars. Obviously, Team R&E ACC getting through past AMR R2R Racing's number 41 in 23rd position, still with the penalties. So we've not had any more penalties since that small spree of penalties that we had previously in the race.
Every time we said that though, some more penalties come up. So I think we just need to be a bit careful.
Alluding something?
I think it's commentator's curse again. Man, you haven't said that. It can't be, can it? Because the penalty, when the penalties get posted, the incident's already happened. It's now our fault. There we go. We've ruled us out of that one. We're all right.
Exactly.
If you have a look in the YouTube chat, Andreas Westkamp is the chap out of Green Moose Racing, and he's quite pleased that he's seen Lloyd getting some stream time earlier.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's essential, I think, to get new drivers into the series. And you look at a lot of teams that are established teams, and a lot of them tend to shy away from giving these drivers the opportunities. I feel like, you know, as a team, you have to take a gamble because you never know, you might find a diamond in the rough. I don't think you've ever commentated on. In fact, he was a young lad, Trev Hummer. He's now obviously taking over the AC responsibilities alongside Justin. And when I first met him, he and I had a coming together that was quite a brutal coming together on both our behalves. Some things were said quite not needed, but you know, giving him time, giving him some experience, giving him some lessons as and when I can. He's now a rapid driver. He's quicker than even I am, and it's not by a small margin either. He's continually competing for top steps in like races and in other events. You know, he's a young lad. He's only, I believe, 17 at most, and he's a bloody quick driver. I mean, look at Robbie Stapleford as well. You know, young driver. People took a gamble on, and now he's at BMW Esports now.
Something like that, yes. And
so
doing really well. There's
absolutely
quite a few of them, isn't there? Is Charlie Crossan the other one?
I believe so, yeah. You know, these drivers are drivers that were, you know, they're kids.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of people struggle to take a gamble sometimes, and I think that is where you lose a lot of, you know, a lot of opportunities. Rolling the dice is, you know, it's professional. You know, the professional team, you've got to roll the dice. You know, racing is not as straightforward as this is how it is. You know, it's not just, okay, it's, you know, it's raining, so let's put wet tyres on. You know, rolling the dice sometimes is the difference between you having a win under your belt and you retiring. So here we go, Lloyd Rowe once again on the screen here, still racing with that looks like the 63 Mercedes just behind. In fact, we'll tell in a second if it wants to come into view properly. I think that was 63.
I can confirm that.
It's 63. There we go. So the 63 Mercedes versus the 222 Audi. The Audi is doing a resolute job of defending here. He's not letting him through at all. That is allowing him to just defend that a little bit longer because he's doing a really good job at it.
And this is for position.
This is for position, absolutely. This is actually a really good battle. It's hotting up a lot. I think that Schotzel is going to have the move here. Rowe's going to try and fight it around the outside. He's not going going to have much room there, but he's going to keep fighting it. He's going to have a bit more of a drag. It's now going to be a drag race up to the chicane. In fact, the Mercedes goes through there, but the Audi might come back on the slipstream. In fact, there you go. The Mercedes defends. It's going to be close. I don't think there was contact. No contact. Nice clean move done for the Mercedes. And what's happened there?
That seemed very strange. That was.
I think there might have been net code. But he gets it going again, and that's a little bit of a spin, but that's impossible. That's normal. On wet grass, you're never going to get it straight away. But
the thing to take out from that is he was defending very well and very cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to see. I think you got to see the diamond in the rough there. I think with a little bit more time, this kid. I'm not sure if he's a kid or not, but this person here is definitely worth a little bit of a watch. Yeah, I think he's one to watch for the future. Definitely, give him a bit more time, give him a bit more experience, and he seems quick. I think he's got that natural talent to race, and so it's a great job by the team at Green Moose to find him or give him the opportunity. And this is the outcome. Okay, yes, still young. You're going to expect mistakes. It's only natural. The tyres are getting a bit hot. I can imagine. Yeah, the track's drying out, so he's just struggling a bit on those tyres now. I'm sure there'll be people in there coaching him and telling him, right, try and find the wet patches of the circuit. There's no point coming in for dries just yet because the track's not going to, the track's going to evolve back to a wet track very quickly as soon as it starts raining again. So it's now about managing those tyres and getting it back into a wet situation.
And this is the senior team.
So yeah, the senior team actually still racing for a podium here. So the podium is on the cards if they can get past Suzuka in the 777 McLaren. These two have been fighting for quite a while. In fact, Vilcek has been pushing for a while. In fact, if Andreas wants to come in as well, have a chat with us about some of the stuff that the guys get up to at Green Moose, he is more than welcome to as well, obviously, as we're watching his teammate just run a little bit wide there. The tyres are definitely starting to get hot and people are starting to oversteer, so we're going to see a few more mistakes from people as we come towards the end of this stint.
And rain coming again in 20 minutes. 30 minutes even.
Absolutely. So we've still got rain. The rain is on and off, and it's been on and off all race long. It's going to be a situation where people have got to try and tyre manage once again before they continue. Obviously, they continue racing in a manner that suits the tyres. These guys will be coming into the pits probably again within the next about maybe 10-15 minutes. There'll be another pit stop. 75 minutes times 2 is 2.5 hours, so they might try and extend it to the 2.5 hour mark to try and just get 2 more stops in.
And your wish has been granted if you wish to drag Andreas in.
Of course. Hello there, Mr. Bestcamp.
Hello.
How are we today, sir?
I'm well, how are you?
Yeah, good. Just been having a chat about your young drivers and the stuff you guys. Just curious as to what some of the stuff you guys get up to and what made you take a gamble on Lloyd.
Yeah, pretty much just he asking for a seat, and we decided to, for the small events or the short events, to split up into 2 teams anyway. And so we got the senior team where Vincent and Milan are driving right now, and they're doing an impressive job right now as well. And junior team with me and Ike, who are pretty much the teachers or the trainers, and Nico and Lloyd, who now are the guys who are have to get up to speed. And that's how we wanted to make it, like just getting new guys in and getting them into endurance racing. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Absolutely. Well, you're doing a great job. I mean, you've got multiple cars on the grid that are doing outstanding jobs. It was great to watch him race there alongside the Mercedes. You've definitely taught him well. Obviously, the tyres are something that maybe that's next lesson, especially in these changeable conditions. It's never easy to drive on a set of wets in this sort of condition.
Yeah, we hope to give him the driest spot in the race, so he has it easy. But now it's a bit too dry, so yeah, a little bit of gamble again. As both teams started as well on wets in the dry. That was a gamble as well. There it worked, but now it's a bit tricky for a new driver because those are conditions you never practice. Because it's nothing you have usually in if you start the game. It's something a bit more advanced and something that's not very nice to practice as well.
Absolutely. Well, will we see these guys also in the other series? Obviously, we have the other series. I believe you also race in the GT3 league as well. Yeah, and Nico, I think, started in the GT3 as well. In the is driving in the Tier 2 as well.
Correct.
Milan and I'm in Tier 2 as well, and Vincent is driving in Tier 1. And let's see if Lloyd is getting up to the sprint racing as well. Absolutely. Well, I think that what you're doing is incredible. You know, it's a really good job by yourself to bring in these, you know, potential young talents and at least give them the opportunity to go racing and enjoy themselves with the team that's willing to support them. See, one thing I've definitely seen in the past is, I'm not going to name names, but a certain team that brought in a load of young drivers and then sort of left them to their own devices, and so they sort of sank. It's obviously a sink or swim situation, or at least here you're giving them the nurture and the advice that you can to help them progress. Yeah, for us the most important thing actually is just to get as many people on track as possible. So yeah, that's the main goal. So I guess anybody that is looking for a team in the future, at least they know where to look. But yeah, no, you guys are doing an incredible job. I think, you know, absolutely stellar job with the team. You know, not a bad driver combination. I think it's one of the hardest things for anybody to do is to drive on a dry track with wet tyres, because you might as well be driving on a rally circuit with the amount of grip you've got. Obviously, it's a challenge, and especially in this simulation where it's actually quite realistic, it's going to be a little bigger challenge than something like Project Cars 2 or an older simulator. Yeah, that's for sure. So was there any ambition coming into this race then, or was it purely just finish the race? For the junior team it was mostly about getting as much learning experience as possible. I don't think that Vincent and Milan thought they would be that far up in the front. For me, it's always nice to have two teams so I can gamble with the strategy. That's a bit of my job in the team as well. And look how it's working out. And it looks very good, especially in strategy right now. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for giving us a bit of your time. I hope that everything works out, and Vilcek looks like he could have an outside shot at a podium, so I'm sure that if that's the case, you guys will be over the moon, and I wish you all the best for the future. Anything you'd like to say to the stream before you do disconnect? Nope. Nothing. No worries. Thank you very much. See you. Good night. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And so that was Andreas Bestkamp of Green Moose Racing, just giving us a little bit of a rundown on how they are sorting their team, and it's great to hear that they are willing to put some time and, you know, effort into potential talent.
It is, absolutely. And whilst we were whilst you were talking to Andreas, they actually took another position. They're now up to 4th. We were in 5th before we started doing that interview, because I can't remember the name of the team. I think it's Car 77.
That is. It's racing. It's one of the Racing Point cars, I believe.
Yes, and they had a bit of an off, and have since pitted as well. So they've dropped from 4th down to 11th.
That is really unfortunate for them, but obviously that I'm sure they'll make their way back up after the pit stops have occurred. Tell you what, actually, it's something I have a little bit controversial that, you know, has been a hot topic for years within motorsport, is Rich Energy's return to motorsport through the British Touring Car.
Is that the guy that sponsored
Haas? Yes.
Haas, yeah. And then
Yeah,
fell out with him because of finances.
Yeah. So for those, I'm sure that everybody's heard the story at some point of Haas and Rich Energy. Obviously, they were meant to sponsor for a few seasons, promised all this, and then failed to deliver multiple times, and then also had a lawsuit with White Bikes. Obviously, I'm not going to go into the full story. I personally don't like the business. I think it's quite a shady business. I mean, the product is now at least purchasable for a relatively decent cost. However, obviously, yeah, they've made their way back into premium motorsport through the BTCC team. Sorry, the BTC team within the British Touring Car Championship. We've got.
What?
Sorry.
You were going to say we've
got somebody in the chat, Dina Scepter. I'm assuming that will be either partner or family member to Cohen. Someone would have to confirm that for me. I have no clue.
Well, I can't confirm it. That's Dina or Cohen can, you know. I'm going to guess husband and wife myself.
I would assume so as well. And obviously we've got a while. We've still got a while to go. We're almost approaching about the length of race that the race that I would work on is about 2.5 hours. Club Enduro race is great to watch if you want a bit of real motorsport before these races are normally on as well. So always a bonus. Cohen Scepter, here we are. He is coming into the pits now with the 10-second penalty, probably to change over to another driver. We'll see who gets into the car afterwards, but he's got to serve up the 10-second penalty first.
I'm going to have a guess at Aaron van Drunen.
That would be a very educated guess, sir. So we will wait and see.
Well, again, remember this guy?
You know what? No. he's been so on his own and doing his own thing. He's been, yeah, just a very good job by him. So, and you know, this is exactly what they needed to do. They've put themselves in a position where they've not been touched. They've been racing clean. They've raced hard, clean, fast, and done everything they need to make sure they stay on top, and this is the result.
If I'm reading the information correctly that I've got, I think they've lapped everyone twice up to third place.
I believe so, yeah. It would make sense because these guys have been untouchable. Even Rob Jackson right now as the rain comes back. So here's the rain again.
Oh, let's hope the people that have just come into the pits have put the right tyres on.
We're about to find out. So we've got a small bunch of cars. That was the Audi of Lloyd. I believe Lloyd's still out on circuit, so that was Lloyd just going through there. These guys are fighting hard now for 13th position. This is 13th position, so Hackler versus Ergaard. Ergaard's also got a penalty, so Hackler doesn't have to fight super hard because he knows that he will still outdo him at the pit stops anyway. So the track's now going to get wet once more. Changeable for the rest of the session now. So this session is going to be continuously changeable, and it's the third or fourth time these guys are now going to have to make the decision of what tyres do I stay on? Do I try and get these wets through to my next stop, or obviously are they too long and I need a new set? Obviously, luckily with wet tyres you get unlimited sets.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that nobody will be worrying about that 10 set rule today.
I can't see anybody. Yeah, I can't see anybody worrying about it, if I'm honest. So, and you know what, with good reason, because there's no way they could actually touch the 10 set rule. Not with the amount of time that's left.
So I showed this because they were quite close together, but they seem to be, unless we've just missed the overtake. Fackler on Oscar, Ugard.
Yeah, they were. We must have missed an overtake or something, because Hackler's now actually pulled away a little bit. So he's doing a good job here at maintaining a gap now as well. He's doing what he needs to do to make sure Ugard can't get through too quickly. We've got a McLaren into the pit lane. That would be the car that says 46 on it, but isn't number 46. That's coming to the pit, so we go Schneider. Oh no, it is 46. So why does it never come up? I could never see it. That's confusing. That is bizarre looking livery as well. I thought it's the only car I've ever seen without the number boxes.
Now I think I might be right, and if anybody from their team is in the YouTube chat, it'd be good to get this confirmed. I think the 46 is done in the style of Valentino Rossi's.
Yeah, no, that is.
46.
I can confirm that. That's
However,
100%.
It's not that I'm after confirmation. I think they've dedicated the number to a friend they lost to cancer.
Oh wow.
I think I've got something in the back of my head about that. It's the Racing Dudes motorsport team.
Absolutely. Well, if you've got anybody from Racing Dudes about that wants to come in and have a chat, I might do a wee ping in the endurance chat as well, see if we can get hold of them.
They've just swapped drivers from Josh Schneider to Carlo Denise, and I think they are only a 2-car team this week.
Let's have a quick look through the entry list. No, they've got a 3-car team: Joe Snyder, Martin Pater, and Carl Denise.
Martin. Yes, Martin is he's actually a hero in our community. If you go back to the charity race, Martin, in fact their team I believe raised the most money out of everyone, and Martin was doing huge amounts of donations himself, and has done for this charity as well. So we greatly appreciate Martin's I don't want to say money, but his kindness. I think we'll go with the word kindness. I think that's
his donations have been, essential, and he's all going to an amazing cause. We're gonna keep preaching it, because it is an amazing and very important situation that's going on in Ukraine at the moment. Obviously, those that aren't up to date, but are aware of the situation. There are thousands of people homeless right now, and people displaced, kids displaced. Now, we're lucky enough to live in the UK where it's very rare that you get displaced from your place of residence. In fact, I don't think it's been done in years. The last time that we ever actually had a situation like that would have been World War II. So you've got to remember that the situation is displacing kids from their home, and all this charity are trying to do is put a little bit of normality back in their lives and help the families of struggling kids. And obviously, as Carlo, oh no, Carlo
Ike
is
from
pushed
behind
off
there.
slightly. Yeah, that was Ike from behind. So that's a bit unfortunate, but he gets back on the circuit. Doesn't look like there's too much damage. He's
now forced to drive through the pit lane, is he?
He can't cut the pit line, so he's going to have to go through the pit lane.
Double blow.
That's a double blow, and that is awful. But obviously, these guys are here to enjoy themselves as well, and he's probably chatting to some people now and just saying, what to do. He wasn't sure if he had to come back through the pit lane or not. I think if he jumped the barrier, if he jumped it, he'd have got a penalty.
May have got an instant DSQ there if he'd done that.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit of a naughty boy. That'd be a definite slap on the wrist. We've got Dominic Diaz.
Dominic did the commentary with me all 12 hours last week. So welcome back, Dominic.
Hello guys, how are you?
We're fine,
Yeah, good.
thank you.
All done now with your all done now with your stints then.
Yeah.
How did they go?
Was quite difficult with these conditions out there. I've done now about 3.5 stints. Or 2.5, about that. First I got in the car, it was dry. I started on dry tire or on wet tire. I don't remember anymore. It was so difficult out there. So we survived out there, very difficult with these conditions. They are terrible. When you drive on wet tires and a dry, you may on the wrong strategy or you may on the right strategy, and it can go wrong or right.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, we're glad to have you here. It's been 5.5 hours of Chris and myself trying to ramble on through, so it's great to have another fresh
forget
voice.
Proudly.
Proudly was here for an hour. We'll give him that, I guess. You know, definitely didn't ditch us. But no, obviously other commitments do come into play, and that is life sometimes. But the rain has returned here at the Nurburgring. Obviously, green hell is not literally just beyond a barrier here. As you go towards the end of the lap, you could even achieve, well, on the normal route, you'd go left up there and into the Nordschleife, and that is an impressive lap. There's some really good lap footage. In fact, there was the VLN today, so if you ever want to go back after the stream and have a look at what it's like to race a GT3 around a giant circuit, definitely one to watch. As we're still watching the 666 now be attacked by Hackler, it's another car that's got a penalty, so Hackler in the 169 is trying to overtake Pedromo in the 666.
That penalty must be quite recent, as I need to go to
He's
that
not been
camera
into the
view.
pits since. He's not been into the pits since.
I think that driver's changed. Are you sure?
No, it must have done, yeah. So that's an interesting one. I'm sure we'll have an update very, very soon.
Stewards may be busy investigating other incidents at the moment, so we won't push them.
Absolutely not. They are doing the best they can with everything they have, and obviously we are going to be patient and grateful to everything they've got. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break just to go get something to eat. So if Dominic wants to take over, he is more than welcome to.
Thank you.
I'm sure Dominic won't mind, will you, sir?
We did it last week.
Not that you have a choice.
No, you don't get a choice. I'm running away now. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
There's not much happening on track at the moment, Dominic.
Not really.
No, it's as we see the 666 car go slightly wide there.
I'm not sure I can so much commentary now. After my stints, the last stint was pretty hard for me. I unlapped myself twice, once with the leader, and then I drove like 2 seconds per lap faster than the leader. It was so hard to keep this pace up.
So you're a bit worn out now.
Yes, completely. I'm glad that my teammate now in the car for 1 hour, and then our other teammates jump into the car freshly.
I'm trying to find you on the list.
P15. Car number 4.
Ah, of course, Carlo. Yeah. So you're a 3-car team, effectively, aren't you? Team Hot Air Balloon.
Yeah, that's right. Since this season, we got 3 teams underway. It's quite impressively that we fuck. Now for me missing words. I'm so worn out.
It's okay, sir. Don't you worry about it. But yeah, we're really grateful to have you here. And you're in 3 different cars as well, if I remember rightly. You're in a McLaren, a BMW, and a Mercedes. Is that correct?
That's correct. Currently on P22 with Oliver, and on P26 with Michael, and on P15 with Carlo. Last time out in Silverstone doesn't go so well with 2 DNFs or with 1 DSQ and 1 DNF. So we hope this race go better.
What did you get the DSQ for?
In the pit lane, we got our second SG30, and with that we swapped driver. And one of our teammates who isn't participate this weekend drove again in the pits and doesn't saw the pit box and reversed in the pit, and nobody in our team checking it. We were surprised that he is doing, and then it was almost too late.
Oh dear. These things happen though, don't they? It's so easy to miss your pit box and brake too late. And in that moment of panic, you know you've got to change your tyres. You may have to refuel. You may not have enough fuel to go around again to complete another lap. You're sort of forced into reversing, hoping for the best.
Yeah. But such a mistake doesn't happen again. We learned about this and solved this problem.
So
yeah, there we see our other car.
Yeah. The appropriately numbered 720, which I assume is because you're driving the 720.
Yeah, that's right. It's also why we're driving with the BMW with the car number 4, the M4.
And I'm going to guess that the Mercedes is, and I'm going out on a limb here in respect for George Russell.
I don't know why we're driving with the 63. I'm not sure. Oh, they have damage, I see.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know that yet? It's not good. I hope they can keep the pace up. They're doing quite well this race.
I'll see if we can find out where that damage has come from. I can't promise anything, but I'll have a go.
Try your best. Oh! Yeah. The parked on the track. And then Merc went into them. What happened there?
That was bizarre.
Yeah, pretty.
77 has had quite a few incidents this race. They were well up there, second or third place for a period of time, and then it's just gone from bad to worse for them.
Quite strange. It's team racing point.
I return from making a burger. You've also got Oliver Anderson in the shed.
Well, I'm going to go looking for a replay. If you could drag the erstwhile Mr. Anderson Wasp Fest in, that would be appreciated. Hello, Oliver.
Ah, Chris, is that you, Chris?
It is I, Leclerc.
Ah, Mr. Charles, how are you? Same with Verstappen in the qualifying. Tough luck, you'll get him next time. Oh, you mean Arthur Leclerc?
No, I've no idea what you're going on about now. I was talking about hello, actually.
Ah, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows hello.
Yes. How's it all hanging in the commentary booth or the shed?
It's hanging off.
It's hanging off? Are you really dripping that much sweat?
Oh, I wouldn't say I was sweating.
But it's something else that comes off you. Not very nice, not very nice. That could be minus watching, Chris.
So, are you going to tell us about this, the wasp thing?
Yes, well, yeah, if you want to hear about something as boring as a wasp. It's an animal, not that big. It's like this big. You can't see my fingers right now, but I'm making the size. And it's yellow and black and very aggressive. No,
So
when I was driving, I heard the buzzing around me. First, like, I'm just ignoring it, thinking it's probably just a fly or something stupid like that. But then it flies in and sits on my sort of where I'm looking. I'm like, that's a fucking wasp.
Sorry about to interrupt you.
I'm hella scared of wasps.
So we see the incident again with the McLaren and the Merc, and I think the pedal failed. It doesn't accelerate anymore.
It's just stopped on the side of the track. And I think
Yeah, it doesn't see any brake light.
I think they might have
Cut
had
the
to-
ignition.
I'm not sure they're actually in the server anymore. Oh, it's still. It's in the pit.
It's in the pit.
So they must have done an RTG.
Yeah, they'll be back out again in like a minute or something.
They've changed drivers.
Then it's not an RTG if they have changed drivers. Or maybe they did a driver swap when they were in the garage. They could have done.
So you've been a very busy boy yourself, Oliver, haven't you? You've been in the stewards channel as well.
Yes, obviously.
Judging.
Yes, in the beginning of the race I had some spare time. I was just judging, chilling, handing out penalties, steward stuff. Looking at people going, ha ha, you suck. I mean, obviously not doing stuff like that would be silly.
Yeah, but we can actually imagine you doing that. That's the thing. No,
Yes,
actually,
you know
I'll be very honest with everyone in the world here. You when you do your stewarding, I know we always have a good laugh with your team. But when you're doing the stewarding, you do a very, very good job, very thorough, and we appreciate not yourself, but not just yourself, sorry, the whole of the stewarding
Yes,
team,
obviously.
what they do.
Stewarding team is great. Yeah. I think people are doing a good job, especially in these endurance events. We are just lucky that some people are not driving, and they have time to do almost the entire race. Only taking breaks for a toilet. Yes, I made a clean word this time. Food.
Yes, I didn't highlight the word you used before.
Speak of the devil and I shall appear.
He said
back
toilet.
from
Are
food.
Are you a toilet?
No. Yes, sure. We'll go with that one.
Have you got any questions to ask Oliver while he's here, my friend?
No, other than agree with them that wasps are evil. No, obviously he did a good job up until the point where the wasp decided that he no longer deserved to be racing. No, obviously, and again, doing a great job with the stewarding, and Team 101 are always a pleasure to have it chatting around and having a laugh with. They're always entertaining to watch. So, no.
To watch. I don't think we're that entertaining to watch. We're just driving alone.
Well, you say that, but
yeah.
You've
It's
got
always
19
good.
places to catch up yet before everybody has free pizza off you.
Yes, I don't think it's gonna happen though. This is, by the way, only an offer that's special for this race.
Nah, it should be
Yes,
for the
it
next race
is.
as well. I think it should be for the next race.
Do we start again to talk about pizza?
No, obviously not. That would be
probably
silly.
not.
That would be silly.
The half race last week was talking about pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed that already.
It's an important staple in motorsport.
Especially in sim racing, it's a preferred.
It's the preferred food of driving gods.
I think
Because
Team
come on.
101.
wearing a pizza car on the way.
Yeah, hands up in the chat. How many of you have had pizza today? And we'll have pizza later, maybe. And now no one's gonna answer the chat. Ha 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 ha. Funny.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Oliver. Always
No
a pleasure
worries.
to have a chat with you. And I hope that you guys at least make a couple more places before the end of the race.
We'll overtake the 79 and the other Audi maybe, and most other cars, especially the Honda. We will definitely overtake those guys. Give it like 2 laps or something, we'll be right up in their asses.
Very well. Well, enjoy. I hope that Team 101 get a decent result. I'm sure the memes will start pouring in for you tonight after the race.
They always do. We are the meme. We are meme. So.
And on that note,
yes, the shit is getting crowded. Bye.
Oh, bye. Chat is getting crowded. Oh dear.
Oliver's every time a surprise.
He's always got something interesting to say, hasn't he?
Now I think what we're looking at here may be James Mead going to unlap himself from Rob Jackson.
Yeah, it does look it. So James Mead is going to try and unlap himself from Rob. This is actually quite essential for the race because all of a sudden it does put Rob Jackson in a situation where he's got to actually think about pushing a bit more, because James is closed in quite a significant way. Obviously the next car behind is a lap further behind, so it's just between him and James will not lie down as easily as some other cars. He'll keep pushing. Obviously Clyde Barney and Mattis will also want him to push as much as possible, so we'll see where he does make the move and as to whether this is something that maybe Rob and Jack have to think about. You got to remember that these guys started 3rd on the grid and the car in front of them started 7th, so there's not much in the way of time difference between these, so it would be very interesting to see how this ends up towards the end of the race.
As fast as times go, the team Odyssey Racing have gone 0.3 of a second faster than Team SMR.
So that does confirm obviously that these cars are fairly close. Obviously the weather's been changeable, and I think that's why Rob's being extra careful not to defend too hard, but he's still defending because obviously the last thing he wants to do is allow somebody some clean air to then overtake him. I mean, I think this is the point where he may lose the position of that lap. He's still being sort of pushed through the lap almost by James, so this is going to be he's got to be very careful, because if he pushes too hard and drops it, he loses more time than just letting him go.
Yeah, you're right. But I think Rob Jackson isn't that fast.
Rob is consistent, and I think that's the important thing, is that they use Jack as the sort of gunman. He goes off, sets the path. Through that, afterwards, he'll allow obviously Rob to then just take over and finish that path as such. He's got the easy part of it. Jack built that gap early in the race. Maintained the gap, maintained his pace as best he could, even with the changeable conditions. It just didn't seem to phase this car at all, and these two have been doing a great job. I mean, again, I'm not trying to commentate curse them, but I've not seen them off the track once, and that's testament to how consistent these two are. Every other car, I think, in this grid has had a situation where they've had a penalty, come off the circuit, disconnect, various other issues, and this is just testament to Rob and Jack, just how consistent these two are.
Yeah, consistency in these conditions is key.
It is, and if you can't run clean, then you aren't, you get immediately out of contention. Like we said at the start, finish first you must finish. And a lot of these drivers forgot that sort of mentality, because all of a sudden they were pushing so hard for position so early on that they didn't take a second to think and realise that, you know, wait maybe 10 minutes, wait for something to happen, and then go for it. So it is interesting to note. Obviously, we always want to see close racing. This is close racing, even though there's a lap. Obviously, they're lapped. They're still racing really close. Obviously, Rob Jackson is pushing. I think I can guarantee that eventually you'll see quicker laps than he did, even in his wet qualifying, because he's being pushed.
Yeah.
So the top 4 cars are all BMWs as well.
Absolutely, but does that surprise you?
No. What I have only just noticed is there's no Ferraris in this race.
Yeah, no Ferraris, and that is a interesting point to note. Obviously, I don't think there's any Audi Evos because they're not allowed in this. From what I know, they're not allowed because they came out too late. Because this is still championship round, it would be a bit unfair to allow the brand new Evo to come into this race. So obviously they're all using the older Audi as opposed to the 2022 edition. But I am mega excited for this new Ferrari. Obviously, Ferrari announced earlier last month that they are the prototype, and obviously photos of the prototype out at Maranello of their new GT3 race car. And from what I know, with obviously the whole way the IMSA and the WEC is going, that's going to basically replace the GTE car.
Or Le Mans.
Yeah. So it will be, from what I know, again, this is purely, I think this was speculative, I can't remember if it was confirmed, the GTE category is being disbanded. There will be no more GTE. And it will be GT3 instead, to promote more brands to think about entering a team. There'll still be, I think it'll still be GT3 Pro and GT3 Am, and the class rulings will stay the same. So the brand new GTs have to go in GT Pro, and they have to be works teams, as opposed to GT Am, where it's a car. I think it needs to be 2 years older, 2 years or older, and can be raced by independent teams only, I believe. There's some good rulings that allow it to be a lot closer. I remember watching the last time the Ford GT was there was with when it won, and then I think it was disqualified on the most minor technicality. Obviously, a rule is a rule. It got disqualified, but in my opinion, I feel like it was a bit of a kick in the teeth, and we've never seen a Ford GT race since then. Not competitively in a professional series. You know, Corvette have had to make their C8 a GT3, which has been interesting. It's very much a case of it's difficult to change a car that's supposed to be racing for one set series or regulations to then change it immediately. But I definitely say Corvette have done a good job at that. And obviously we'll see more and more GT3 cars evolve through the time. I mean, these brand new M4s are, you know, the current breed of next generation racers. You've got obviously the Audi Evo, you've got the new Ferrari coming out. Ford have announced a new Mustang GT3.
Oh, interesting. Well, you got so much information about that. I didn't hear anything about it.
It was actually, I believe, British GT posted it on their Instagram. They were talking about how Lotus have confirmed they are bringing out an Emira GTE 4. Obviously, over time, we're going to see GT3s become hybrid. I think it's only natural that we're going to see them become hybrid. Then obviously Mustangs have been in GT4 for a while now. Obviously there's been one team in British GT that have been running the Mustang, and with relative success actually. I think a couple podiums last season, I think one race win, and obviously we don't have it in this game, which I think is a massive shame, because it's much. I would love to have the Ford versus Chevrolet battle, and again, obviously, equally the Supra. A lack of the Supra is quite I'd say a big deal to me, because I quite like it. And again, obviously, this is sort of the information that you just get when you sit and look around. Like, you know, you find. Sorry, 2024 is going to be the new Mustang GT3. Obviously, they're releasing a GT3, GT 2.5 or something for Australian touring cars. That comes out within the year. And I just realised Yannick put no Ferraris. Obviously, we've got the 488 Porsche Ferrari thing that is.
Yes, I ignored his comment because yeah, there's still no Ferraris. Don't matter if you paint a car in Ferrari colours, it's still not a Ferrari.
It was so strange to see them first out on track with a Porsche and a Ferrari.
It was very confusing.
What a nice idea.
That's Rob coming into the pits there, isn't it?
So that's Rob Jackson coming into the pits. So this will be the penultimate stop now. So there'll be 2 more stops to go for both of these cars. There's no way they can make it on stint timer on 1 more stop. So there's still 2 more stops to do for each car.
I'm not sure, did he maybe cross the red and white curve on the pit entry?
Well, that is actually a good point. We'll have to have a look. So we've got pizza from Yannick in the chat, because apparently it's Italian, but no, I deny its existence, I'm afraid. So we have got we're about to tick down to 2 hours left in the session. We are going to see the car here. James Mead is currently on what I would... Yep, no worries. So obviously we have 2 hours left in the session. We're watching James Mead currently, our closest battler to our race leaders, Rob Jackson and Jack Alexander. Might try and have a sneaky look at us, see if we can get somebody in. If Lulu wants to come in and have a chat as well, she is more than welcome. If she wants to come have a chat with us about the stint timer situation, it'd be quite interesting to hear what's going on regarding that, because obviously we do like a little bit of information. So I've just posted a photo in our little chat of the new Lotus, and I've got to say it looks amazing.
Yeah, you're right. Quite a beautiful car.
Lotus always do come out with some very nice cars, I think. All top 4 BMW, yep. BMW seems to be the master race right here. Jack Alexander back out on the circuits. James Mead's now going to have a little bit of a challenge on his hands, as the fast boy has come out to play. Even if he is a little bit slower, he's definitely more aggressive driver and will definitely try and close that gap back onto James Mead. So these guys will be coming in there for their final stints soon. It's difficult for some of these drivers as well, because obviously their stint timers, because of crashes and other things, will have been messed up, because every time you jump into the pits, the stint timer resets. And so it's going to become very difficult for some drivers to make their way around, obviously knowing that they've got stint timer errors. So if they can't come in now, and obviously the Lamborghini we're on about, it's the 990 car, it's going to be difficult for them to reset their stint timer unless they obviously come in, serve a 30-second stop for just purely for reasons, and then go back out again. That's, obviously that does lose time for them, but they do reset that stint timer. Oh, and also, there we go. So obviously, you know, we've got a few people still left in the stream. I'm assuming, you know, we've got people that are here chatting and chilling. We've got 34 people watching. You know, thank you all for watching. If you enjoy what you're watching, you know, like, subscribe, maybe share it around with your friends. You know, spread the word about it, what we're doing here, and you know, give us any feedback that you can. But my current question is going to be for the people up the chat. If you were to have, you know, those that do play this game, those that understand the game, maybe, you know, and are like, I want this, you know, this particular car, any GT car throughout the eras, you know, it's got to be a GT car though, so it can't be any LMP cars. It can be GT1, but it can't be an LMP car. What would you have if you could have any car in this game?
Ooh, it's quite an interesting question you have there.
Because you've got to remember, we've got things like GT2, GT3. You know, I'd love to see more of the GT2 cars. I think the R8 GT2, the KTM GT2 would be awesome to have in a game like this.
Yeah, I think it's the best game for endurance race. So every car which is racing in endurance, like LMP1 cars, it's needed in a game, but it's a game from the Black Banger now on the GT World Challenge. So I think we never see an LMP1 car, for example, in the game.
Absolutely not. Obviously, we'd never see well, you say that, but obviously we've seen them in prior games through mods and other things. You know, there was some in Project Cars, Zeta Corsa. There's, well, obviously, supposedly, Motorsport Games are releasing their WEC game next year, with obviously the SRO and various other organisations helping them. Obviously, we're gonna. Yep. Obviously, we are watching still James Mead as well, but obviously, like I say, with new games coming out in the future, and obviously GT racing becoming the future of motorsport. You know, you look everywhere, and GT racing is becoming a lot more popular. Larger grids than ever before. You know, a lot of racing going on. In fact, I know people that I know are now in British GT as well, racing in the higher classes, and it's incredible to see how racing has evolved through not just the real world but the virtual world as well. A lot of drivers getting their opportunities and experience through virtual, and then, you know, learning a track through virtual gaming, and then obviously being able to then race in the real world as well. You know, like Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown. See, we had James Baldwin, Jan Mardenborough is a good example as well. You know, he went to Le Mans. Okay, admittedly it was in the Nissan, and we won't talk about that, but obviously you have some amazing talent, and virtual motorsport is definitely a place to start if you're not sure how to get into motorsport, because eventually you'll run into the right person and they will give you the right information. I believe Chris is back.
I am. Apologies.
It is all good.
I had to disappear somewhere for a few minutes.
That is all good, sir. Time penalty for Hackler as well, so something going on there.
I expect to post that, sir.
Awesome. So obviously we've got Lily saying that she doesn't trust Motorsport Games, and I'm not gonna. I don't think that's a debate. I think that's more of a debate for a podcast as opposed to like a motorsport, like a racing live stream. But I know where you're coming from, and it's a difficult situation. But you know, a lot of people also didn't trust Slightly Mad when they first came out, and that is a 10-second time penalty for car 169 for causing collision with car 38 on lap 128. So Andrew Wellborn and Yana and Hackler come to grief earlier in the session. So I was asking.
And when one penalty comes, a second penalty comes from somewhere. So I'll post that in a second.
Okie dokie. Well, we also have we had this small small debate about GT cars and the cars that come in the future, some of the past. I asked Dominic the question as well. If you were to have any GT car like available in the world in this game, what would you have?
Oof, that's a very difficult question. Current?
Nope, can be any. Can be former. So this is the penalty for car 63, collision 45 on lap 127. But obviously,
not nice to see. Not nice to see.
Not nice to see for you, is it, Dominic?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to post it. I can't be biased.
Yeah.
Can't hide it.
You know what? I don't know. I'm only having in games or simulations, as we call this. I've only really ever raced these cars myself, so
yeah. But
and I've never really watched GT3 racing.
But was there but not just GT3? We're on about I'm allowed GT2, GT1. So long as it was a GT car, and someone just mentioned in the chat, which actually is a good shout, the GT500 class from Super GT. So long as it was a GT car, as in designated the GT category, any car.
So the Mercedes that Michael Schumacher raced, that Mark Webber famously flipped over.
I believe so. That was GT1. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's one that sticks in my mind. So, specifically, what happened along the Mulsanne Straight, where they flipped in the wind. I think that's the best way of describing it.
I believe it was the CLK GTR. Yeah, I remember that thing. And you know what? That's a very solid shout. But then adversely, McLaren F1.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Having the GT1 class would just be amazing. Obviously, I don't think it's possible just due to licensing and the rules around what they can and can't have due to the SRO obviously being one of the key funders for this game, and obviously to help this game progress they give them as much data as they can. But Super GT as well, or DTM, would be quite nice. The older DTM cars with those massive wings and DRS, they were such a sight to see.
And all the paraphernalia sticking out of the side of them.
Oh, absolutely, but that's what made them amazing. I think, we are... Yes, it was the CLR, was it?
Thank you very much, Lateral G.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? But that was LMP 900, wasn't it, the CLR? I'm 99% sure that would be LMP 900. I know LMGTP, so Grand Tourer prototype. What were in that class then? No, I count them as LMPs. So, but yeah, it was the CLR that he flipped, and quite spectacularly, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I must say, I'm a little fan about the Corvettes. Especially about the
C8,
C7 and the C8.
Oh, the C7, yeah, the C7R was beautiful, and the noise as well.
I love this car.
Yeah.
But when we talk about in our teams about the cars, so 90% they say Porsche.
Yeah.
The Porsche 911, and I'm the only one to say I love the Corvette, and they hate me so much about it.
So. I don't know if you guys knew this, but fun fact is actually MX-5s used to race in GT4.
Oh.
So for the British GT, really? Jota Sport, obviously everybody knows who they are now, but they produced 2 MX-5s to race in the British GT back in, I believe it was 2014.
Ooh,
so, MX-5s are very close to my heart, because, we've raced one ourselves. In fact, we raced against a former Jota Sport car, and they're rapid. You know, they were rapid little things, and you know, 10-second time penalty for car 41 for a collision with car 75. So 41 again. That is Wester in the car, and he has had a situation where he is going to have another penalty added to his time. So we're going to have one more stop for most of these drivers now. I think most of them should be aiming for one more stop after this hour. So look for the last stops at about an hour in, or an hour to the end. Obviously, we want to make sure that everybody makes their pits and nobody misses the timers. But equally, they've got to remember that they've still got a race to be getting on with. And so we're watching Bellotti. That is our last place car, the number 18. It's been a rough ride for them, but they're still going and they're still persevering, and that's an amazing job by the whole team there in the car 18. In fact, car 18 started 26th. That is Bellotti in the car, and he is doing the best he can with the car he's got to just keep going.
Yeah, it's nice to see them. Many drivers and teams say when they are so far back in the grid, they retire the car because they see no achievements anymore in the race. So it's nice to see them still going.
Yeah, it is. I love to see it, because it just proves that, you know, some people do like to persevere, and the fact that they're going to persevere and at least attempt to go to the end, it's important, I think. And I think a lot of people need to remember that, you know, racing isn't always about the successes, it's the highs and lows. You know, motorsport is not as straightforward as jump in a car, blast around, cool, I'm happy, off I go again. You know, there's still highs and lows in everything. So we're about almost there now, boys. We've done over 6 of the 8 hours now. Hour and 46 minutes left to go. We've still got rain. It's going to stop raining again in about 10 minutes, but in half an hour. But is that going to be the last lot of the rain? What do you reckon, boys?
Can you repeat the question?
Do we reckon it's going to rain after this half an hour is up? Because obviously it's saying it's going to dry out. Do you reckon there's another rain shower?
We see it the whole race. We have raining, then for 10-20 minutes it's drying up, and then it starts raining again. So I think they will start raining again after the 30 minutes. The rain was never gone and will never go. So
you are very correct. So
sorry, Dominic, I didn't do that on purpose.
Yeah, I know it already. I got a message that Michael Schubert did something what is not so good, and now I see what it mean. Not nice to see.
It's never nice to see when your teammate goes around, but you know, unfortunately, racing is never as just straightforward, is it?
If it was straightforward, everybody would be doing it.
Absolutely. And here we see Ike Toes in the Green Moose Rookie's car. He's pushing a little bit harder to try and catch the back of, that is the 79, so that is 4th position. So Ike is now racing 4th position here against the driver just ahead, which is Natas in the Wild Things Racing 79 car. So Wild Things actually not using their livery, which is different. You know, we're so used to seeing them in that unmistakable navy blue and pink livery, and they're not using it this time out, which is understandable. You know, not everybody is using their own liveries.
They did submit it.
It just wasn't in time.
And it's in my pack. I've sent Denise a message. I don't understand why it's not showing up. So
that is unfortunate. But he's going to lose the position there to Ike. So the task is going to lose the position, I think, to Ike. He's going to go around the outside. Might be hung out to dry, actually. I don't think the Audi's going to have the traction. Nope, he doesn't. He does lift off and lets him go. So these two are now racing for position. This is 28th position. Just ahead of them is the 101 car. So the 101 is doing exactly as it said it wanted to get further up. And this is exactly what they want. It's playing into their hands really nicely here. We've got Natas still being attacked by Ike Tails in the 222 Audi.
Oh, crashed again.
Oh no.
Michael's having a bit of a nightmare, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, really. He's not the best driver in ACC, that is true, but he's a consistency driver and know what he has to do. So I'm not understanding why this happened so often last time. Maybe the damage on the car is so much that he can't handle the car anymore.
Yeah, it can happen. You know, racing is a tale of two halves. You know, you can see somebody going off and you think, oh, it's, you know, you just can't drive. But you never really understand how much damage. It looks like he's got a lot of damage. In fact, there you go. He's going to come across to come into the pits there. Straddled the curb a little bit too much for my liking and might get a little bit of slow on the rest of that. But we will wait to see.
Is there a chance he's still on wet? On dry tyres, sorry.
No, I don't think so. So the rain was about 40 minutes now, so I don't think they are dry anymore.
Okay. I just thought I'd sneak in a bit of insider knowledge off you, that's all.
Yeah. We all messed up a bit the strategy, but overall we do the same strategy mostly. We look up to the weather and watch if there is rain or not, and then we switch the tires. So our planning in front of the race, before the race, was not that we watched the weather the whole time. So all the stints we planned doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah, that's the problem with instants, isn't it? All of a sudden your pit stop strategy is literally thrown out the window.
Yeah.
So, we've got a little bit of banter in the 101 chat. Again, obviously claim that they are the best Audi, which is up for debate. Obviously, other Audis are available.
Well, we did that.
Oh, there we go. It looks like Ike's going to go down the inside. Natas has run a little bit wide, and that is the position gained for the 222 Audi. And there you go, 715 has got a penalty. Car 715 has a 5-second time penalty. This is the first penalty or first mistake that they've made since the start of the race. So this is the first time we've seen a penalty on the board for Jack Alexander. In fact, who is that he's overtaking? That is a CBSR car he is overtaking.
I said it before, I wasn't sure if Rob crossed the pit entry line, and he did.
It definitely looked like he might have done.
It is a mistake which does not need to happen. It's an easy mistake to prevent, and by their skill level, it is a mistake that don't do.
Absolutely.
Normally, so I'm pretty surprised that they did that.
Absolutely. I was very much surprised. But equally, it does sort of pay testament to they are still human, you know.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody is going to race.
Robin in chat saying, yes, it was me. Very honest to you, Rob. You're probably spotting, aren't you, for Jack? I think it's a bit unfair for us to ask you to come and join us in the commentary booth.
Yeah, we've got well, not a long way to go, but we've got an hour and 38 left to go. So we've got just under a quarter of the race left. It's looking very likely that Jack Alexander still, even with a 5-second penalty, has enough gap to sort of still maintain a cushion. So it's not completely over. It's not all done and dusted for the team behind. In fact, where is the team behind? We're looking at Van der Linden as well, actually, as he is being caught by, it looked like Chris Vickers isn't far behind. But no, there it is. It is the 333 is just behind, if I'm not mistaken. That is probably why we've jumped to this battle. But there you go, he is right there. So, with our 37 left to go, we now got a battle going between the two Aston Martins here. One Sim Racing Holland car, but number 12 being driven by Van der Linden. Chris Vickers behind him in the 333. It's very, very close on board so far. It's going to be very close probably till the end of the stint or the end of the race. We're getting very close to the final stint starting. We'll have to wait and see how this shapes up to be.
It's really interesting to see which team need to box again and do a splash and dash because of incidents or rain.
Absolutely. Well, the track is dry and then wet again by the looks of it, from what I can tell. I think, nope, it's dry, so it still says dry after half an hour. So, are we going to see a sprint to the end of dry weather?
I don't think so, really. I think we have about 20 minutes dry again, and then it switch on rain again. So, I don't think we see so much dry components anymore in the race.
Absolutely. Well, it's very difficult to tell. Obviously, you can't tell. Unfortunately, we don't have a better radar than what's at the top. It would be very great. It'd be great if they made a mod or like a extension that would show you like potential future weather radar, especially for spotters and things like that, who can actually then start strategizing properly.
Well, it would make things easier. Really much easier.
It would, but I think we can deal with the tools we've got, but it's very difficult sometimes, especially when we're trying to calculate even the minor things. It's very, very difficult.
As you've seen here, the charity also still going as last week. The charity race was. So if you want to donate a bit money, then you can do it with scanning the QR code in the left bottom, or go to the description and hit the link there, and then donate any amount you want.
Absolutely. Obviously, all this goes towards a great cause. We've been mentioning it throughout the stream that all of this goes towards helping save the children's efforts in Ukraine, helping to shelter these children and give them just a little bit of normality, especially in a time where normality for them is far from what it should be. So we've got the 138 car actually going back through into P2, whether that's because of a stop or otherwise, I'm not 100% sure, but Clyde Barney is back in the car now.
Oh my god. We see earlier in the race the crash from Michael Schubert in our 720 McLaren. I got now a picture what happened there. And it isn't look so much so funny.
Was there a B?
I think the McLaren turned into an airplane. So it looks.
Oh dear.
Do you have a...
Oh dear indeed. He is one floaty boy.
Yes, absolutely.
Lord, do you know what lap that happened on? I'll try and find it.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's a really unfortunate situation, isn't it? So while we wait for potentially having Rob Jackson to come in and say hello, I'm sure that he is enjoying himself in the comms wherever he may be. We have, obviously, in fact, there's your teammate now, the 720, just ahead of this battle for fifth place between the two Aston Martins. This is the rest, basically the best of the rest in terms of non-BMWs. In fact, Coinceptor's right there, potentially to try and snatch fifth away if these two were to come to grief.
It's not easy to stay ahead or stay between cars which are battling. It's not good when you see it in your mirror or in front of you and you see you are faster or you are slower. Quite difficult to handle this.
It is absolutely. It's very difficult.
So the question every time is stay ahead or stay behind them. It's so bad to see it. Oh, we got a replay of the 720. I don't want to comment that. Oh no, they hit it. Hit the Aston.
Oh dear, and then there's
then the car 46 hit him.
No, that was a
That's
720.
not good. That was a 720.
Yeah.
Stefan. Yep.
Oh no.
Oh. So that explains why he had so much damage.
Yes. When you go out there with no damage, I would be surprised.
So Jack Alexander still has the 5-second penalty that was given to them for Rob Jackson's earlier. Well, no! More damage! No!
Oh no!
Oh dear, the day goes bad to worse. So the team 720 there. He's been thrown into a wall. The exit of the Mercedes complex. That's very, very unfortunate.
Oh man. For now on, I want to go sleep. Go to bed. I don't want to see any more of this.
I'm not doing it on purpose.
I know, Chris. Oh man.
Well, that's days gone bad to worse for Team 720 with another excursion into the pits inevitable here. Especially, this is also going to mess with the stint timer, as there's only an hour and a half left to go. They can't actually pit and then finish the race on that fuel. They'd have to come in again.
Yeah. Also the stint time play will. We only have stint time of 75 minutes. And we have more than 75 minutes to go.
That's what I was saying. So it's going to be an interesting decision here as to how you go about surviving this.
Did he move move down? No, he didn't. Simsport holding stay ahead. Plus 333 S.
Well, now 27 minutes left. We are looking like it's going to be a Jack Alexander and Rob Jackson victory, unless obviously, unless we see a sudden change of pace from any of the cars behind. We've got Mancini in second place, still has the fastest lap because it has not stopped raining pretty much this entire race. We've had 2 half-hour stints where it's been nice and dry, and we've seen some fast times, but immediately as soon as they get fast, it starts downpouring again.
But it's quite interesting to see. In 10 minutes the rain will stop, and in 30 minutes it hasn't begun any.
Yeah, so we actually might have a dry stint towards the end, and that would actually play into the hands of Jack Alexander, because he would be given the opportunity to just put the hammer down and gap, because we know he can drive well in the changeable conditions. So he's going to be hoping that towards the end of the stint, where Rob does jump in, it's going to be nice and dry for Rob to just finish. In fact, speaking of Rob, we'll bring him in along with Joel Dallas. Good evening, Joel and Rob. Oh, sorry, should I say good afternoon to you, Joel?
Good afternoon, guys. Hello, Rob.
Hi, how are you all doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. So, Chris was mentioning how you matched your laps led with donation. Is that something that's repeating, or?
Beg your pardon? I had it was like a ruffle on the line. I didn't quite hear you.
Sorry. So Chris was mentioning.
I don't know. Let's see. Let's win the race first, and then we might have to stick a few texts out and say, "Come on, guys, give us some more money."
Absolutely.
You're a cheeky boy, Adam.
It's for the great cause. Look. Chris,
obviously, it's for a good cause. If it was for the pizza fund, I might be a little less.
Yeah, well,
less forward.
Yeah, we'd actually contemplate last weekend at Hungary getting a delivery for you. Just sending it over, just to eat or something.
Oh, well, that is very nice. However, obviously, you guys have been doing a great job up until the penalty. Was it just a bit of a?
Oh yeah, that's the penalty. I don't think you mentioned it enough times, actually. I've only heard it 5 times since we got it. So, rubbing it in. Yeah, that was a silly one for me. I don't enjoy the wet weather, as you've probably seen, but try and keep it in a straight line, and it just went a bit too late. That's all. Silly thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It does happen. Small moment that just sort of dictates as to where your race goes, and obviously, luckily, it's only 5 seconds and nothing more. You had a good battle actually with the number 5 for most of the end of your stint.
Yeah, I mean, they were quicker than us, but we're just doing what we need to do to get the car home at the minute, and yeah, it was quite fun holding him up, to be honest. Hello, if you're listening.
I'm sure they are. So, yeah, 40. Just having a quick look at the information as well, quick before we jump over to Joel. Sorry. Car number 41 has received 8 penalty points in this race. Now, 10 is I believe, a race ban, so they are 2 points away from a race ban within one race, which is quite an achievement. But obviously, before we do jump over to Joel, Rob, is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone you want to say hello to?
No, I'm not really into that, but everyone knows me. Hello. we're just here having a good time, enjoying the race. Thanks to you guys for putting it on and commentating. It's been great. And let's get the car to the end.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us, Rob, and best of luck for the end of the race.
No problem. I will probably speak to you later at this rate.
Absolutely. Well, we're loving that confidence. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
So
guys.
that is Rob Jackson from the 715 car. Now we're going to move over to the driver of the number 61, Joel.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How has it been going for you guys? You've been sat in the top 10 and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit of up and down here and there. Missing the chicane once or twice, just the normal McLaren things. But I don't think we can complain too much. It's been a very eventful race with the weather changing, and we really have to stay on top of it. But it's actually been. I'm not a huge fan of the wet weather either, like Rob just mentioned. But I've actually had a pretty good race, so it definitely could have been worse.
Absolutely. Well, are you happy with your position? Obviously, currently 9th. You started, if I can find the entry list.
11th.
11th. So you've made positions, which is always a good sign. You are the highest placed McLaren as well, which is always good.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I cut you.
No, it's absolutely it's fine. Obviously, so you guys, would you take away from this race as a positive?
Oh yeah, for sure. We did have a couple spins, so also I think we got the strategy a little wrong in the early part of the race, which that's where we lost most of our time. Since that, we have been quite on the pace, I would say. If we hadn't lost out in the first hour and a half, we could have definitely been further up. But yeah, I would say we take it as a positive, We look forward to the next one. We're definitely getting to the end of this. We're in it to finish as usual. So, yep.
Absolutely. Well, again, obviously, the best of luck. It seems to be that you have done an amazing job with the team. All set up well, and you guys are still running. You've been running consistently in that top 10, which is obviously what every driver wants to do. So, yeah, hopefully, best of luck to you guys, and hopefully, be talking to you later.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thanks for putting on this and commenting, and everyone who's behind the scenes. Thank you very much for putting on all of this. We look forward to the next race.
Thanks very much, sir. Take care.
Take care.
As the talk saw the overtake from the 333 car on the Simsport Holland car. Now they're down at move, down at clean.
Absolutely. Well, you've got the 666 car as well behind them, by the looks of it. So that's a car that is actually lapped. So these guys don't need to fight him as hard as they would any other car. Cohen stepped into the pit lane, so that's going to be awkward because the stint time is 1 hour and 15 minutes. If Cohen's in now, they're going to have to stop again before the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. Now the pit is not the best.
Danny Swartz coming out and rolling out of the track. What's going on? I think they've noticed the problem. He's stopped
no
on
reason
track.
to stop on track.
Do we have a problem for the 69 car that's been running so well most of this race? All of a sudden, well, saying they're still in the pit lane, and Danny Swart is behind the wheel. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. In fact, is he? We're not quite sure. That's Dennis Verhoeven in the 16 BMW coming back onto the circuit after a little bit of an off-track excursion out of the what looked to be the right-handers. Now coming downhill towards the chicane, and now it's back up the hill. Seems to be back at the speed, so nothing too bad. There's Matt Toby running wide and allowing cars to go through. Don't think he is racing any of them. In fact, no, he was racing Dennis Werkman. Dennis Werkman's gone through. So the Falcon Aston Martin has gone through and gained a position. So he's on wet tires. So from what I'm seeing, they're on dry tyres on a very wet circuit still. This is a massive gamble because those tyres will not warm up.
Oh. I tried also early in the race, and I was not the best. I think my tires was only on 25 psi maximum, and the track was almost dry, only greasy, I think. So now to be on dry tires, it's the stupidest thing you can do, in my opinion.
Absolutely, it's not my definitely not a decision I would have made. I think I'd have waited a few more laps to see if there was a changeable condition that would have allowed it. Obviously, that is interesting to note that obviously they've gone for this sort of situation where they're trying something different. Obviously, endurance racing is all about trying something different, trying something to get ahead of the competition. But this just feels like a gamble too far.
Absolutely. But maybe they need to do this gamble because they haven't any fuel left.
However, no, I think this is just... So they have had multiple stops where it's not gone the way, they've had a few incidents, and so all of a sudden they're now trying to hope. Also, they were limited by fuel in the stint time, so they've just had to jump in early. So this is a gamble. In fact, half an hour's worth of dry running. There's not another rain cloud so far for the next half an hour. So this is potential to finish the race on dry set tyres. The track is going to dry rapidly. We've seen it dry so quickly here. Track temperature raises so quickly because even with the cloud and the rain, it's 24 degrees. So the track will evolve quite quickly. But we've got Alex Crawford. I believe Crawford. Which car is that?
This car.
This car. Happy days. So, oh, he's disappeared again. Alex was there, and then he decided. What a tease! Blue ball on us there, Alex. Come on back.
He's back.
Guys,
There he is.
Oops,
sorry.
No,
Do you want...
move him in.
There we go.
Right.
Hello, Alex.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a good idea for me to mention to the other guys that I was leaving and come out and disconnect so Lulu could.
Whoops. So, how's the race been for you?
Yeah, it's been an interesting challenge. It's as a group, it's our first time doing a long endurance race with variable conditions. We've all done it in.
Say again, sorry?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. A few technical issues, I do apologise about that.
No worries.
So are you there now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Cool. Yep, so obviously we were saying how you were saying how it's been changeable conditions for you guys, and it's the first time you've done a race like this together. So is this a good learning position for you guys, especially going forward into future races?
It has been, particularly setting pressures for the wet tyres and making those judgment calls on whether it's going to get dry or wetter. Do you need to go up or down on the pressures? We got really fortunate in the first 2 hours of the race, I think. Other than the coming in with the pits for wet tyres wet tyres after the start, we came in probably a lap or two too late, so we lost about 6 or 7 seconds on the cars we were around. But the first few hours, we got very fortunate with our weather calls, and from there, it kind of just dropped off and went a bit downhill. We were always just at a couple of laps too late on when we needed to come in, ideally. So Lulu had to run off tyres for a bit. I also had to do it for a bit more. I had my wet tyres up to about 36 psi. The whole dashboard was screaming red at me before I came in for my second stint. It's certainly been a challenge. It's been tough to get the car around. Running high, we dropped back. I managed to make up a few places. Hopefully we end up where we started, which would be nice.
Absolutely. Well, obviously it's never nice to see obviously incidents happen to yourself. You know, you had a few that were definitely out of your hands, and unforced errors that do, like everybody happens. There's 8 hours, and it's a very difficult race to be a part of. Obviously, we've got another 5-second penalty for a car causing collision on lap 168, car 42 and car 726. In fact, we're watching your teammate now being chased by the McLaren 720 of Hayes Jr. here. But obviously, you guys have been here from the start of the stream till the end. It's been great to have you all on board.
Wise is we've put him in a tough spot, putting him out on dries. We were looking at the weather and we were thinking either goes out on wet for 5-10 laps or we gamble on it, and we've gambled again.
Absolutely. Well, nothing to lose, I guess, with the time that's left. We've got the car 42 stopped on the side of the track. Yellow flags are in order for the car that has jumped to the pit lane. So he has now got himself clear and the yellow flags are not necessary. But before we do carry on with commentary, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends that are listening and just everybody else on the stream?
No, it's been great to have the support. I've been keeping an eye on chat and seen a lot of familiar names in there throwing their support our way, which is always great to see. Bit disappointed I couldn't deliver the same level of goods that what Wise Boy has, Matt Tubby has, but hopefully next time it'll be a better showing. And yeah, it's just all a learning experience. We're having great fun, loving the community, loving the racing, and yeah, I'm just really enjoying it right now. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for giving us a little bit of your time. Go enjoy your last hour or so of the race with your teammates.
Thank you very much. You enjoy the rest of the stream. Hopefully some good racing for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we now have 1 hour 11 minutes and 11 seconds left, and we are currently watching Matt Tubby being overtaken. That is the 720 car with a bit of a damage rating by the looks of it. So it's still nursing a little bit of damage home, which is completely manageable. Obviously, nothing too super dangerous.
Dominic, you want me to get your car off stream?
You can go on. It's no problem. Mike is a driver who can handle with damage. He knows to handle with it, so I don't think that will happen so more while the race ends.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
Well, it's been a good race to watch. We're watching the car 5 as he almost gets squeezed and collected by the 720 there. Number 5 trying to go around the outside there. He's going to be let through. I think the car doesn't fight it. He knows it's not the position, so no need to fight it when you don't have to race him. In fact, there you go. There also goes a Mercedes through.
Yeah, our Mercedes.
Give him a wave as you go on by.
Yeah. It's an easy call on our teammates to let the other pass. So we do it often when we see a faster team comes, we let them pass to get the best position out on track.
Absolutely. It is a great bit of teamwork to figure out that, and again, obviously, that they're not racing for position, so there's no point fighting each other.
Yeah. But guys, I will leave you now alone again. I want to be with the last stint by my team.
No problem, sir.
Absolutely. No worries. Thank you very much for your time.
Really appreciate it, Dominic. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good race.
Thank you very much. You take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. So it's just us again, Chris.
Yes, just the two of us.
Definitely have been making memes to wind up Team 101 the whole time.
So this is the closest battle on track at the moment. Sam Spenklink and Frans van der Linden.
It is. So Sam's now trying to race at Sim Racing Holland versus Sim Racing International. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes along. Obviously, these two are, I believe, like half teammates, if I'm not mistaken.
No, You are completely mistaken.
Just coincidence that they both have sim racing in their name.
So Sim Racing Holland is a separate, completely separate team, and they join our events quite often. They were a major part of our previous community, Sim Racing Hub International, and that's basically it. So they have raced each other before, and obviously Semmer's gone past Franz there while I was telling you all that rubbish.
It's all good, but obviously, yeah, it's good to see that these two are still racing very close now after all this time. It looks likely that we will see everybody finishing on a set of dry tyres. I don't think it's going to be worth running any wets now till the end of the session, even if the rain does start to come down again.
No, I think whatever tyres people go out on now, they'll be finishing. Nobody's going to swap the tyres regardless. They're going to have to manage them.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't personally either. So obviously we've now got an hour and 6 minutes left, so everybody that does stop now doesn't have to stop again. So all these stops you are seeing now will probably be the last stops, provided there's no incidents. So we've got Jack Alexander still leading, Mancini in the 138 in P2, Clyde Barney in P3 in the number 5 Odyssey racing car. Milan Duma in the 212, I believe that is one of the Green Moose racing cars, it is indeed. Chris Vickers in the Team Abbey Racing, their number 333, with Neville behind in the J-Dog Simsport blue car. Sem Spenglik in the Sim Racing International, Simsport Racing International 74 Honda NSX, with Van der Linden in the Sim Racing Holland car in P8, Yannick Valenduc in the 488 Porsche Ferrari Team Rocket Scuderia car, with Hayes Jr. in the 169 just behind. P11 and P12 are the 666 and 42 Aston Martins respectively, as I believe they're actually racing on circuit. In fact, here we go. Yeah, we've got a battle going on here between these two, just behind the Team 101 car, just ahead of them. So Eckstein in the number 4 BMW, with Andrew Wellborn just behind him in 38 Lexus. Verhoeven in the 16 BMW is P15 just behind him. Van Kuzen in the McLaren 720S in that unmistakable Golf livery. We've got Matt Tubby in the Snack and Sons Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini in this race. The 990 car doing a good job after a few incidents earlier on in the race to get itself back up to 17th. Sander Vale then in the number 11 Falcon Mode 11 car in P18. Doe Germany in 992 Porsche in 19th place, with Vesta in the 41 Aston Martin in P20. Muller and Campbell are next, 21 and 22nd respectively, 6 seconds separating them. Almost 7 now actually, I do apologise, the time comes a bit more clearer. 7 seconds between them two, as Daniel Deswar and Nixon just behind them in a BMW, CVSR BMW. In fact, that's back out on track now after a technical issue earlier on, with Jordan Nixon in J-Dog Simsport red car in P24. Ike Tells in the 222 Green Moose Rookies car, doing a great job there to keep ahead of Evan Natas in the Wild Things Racing 79 BMW. Oliver Anderson in the Team 101 car that definitely isn't better than the Team 222 Green Moose Juniors car in P27, with Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport in the 720 McLaren 720S. Pater in the 46 McLaren just behind them, with Reinanen, Allen and Bellotti are remaining cars. So 32 cars still to take flag at the end of 8 hours so far. I can't see us losing any more cars, which is brilliant to see that we've only lost 4 cars across 8 hours so far. Oh, sorry, 7 hours so far. I do apologise.
It feels like 8 already, so
yeah. It does.
It feels a lot longer actually. Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm going to sleep tonight.
Oh, I'm absolutely going to sleep tonight. No, absolutely. I think I'm going to go do some sim racing with some friends, which is a bit ironic, and then go and chill. Yeah, probably have a like sleep because well, not really got much to do tomorrow, but Monday I'm back in as we prepare for our real world race season to carry on. So obviously we've got an hour and 2 minutes left. Alexander will be into the pits fairly soon. Valenduke in that, it is a nice livery, even if it winds me up. Like, it is a nice livery.
I'm going to get the right camera in a second.
We're going to get there. There we go. The 488, and in fact, there you go. You can see the sun starting to poke through. That's a rare sight tonight, as the first time in the entire race, it's no longer cloud. Well, it's still cloudy, but not as cloudy. You can see the sun start to poke its way through now as we get into the final hour. It's currently 7:06 p.m. there, 8:04 p.m. here in the UK, and obviously 9:04 in Germany in real life. So we've got a 2-hour difference between the times, but still looking absolutely stunning out there as we head towards the final hour of our race here. Mancini into the pits now. So this is pretty much a straight run to the finish for the 138 car. It started on pole, had an absolute nightmare in the middle of the stint, and now all of a sudden is going to be finishing at least back on the podium. So we've also had a change of drivers. Nikolai Schroeder in the Groomies Rookies car now being chased by the 720 car. The 720 is going to go around the outside here, but Corkin is going to try and hold it around the outside. The Audi is going to try and defend, but it can't really defend into the hairpin. He's going to go for a switchback though. He is going to make the move stick. Just about makes the move back through into what will be 27th place. Next car on the road is Oliver Anderson's Audi in the Team 101 car. In fact, there you go, the 720 goes off a little bit too aggressively. He's trying to be a little bit too aggressive with the rookie car. Obviously, they got to remember that these guys, not all these drivers are as experienced as each other. You've got to be very careful as to where you overtake. A stop-go 30-second penalty for the 420 BMW as well. So the 420 BMW, to add to its woes, will now also have to serve an additional pit lane violation of stop-go at 30 seconds due to a speeding in the pit lane violation. This is obviously something we don't implement. What's wrong with our livery? I have no idea what you're on about. I don't remember saying anything, but I'm not sure where that came from. Stefan saying that was an intense stint. Well, you're always welcome in if you want to come in and have a chat about that stint. Obviously, we've got Team Heavily Motorsport still trying to pressure the 222 car. In fact, no, they're going to get overtaken by the 46. The 46 now goes through to 28th place. The dry tyre strat coming to us. Yeah, absolutely. We all knew that the track was going to evolve, and it did indeed. And all of a sudden, the 46 is going to go around the outside of the Audi. In fact, the McLaren almost joins him as that almost spins on the AstroTurf.
I don't think that was the 46 car, to be honest, Adam. That's the Gulf.
Are you sure?
Car, isn't it?
Is it not the 46? I thought it was. No, it's not, is it? It's the... I can't tell.
I can't remember which car it is. Oh, I'll tell you what.
It might be the 8.
It's not that one.
It's not that one.
No.
I thought that might have been, but oh no, they're 8 laps back. Never mind. So that is a car that is fighting a fire. I think that is de Klerk.
Yes, I agree.
Might be de Klerk. There it is. Yeah. So that was for blue flag, so it's not too bad. And the McLaren, the 720 McLaren's gone through as well. So next car on the road for that is Oliver Anderson. So Oliver Anderson now on the road, trying to hold off 666. He's not racing for position, but obviously he's just enjoying himself a bit, having a bit of fun in the Dalmatian-inspired Audi, which very interesting to say the least.
Dalmatian, wasp, they just entertain all types of animals and species.
Absolutely.
Pizzas.
I mean, if that's what you consider a species, absolutely, yeah. We have got, for the third time returning tonight, we have Stefan. Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's nice.
We're not above the 30s anymore, so that's a progress.
Indeed.
And
So, how has the last stint's been treating you then?
Well, I had a fairly decent rain run until, what was it, 114 left, I think. So, good stint. The strat is coming together. Went on the dry, hoping for no more rain, and it seems like it's gonna pay off.
So, you did your pit stop at 114, correct?
Yeah, ish.
I was going to say, what happens if you have an extra lap to do?
I think we have 1 hour and 2 minutes left on the stint, so it's 5 minutes gap. Should be fine.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad then. I was going to say you might be a bit panicky if it was only like 2 minute gap.
We don't want to do like Spa again when we finished the 3 seconds left on the stint timer.
Oh boy, yeah, I think I remember that one. So
so do we. So
the trousers are still brown to this day.
Oh yeah, we keep in a frame. As a reminder.
So obviously not the way you wanted this race to go. I'm assuming it'll be shake off and regroup for the next race.
Yeah, I mean a bad strat call in the beginning, and then you start getting lapped. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it does indeed. Obviously, once you start getting lapped, it is pretty much game set and match, isn't it? So
yeah, but still a usual 101 style climbing in the last few hours.
Absolutely
being consistent. So that's satisfying in that moment.
Absolutely. So obviously, I've got to know. I'm sure I might have asked this in the past, but what's with like the Dalmatian livery?
Well, 101 Dalmatians. If you look at if you look at the roof, there's a hint, actually, but I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, it's not as easy as maybe. Hang on. Let's see.
Chris can get the chopper right, maybe.
Not live on stream, I can't.
Yep.
It's all good, but obviously I'll have a look at it post race, and obviously yeah. So no, it's a nice livery, and I'm assuming the next livery is going to be a wasp.
Wasp and pizzas.
Wasp and pizzas.
Well,
the flying pepperoni.
Yeah. If I'm allowed by the team, that's the big question.
So obviously the next race is, I believe, slightly longer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Was it 10 hours? Was it Donington? No.
Oh, as Oliver almost throws it away.
Yep.
Maybe the wasp has returned. His new friend.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, we can feel the tiredness creeping in as well, just like you guys.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely. Obviously, it's not just been an endurance for you guys. It's definitely been an endurance for us as well. Obviously, we are trying to do the best we can.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. We're gonna catch Nixon now.
Mm-hmm. So is that now push him, basically go in there and tell him to push as hard as he can?
I think he does that, no matter what I say. So
that is very true. But absolutely stellar job from you guys to come back and try and at least enjoy yourselves as well. Like, not only come and race, but you're enjoying yourselves while you're doing it, and I think that's the key thing.
Yeah, that's the spirit of the team.
As that is the 420 backwards at the wrong part of the circuit. Do not reverse back onto that circuit. That would be a very bad idea. So we're going to quickly watch this 3-point turn and then say thank you very much to you again. Obviously, always great to see you in the chat. Pleasure as always, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race of your team.
Pleasure's all mine. See you.
See you later.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So we have got 53 minutes left on the race. These guys are all pretty much comfortable in their positions now. It doesn't look like much will change within this hour. Obviously, this is normally where a lot of the stints start to come together now, and you'll see where people actually are going to end up. We've got a replay going on here of, that is, the spin. Just gets onto the wet, there you go, gets onto the wet AstroTurf, and around we go. And just couldn't get it spun around. So, unfortunate for the 420, but obviously quickly realises he can't back onto the circuit because he knows he'll get in trouble. Very, very clever from the driver to realise the mistake he was about to make and rectify it.
There's not much happening battle-wise.
It's gone quiet now, and that tends to happen now as everybody's now doing their final stops. The ones that have sort of had to miscalculate their strategy and stop maybe one time too many are now all of a sudden in that position where they can't actually do much about the situation.
Any
And
requests on YouTube for a car to watch?
Yeah, I was going to say, if anybody on YouTube wants us to watch a particular car, obviously I know we've got a lot of 990 fans here. We may actually, should we have a quick nosy on our leaders, see if they've come in? They've come in, so Jack has come in. While we've been whittering on, Jack has come in to serve his final stop and his time penalty, and he's still 2 laps up. So Jack has done an incredible job from those flag. Rob taking over when he's needed his brakes to just allow Jack a little bit of breathing time, and then obviously Jack has then jumped in and done a stellar job. There's not looking likely to be any more rain now till past the end of the session. It looks like it's going to be a BMW 134, so it's going to be very, very tight in terms of the rest. At the moment it's Porsche versus the Aston Martin, so it's going to be close to see who actually comes out on top there. With 50 minutes left to go, then Jack Alexander has done his final stop. It's BMW 134. How far behind is Clerk from Toby? Well, timing gap will update very soon. We'll have a quick look. So we're waiting for Tubby to come through.
So Clerk crosses a line now.
Toby is about quite a margin. It's about maybe 40 seconds, I'd say. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a gap that is mountable within this time. And you've also got to remember that he's got another stop to do, I believe, yet, because they can't stop. They stopped for an hour and 20 something. So yeah, about a quarter of a lap. Unfortunately, it's not looking likely that he will be able to close the gap on the Clerk, especially with the time penalties. Not the time penalty, but the additional stop as well.
Any other requests?
46 seconds. So yeah, about half a lap. Any other requests on the YouTube stream?
Simon, I know nobody can hear you on here, but have you got any requests? Any car you would like to see? Sorry? Yes, Coward of the County by Kenny Rogers. I'm not sure which car he's actually driving. I'm pretty sure my good friend Simon has gone loopy. Franz van der Linden.
Yeah.
Franz van der Linden is his request. I would show you, but Jean Beton is in the car at the moment. Today's stream brought to you by Stalybridge Broadcasting Company.
Of course, other broadcasting companies are available.
Adam, that one was fictitious. I don't think we're going to get sued by that one.
Never know. You never know. Steve just come in with a lawsuit, slap it on your desk.
Oh, hold on. Something happening up here.
Hello, we've got a battle going on here for 4th place. That is Vilcek versus Abranes. In fact, that's Vickers versus Vilcek versus, I believe that's a car that's too far ahead. In fact, yeah, that is the car that's in P2, so we'll pretend that it's not there because obviously he's too far ahead. But we've got a battle for P4 here between Vickers and Vilcek. This is going to be about to heat up very soon. Valenduke's actually not a million miles away. Only 20 seconds between them and himself, so he could close up that gap if he has a good remaining stint.
So it does look like it is going to remain dry for the rest of the race, doesn't it?
It does now, and I think it's very unlikely that any rain now would be affecting the standings. Should have got Simon on the mic as well. Well, with 45 minutes left of the race, we are quickly approaching the end. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it, with pizzas discussed, wasps accused, 720 spins supposed, and a lot of comments as well. Like, we've been live for over, well, the longest stint I've ever done, I'll tell you that much. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it?
It certainly has. So
but,
definitely long.
Absolutely. Well, we've got 33 people watching, and again, obviously those that have been around since the very start, thank you very much. You know, absolutely brilliant to see you all around and have you guys here to listen. You know, to listen to us ramble for however long it's been. You know, it's definitely not something that's easy to do when you've got a limited number of commentators, and you know, especially with a series where obviously sometimes we're sort of we do run low on the amount of information we have, but it's not completely impossible, and yeah, obviously we are doing the best we can with what we've got, and we're really grateful for all the drivers that appear, all the people that come in to talk to us, people that are commenting as well. Obviously it's great to see you all commenting in the chat. Obviously we've got a lot of people in there that are obviously have been here since the start, coming in and out since the start. It's been brilliant.
So has Sem just gone past Clyde there? In third place?
That is Clyde Barney, yeah, but that is lap unlucky.
Yeah, he's unlapped himself,
Yeah.
but he's going
at a rate of knots, and
fantastic
so
pace,
is Valenduke. And so is Valenduke. Vilcek's had a mistake somewhere because he's closed off. He's lost the position to Vickers, and he's being closed on by Valenduke. So Valenduke's now trying to close the gap between himself and Vickers and Vilcek eventually. He is pushing pretty hard in that Porsche. Porsche's doing a brilliant job to continue its form. It's been up and down the grid, but now it's settled in the top 10 quite comfortably. We've got a spinner that looks like 86 has spun out of the Schumacher S's, so that is a white flag for him, but he'll be quickly back up to speed, and the white flag, I'm sure, will disappear very soon. There it goes. So we are still following Yannick Valenduc in the Team Rocket Scuderia Porsche Ferrari hybrid thing that is bizarre. Elsewhere, we've got very little in the way of battles occurring. This is at the point where a lot of gaps start to emerge. You can see on the track there's a cluster of cars going through the first sector, but a lot of them aren't for position, and that's the difficult thing. Sometimes you're trying to find battles that are for position, and obviously you end up with a car lapping another car. We've got the number 86 in the pit lane now. There you go, there's some rear end damage on that, so it's going to come in to serve another pit stop and get a bit of repairs done on the car itself. Obviously, last thing you want to be doing, especially when you're trying to be competitive, is to come in right towards the end of a race. But unfortunately, that is what's going to happen for this car.
So Clive's last lap was a 2 minutes .5, and Peter O'Brien's was a 1:59.7. Clive's not a slow driver.
Having a bit of a trouble. Is he still on the wrong tyres?
There's that possibility.
Because the 2:05 is a monumentally slow time.
2 minutes .5.
Oh, sorry, 2 minutes .5, so maybe not ranked, but still, it's quite a slow lap for someone as talented as himself. But equally, I think he's trying to just maintain the position now. You know, he knows that he's got a bit of a gap between himself and Vickers, so he's just got to maintain it and keep it on the track. So I think he's just letting as much of the traffic through as possible so that he doesn't have to fight them. This is the sort of strategies that you start to play now with the last 40 minutes. You know that letting someone through sometimes is the quicker thing than fighting them for that position. You know, you're fighting for your own battle now. This is for the podium places. So he's now got to think about where and when he allows people to overtake him, if he's going to let them. Obviously, any mistake in that sort of process and he goes and throws away a podium position. So he's got to be ultra careful as to what he does, because obviously cars like that as well, the cars that are coming onto the circuit that almost, you know, collide with him, would be a pivotal moment.
Yeah, which would lose him, obviously, not necessarily losing the position, because I think they've got a lap on Chris Vickers at the moment, haven't they?
Yeah, so he's got a cushion of a lap, and that's fine. You know, he's being a little bit more aggressive than he needs to be. The 666 car is not a threat anymore. Might have been earlier in the race, but that car behind is no longer a threat, and he needs to remind himself that. I'm sure you'll have teammates in his ear just saying, look, you know, race at your speed, but remember that it's not necessary to fight cars that are not going to be able to fight you, because all it would do is put him in a position where he might lose time, worse, crash, and obviously lose position. So we've still got 38 minutes left of the race. We've got Mike Abranosa in the chat. We're going to bring him up. Good afternoon, morning, evening, I'm not even sure anymore, Mike.
It has been a long day, hasn't it, Adam? How are you?
It's been a very long day. Surviving, I think. I think Chris and I are gonna start seeing stars in a minute with just over just under 7.5 hours gone. It's been an interesting race for your car, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good race, interesting race, like you say. I think conditions for everyone, right, has just been so unpredictable. It's like, do you start the race on dry tires? Do you start the race on wet tires? Do you put high pressure? Do you put low pressure? And just absolute gamble. So I think it was 40 seconds to count down to the start, and I was like, wet, dry, wet, okay, dry. And so we started on dries, and I think we got really lucky in the first hour that it didn't rain all that heavily, so we managed to do the full hour on the dries, and I think we ended up sort of P2-3 after the first stop. But yeah, it's been really tricky conditions all the way through. Nelson had a bit of a tricky stint, so we did drop a few places again, but yeah, Chris is doing great, holding on to P4, as you can see now.
Absolutely. Well, obviously we've been watching you guys through the stints, and like you say, it was a bit of a moment in the middle of the race with Nelson obviously having a small an incident with a couple of cars. Obviously, you want to see, especially when you're fighting for a podium place. Obviously, still P4 is not anything to be upset about, is it?
No, especially when you look at top 3 cars, all BMWs. You know, we say they're OP, but you know, especially Alexander and Jackson, those two doing really great job. But I think P2 and 3 wouldn't have been too far out of reach without the incidents. But yeah, those BMWs are just really quick, and they can just brake so deep into the corners. But yeah, P4 is nothing to sniff at. You know, we're the only Aston in the top 5. And I think you mentioned it earlier, you know, Nelson and I race in Tier 2 of the Sprint Series, where most of these chaps are Tier 1, so yeah, it feels good.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant job from yourself, from Nelson, and definitely from Chris as well. Doing a good job to maintain the top 10, especially after an incident where normally that would see a lot of people just give up and go home as such. They'd be disconnecting and dropping off in a huff, so it's really good to see you guys persevere and come back and, you know, just be on the cusp of the podium.
Yeah, no, happy days. So I think about 35-36 minutes to go. I think we're all done with pit stops now. Fortunately, no more rain.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems to be.
Yeah, it was just like, you know, every stop you look and it's like the 10-minute mark is less rain, the 30-minute mark is no rain, and then it's kind of like, oh, what do we do? It's such a gamble. And I think you mentioned it earlier, you know, and we were going to put dries, and then last minute we were like, no, we're just going to put wet, and that I think has paid off most of the race. We did try and save a stop, but I don't think it was possible with it being 8 hours.
Absolutely not. It's difficult, and the strategy is something that is a pivotal part, and especially when you've got the strategy in your head and you've got this all mapped out, and then you have an incident, and all of a sudden it throws your strategy just throws it out the window.
Yeah, but no, this is round 2, and yeah, we're in the top 4. I think I can't remember if you commentated on the first round, and we were up there as well within the top 5, and didn't realize that it was 75-minute stints, and so we ended up having to do an extra stop. I think we got it right this time at least.
Absolutely. Well, obviously next time out it's a longer race. Give me a moment. I'll get the list up. I do have a list somewhere. It's Barcelona for 12 hours. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, so Barcelona is a cool track. It's difficult to be consistently fast at Barcelona. There's a lot of opportunities for track cuts, which there are here as well. Yeah, let's see how we do. It's not Nelson's favorite track, but yeah, as a team, you know, we're just going to give it our all, and yeah, keep targeting top 5. That's our goal for this championship. We know there's a lot of fast chaps here in SSRi, so yeah, we'll give it our best.
Absolutely. You've done a brilliant job so far, and I would definitely say you can be proud. Hold your heads high and be proud of what you've achieved, especially with the perseverance, and to continue in the way you have.
Yeah, thank you, Adam, and yeah, thanks to all the organisers, all the stewards, everyone for taking part. It's always fun racing with you guys, and obviously we're raising money for a good cause. I gave some money when when you guys had the race last week. I didn't take part in that, and so yeah, great to see that we're coming together as a community to help out other communities. So yeah, thanks very much.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
All right, chaps, have a good rest of the half hour, and we'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Take care.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So that was Mike Abranosa from the 333 car in P4.
This is Valenduke going past Vilcek.
Yeah, that's Valenduke going past Vilcek. So Vilcek seems to have a problem. I'm not sure whether that's tyres or fuel, but he doesn't seem to be able to push just as hard as he was able to earlier in the race. And this is going to actually allow Sem a position as well. Valenduke's gone through really quickly. Even the 46 is now going through on him. Obviously, this is just to unlap himself, but this seems to be an issue with Vilcek's car. Obviously, if anybody is in the chat, Andreas, if you would like to give us an update as to what's going on with the 212, that would be fully good of you. Obviously, we've got not long left in the race now. That looks to be like the Lamborghini behind him, so that's not too bad so far for him. Vilcek trying to keep Sem and O'Brien, who will be the next cars to challenge him, behind. So Perdomo is now being challenged in the 666 car by the 169. You can see just behind him with the Traction X on the McLaren 720. They're going to actually go past car 5. Car 5 is just letting him through. So Clyde Barney knows he's got the gap to just let these guys through. He doesn't want to fight them. He wants the podium. He wants to make sure that he can come in with his teammates and say, I've done my part. I've done my part.
Just to note that Jack Alexander has just done his fastest lap of the race.
So Jack Alexander setting his fastest lap of the race. Jack clearly hasn't been told that it's pretty much wrapped up here, so he's going to keep pushing and pushing, which just shows us, I would say that's a statement of intent there from the driver that wants obviously a opportunity at a very good finish. In fact, he will get a very good finish here regardless. So, with 30 minutes left on the clock, Jack Alexander seems to pretty much have this sewn up at the moment. There's no real reason why it should change hands now. We're watching Michel Perdomo be attacked here by the McLaren of Holloman in the 169 car just behind him. Just behind them is Clyde Barney, but he's actually third on the road with a decent gap. In fact, Chris Vickers, as he mentioned, the only car between the podium BMWs, well, sorry, the last car before the podium there in the Aston Martin, the Porsche not far behind. Honda and the McLaren have both gone from Vilcek. Vilcek seems to just have a serious issue here. He can't seem to keep the pace up in that car. Whether there's an issue that we're not being told about, I'm sure we will see. We've got a message saying sorry 41 for knocking you back, kind regards Greenbush rookies. So the rookies at least apologising for their predicaments. Meanwhile, their senior team, the Greenbush racing car, seems to still have an issue. He seems to be going really slowly. I don't know if Chris wants to update us times wise, but it looks like he's going 2 or 3 seconds slower than he should be.
His last lap was a 2:08.850, guys.
So that's even slower. That's about 10 seconds off the pace of what it should be. So, is he nursing damage, do you reckon?
It's difficult to see. I think he might just be on the completely wrong set of tyres.
I think he might as well. I think he might be on the wrong set of tyres, and whether he's nursing the car home, I'm not quite sure. But at this point, you'd think he would just come in for the stop, because if he had come in for the stop, he may have lost more positions, but he might have been able to fight back for them.
Yeah, it's pointless trying to persevere with wet tyres on a perfectly dry, fast track.
Absolutely. Well, the track is now cooling off a little bit as he's struggling like mad. You can see just how much he's struggling to keep this car in a straight line. See there, he's coming across here. Looks a bit quicker this lap, so maybe he has found up some more pace now. But whether it was maybe a fuel saving strategy as well. Obviously, you've got to remember that he is trying to save a bit of fuel as well. So we've got 27 minutes left. No, we're at 27 yet.
Showing his last lap was 2 minutes 59.627.
That was incredibly slow. If that was the case.
I'm going searching. Something must have happened.
Absolutely. We'll see what happened to him later in the race. I'm sure this is going to be interesting to see what is going to happen, because all of a sudden a car that was fighting quite high up the grid is now struggling. We have 32 people watching. Thank you very much for watching, guys. If you are enjoying what you see, definitely get a like, give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you're new. Make sure to hit that notification bell for any updates that we do. We have regular streams every week and always are up to something here at the SSRi channel. If we're not doing this, we're doing iRacing. If we're not doing iRacing, we're doing Assetto Corsa and also Race Room. And obviously throughout the stream we've been mentioning a few other games that might one day make an appearance, even if it is as a one-off. So we're going to have a look at this situation now. And he... Oh dear. He had a snap of oversteer, and in the pits he came.
So I think he had to drive straight through the pits.
We'll see if he comes to a rest before we make the decision, but it looks to me like, yeah, he's just coming straight for the pits, because there goes... Oh no, he does come in for a stop, I think. He's coming across now, and... Yeah, so he does come in for a stop, it looks like. So, yeah, got a brand new set of Pirellis onto that BMW, so that will be why he's come into the pit stop. Ah! Someone's dobbed him in. He put on an old tyre set. Oh dear.
Oh, that's such a shame. We were quite well up.
Brilliant. That is so unfortunate. I do apologise. Obviously, that is not what you want to see, but again, obviously, that is how racing can be. Sometimes you grab the wrong set, and you are back to square one.
So we spoke to Yannick earlier on, and I think he was down in 16th place at the time.
I believe so. He was down. He was quite far down, wasn't he, earlier in the race? In fact, like I'm having a look now. Like at one point, he's in P14. Yeah, so at one point they're down as low as P20, P14. So they've done a really good job to bring themselves back up into contention for basically the runner-up trophy from the podium. It's very, very good from them.
So this looks like CBSR trying to make a recovery of their earlier issues.
Absolutely. He's doing a good job here, John Doe. He is trying to make his way through. So he's trying to defend from De Swart in the CBSR car. So De Swart's trying to get through. John Doe is trying to hold him off in the JBP car.
There's always a bigger fish wanting to come through.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. Racing is all about trying to fight their way through and manage expectations along with, you know, reality. You know, you can't always race with everybody that you want to, so you've got to settle for the best battles you can. And right now, they are all having a good scrap here. The cars are not all necessarily racing each other, but they seem to just not have as much of a care at this point. They seem to. So the 992 and the 69 are racing each other.
I think that's car 7th place that's in front of them now.
That's 7th place. That's the J-Dog car. that the 666 behind, or is that actually the 41 Aston Martin? I can't tell. I think it might well be the 41. No, that is the 41. So the 41 is now behind them as well. So this is now the three-way fight for the opportunity to be, I know, two-way. So that guy is, that's not Vesta. So I'm not sure which Aston Martin that is, but he is still fairly quick. He's holding, as that contact, that looked like contact between the two. He's going to come across the track and come to rest at the end. So that's going to be definitely looked at for in the race. Hullerman, a penalty as well in the 169 car. The 169 is going to have to serve another stop, potentially. I'm not sure whether you can just add that on at the end.
That was a beautiful recovery, though.
It was very good. It chucked CC off and hoof it, and it worked really well. So yeah, the battle for P11 is now going to start to heat up, because all they have to do is get within 5 seconds of him, and that is P11. So Eckstein, Tullerman, and Perdomo are going to all have to fight their way now for that position. Obviously, Eckstein being one of the teams from Air Balloon Motorsport, that's who gave us the information. So there we go. That is John Doe Germany in the 992 Porsche, now down to 20th place, losing the position to Swart. I'm sure we'll have a replay as to whether that was contact or whether it was just a little bit of a mistake and a miscalculation. But obviously, last thing you want to see is somebody going off towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's such a shame when stuff like that happens. We were hoping that was going to be a really nice, clean battle. And for all we know, it may very well have been. I can try and find a replay, see if we can see anything.
There you go.
I'm on it, boss.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, we are impartial to a degree. You know, we've got to try and remain as impartial as we can, so that, you know, the stewards can do their job without us accusing or saying anything that could impede their opinions / investigation. But obviously, fair play is something that we definitely do promote here. So we're not far off now from the end of the race. We've got 20 minutes left. It's been quite a while, and all of a sudden it is looking good for the BMW gang at the front. So here we go. We've got CBSR car just behind, and there is there you go, there is contact.
Yeah,
that was definitely contact. That is really unfortunate. Obviously, last thing we wanted to see. But unfortunately, sometimes it does happen, and I guess you can't really argue it. That is pretty clear cut. That was contact, and that contact has caused somebody to crash. So with 20 minutes left on the clock, we've got a pretty clear-cut conclusion to the podium so far. With there we go, 5-second time penalty for car 169 for causing a collision with car 16 with 169.
169, yes, correct. Sorry.
It's caused a collision with itself.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah, I thought so. I think it might be 16. I think it might mean 16.
I have copied and pasted.
Yep. I do think that'd be car 1-6 because, or 6-9, because I can't imagine you'd get a penalty for hitting yourself. That would literally be insult to injury, wouldn't it? So we're close, we're rapidly approaching the finish here, and it's looking very likely that a lot of these positions will now remain pretty much as they are as we approach, like I say, we're already approaching the end now, so it's going to be close to see where all these teams end up over time. Got 17 minutes left, and we've got Sandoval chasing down, and well, I'm not sure who that is ahead of them, but
so it's I think we've missed the overtake. It's been called out in chat from the Snack and Sons team that Matt Tubby was getting close to Sandoval, and I think he's managed to take the position.
He's been and gone, and in fact that is the Lamborghini ahead of him. We are hunting down P17, and then it's just successful hunt. That's a very good description of what has occurred. Good job. So we're seeing a lot of racing now starting to occur with the positions sort of trying to get finalised now in the last 15 minutes of the race. This is the point where people want to start finalising their positions before trying to race on the last lap and, you know, potentially losing it all to the end. Obviously we've got the top three pretty much sewn up here unless a incident was to occur between one of the top three, but obviously seems to be very unlikely. So, it's been quite a ride, hasn't it, Chris?
It has. I wasn't even registered what you just said then before, but yeah, only 15 minutes left. Where's it gone?
Absolutely. It's gone rapidly. Obviously, these guys have been racing hard for the past 8 hours almost. Well, sorry, 7 hours and 45 minutes. And none of it has been at half pace. It's all been through rain, through shine. For those brief moments where the track was dry and the car was skidding around on overinflated tyres. And so it's very, very difficult for them to race clean and safely with sometimes with the amount of pressure that was in those tyres. I mean, I'm going to have to jump on at some point and see how it feels to actually drive with that. Sim Racing Holland saying hello in their own way. So good evening, gentlemen and ladies, if there are. Oh, they took the message away.
It's going to rain in 30 minutes.
Oh,
so
no!
I think people will be glad that this race will be over in 15.
Yeah, I don't think that rain is going to affect anybody here. Maybe packing the cars up.
Ooh, interesting battle here.
That's Valenduke versus Spenklik for P5. So this is now Porsche versus Honda. So we've actually now got in the top 7 5 manufacturers. 5. So 5 manufacturers now in the top 7, which is nice. Obviously, the top 3 is sort of dictated by BMWs. Aston Martin, Porsche,
technically
Honda,
it's 6
McLaren.
if you speak to Yannick, sorry, because you've got a Porsche Ferrari.
No, it's either a Porsche or a Ferrari. He doesn't get both.
Sorry, I interrupted there, and please carry on.
No, it's all good. We've had a confirmation. It was car 86, not car 169. It's 169. So that is much better for the information. So it was car 86 that had come together with car 169, and the stewards have decided that it was worth a 5-second time penalty. We're still waiting on whether we'll see a penalty for Danny de Swart after the incident with John Doe. I mean, as far as incidents go, it looked to us as fairly clear cut. I'm sure if they've appealed it, then it will be done before the end of the race. We've got not long left now. We're watching Yannick Valenduk try and hold off Sam Spenkling for P5. Obviously, this Honda started on the front row, was pretty far back at one point, I believe, like the 20s at one point, and for it to be now fighting for a top 5 finish is definitely something that they can't complain too much about. Of course, obviously, we have been going for so long now that everybody watching has done an incredible job to listen and, well, listen to me ramble, listen to Chris talk with his lovely voice. Obviously, we've had a fair few people in, and thank you to everybody that's come in to talk to us. Thank you to Steve for opening the stream for us. Obviously, it was nice to have him in the chat. Thank you to Dominic, who came in and commentated with us for a little bit, as so I could go and get a drink and something to eat. And obviously, again, thank you to everybody that's watched the stream, is going to watch the stream in the future.
What a fantastic overtake that was.
I was going to say that he's just made the move for the chicane, and that was rather impressive, rather ballsy to make that move. So the Porsche is now going to lose a position to the NSX. The NSX is now going to try and pull off his weave. I don't know what that weave was about, but I think he's just sort of saying, fair enough, you know, good move. So that was an impressive overtake by the NSX, and now it's going to be battle on till the end with only 11 minutes left to go. It's going to be close.
And here's another battle. They're all hotting up.
Absolutely. So last 10 minutes, all these cars are now coming closer together. That is the 169 and Paul Eckstein in the number 4 of the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport car, trying to find a way around the car in front of the 169 with Hullerman behind the wheel. You can see that that car is definitely pushing a lot harder than the McLaren, and in fact you've got Clyde Barney not far behind as well, who needs to get past these guys in order to maintain his position in P3. In fact, no, it's not. That's the CBSR car. That's the 69 car. Never mind.
Don't forget, Adam, that the car in front, Robin Ullman, has got a 5-second penalty. So Pascal Eckstein has already got this position.
He has, but I think he wants to get it down on track, and he knows that, you know, this is the last battle for his race, and he may as well try and get his way through now, as opposed to take the gamble. And you know what happens if you do something happens and you do lose 5 seconds. Here he goes down the inside now. Does defend. He gets a little bit of a nudge for his effort, and straight back through, and that is up into 11th place. So just outside the top 10. I don't think there's going to be enough time for him to close 5 seconds in this race. So Johansson should be fairly safe in the 42 there, the 12 also. A decent way up the road from its competitors behind. So Valenduk now a second behind Spenkling, with Spenkling now pulling away. So that Honda now doing the job it knows how to do. 29 seconds between him and Vickers. I don't think that can change within the time we have. You know, here we go. Pascal Eckstein's going to have to defend now from the McLaren. The McLaren's going to look around the outside. If he can pull that off, that will be impressive. He does. Goes to the inside through the Schumacher grass, sorry, through the chicane. And textbook copy of Sem's move on Valenduk, and that is him through back into 11th place.
It's almost like we're watching the same thing over again, just with different coloured cars.
Absolutely, that was very close between the two drivers, and really impressive by the two cars to race cleanly through there, especially with it being such a tight corner.
This is still the closest battle on track.
Absolutely. Well, this is always good to see. We always want to see a close battle still towards the end of the race. 8 minutes 30 left to go. We are seeing a very, very close battle here.
And we've missed that. We're under the 10-minute mark, my friend.
Absolutely. Less than 10 minutes to go, and we are almost there. And with good timing as well, I think this is slowly becoming a situation where we're gonna pass out after this. 10 seconds. Oh, sorry. I'll wait for you to put it up. But as I suspected, there it is.
The patience is killing you, isn't it?
The suspense is killing me. See, we're still watching this battle go on elsewhere in the grid. We've got another penalty appear. But for who, Chris? Oh, perfect timing. 10-second time penalty for car 69, causing a collision with the 992 on lap 210. So that is, as we suspected, well, not a deliberate collision, but still a collision that has caused a major incident and put somebody quite far back on the position. In fact, that 10 seconds would still not be enough for John Doe to actually get back through. So with 6 minutes 58 left on the clock, I've got to ask a question, because it's not a stop going, it's just a time penalty, is that just added on at the end if they don't need to stop?
I think the time is added on at the end, yes.
Very good. So obviously these guys now have to keep in mind where their rivals are behind them. The Swart doesn't actually have to worry too much about that position, as obviously John Doe is almost 14 seconds back. So
Dominic has, our friend Dominic has said in chat, why is it every time so close between the other cars and the Team Hot Air Balloon motorsport cars? I hate to see it every time. I've seen it too often this race.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, you're battling for position, which is always a good thing to see. It's quite a close race between yourself and the car ahead in Hulleman. Hulleman's doing a good job here to defend from the BMW, considering how dominant these BMWs have been this entire race. And absolutely right, Mark. It's still a great donation for all those children in Ukraine. Obviously, we stand with them, and we hope everybody is safe there. And obviously, still plenty of time to donate. And even if you don't donate today, I'm sure the link will be up for a while, so you can donate at another time. So we have 5 minutes left on the clock, and it's quickly becoming apparent that this is going to be a sprint to the finish for Eckstein versus Hulleman. Hulleman's lost a lot of, gained some time on Eckstein because of the 69 impeding, well, not impeding, but getting ahead of the car in front. It's now trying to continue its move up the field. Obviously, it's not going to be able to overtake anybody, but it's definitely still going to continue to race as though it is. In fact, here you go, you can see that he's losing time behind the CBSR car. So the CBSR car has overtaken then, and all of a sudden just not had the pace to continue that.
Which is why I think he was flashing him down the main straight.
Absolutely, I think that might have been the case. In fact, there you go, he's flashing him again just to reaffirm that. It's especially there are blue flags. I'm not sure if this will be penalty worthy, as actually the gap is now maintaining. But obviously we're not the stewards, so we can't really make that call.
You're right, we're not stewards. It's perhaps a good job.
Yeah, probably. We're very good at rambling, but less good at making the decision.
Yeah, technical stuff we're not so good at.
I mean, if rambling was technical, then it'd be awesome. So, yeah. With 3 minutes 30 left then, so there's about 2 laps left. Where is Jack on the circuit? He is there, coming towards the third sector now. This looks like, yeah, about 2 laps maybe left. So we're going to have 2 more tours of this track with Jack Alexander in complete control here. There is not really anything that could happen here that could take this race away from him unless he was to bin it right at the end. CBSR asking him to stop flashing. That is not up to us to dictate. Obviously, we're not trying to dictate who does what. That's up to the stewards. If the stewards decide that he needs to stop flashing, then I'm sure that he will do so. Obviously, we do advise that all the teams that are asking things like this either message it privately or take it up through the professional channels, not using the chat to do so, because it might end up with you getting in trouble. Last thing you need is a slap on the wrist for using the YouTube chat to tell people things. Unless you're telling us, in which case it's completely fine. So we're still watching Jack Alexander as he makes his way round his penultimate lap now. Obviously, the rave. Apparently, there must be a rave going on in the CBSR cockpit with the hot air balloon car flashing its lights every 5 seconds. This is the other hot air balloon car by Natas in the BMW. So this is now going to be a battle for 25th place as well. So this hot air balloon cars have clearly decided that the race started 5 minutes ago as opposed to 7 hours and 50 minutes ago. So it's incredibly close now between these two for position. Going to be incredibly interesting to see where these guys end up at the end. So we've got RIP 101 apparently trying to ruin a photo or something. Apparently they've spun somewhere, but we are now on the white flag lap here. 7:15 has just crossed the line for the final time before the end of the race. Vilcek in the Green Moose Racing is being chased by, I don't think that's for position. In fact, there's the Green Moose cars there together. So I'm not sure where RIP 101 were or are, but they're gonna have to come. They're gonna come across the line together, from what I'm reading in the chat. Oh, that's John Baton. So John Baton is now in the. Oh, that's a big off for the McLaren behind. In fact, that's the McLaren in 7th. That's O'Brien. That's O'Brien going off in the background as well. So that's
that was very strange.
the last. What's going on here? There's a large amount of people going off. Is that oil or something? There can't be oil on the track. Oil on the track, otherwise it would be great to see, but yeah. Anyway, so if we could jump to our leader, as we are now officially on the white flag lap. We're going to follow him around his final lap. This is great to see. You know, this car has been in the lead since the first hour. It's led pretty much every lap except for when it stopped once. Other than that, it's done everything it needs to do. Jack Alexander bringing it home through the final few corners now, heading towards the chicane for the final time, down the long straight, going up through all the gears. You can see the number 001 flashing on his car. That represents his position. He is P1, he is our race leader, and in moments time he will become our race winner. So we are finally coming through towards the final turn here now. As he comes through for the final time, he's flashing his lights, he knows what he's got to do. All he's got to do here is come to the line. He's going to win. He's going to take the checkered flag. Our winner for round 2 of the Endurance Series is Jack Alexander and Rob Jackson in the Team SMR car. Alessio Dettori is on his way up as well now. So this is not far from over for them. We've got cars already finishing. 666, 38, 992 all finished on their laps. So, coming through the chicane for the final time, Del Torre, the car that started on the pole, going to swap positions with a different BMW for the win, but it's still an absolutely respectable result considering the situation they had been in at one point. There we go, P2 for Delta Tauri and the Team Racing Point car. Clyde Barney in the Odyssey Racing car now coming on his way down through towards the hairpins. He's got quite a way to go before he finishes his race. In fact, most people will finish their race before, in fact, he will be the last one to cross the line before we tick over into the waiting lobby. That is a bit interesting to see that the top three were in such different positions to where they were in relative to the standings. So we're watching Clyde Barney as he comes through now past the next sequence of corners to come down towards the long straight that's got a kink in the middle. Obviously it's a lovely bit of road in the GT3s, flat out all the way up the hill now. It comes down into the dip, into the valley, then back up the hill now towards the braking zone. It allows you to brake just that little bit later because of the gravity working against the car. Comes through the chicane for the final time. He's going to come nicely through there, runs it a little bit wide, but that's completely fine. Gets around the final corner here now, and this is going to be the last car to cross the line for the race. He's flashing his lights, he knows he's done enough to get a podium, and that is the podium finish for Clyde Barney. So that is 3 BMWs on the podium, Chris.
3 BMWs indeed. What a fantastic race we've just watched. For
absolutely, it was brilliant
hours.
from start to finish. So while we hopefully wait for some people to come across, obviously you've had 8 hours of racing, you and I have been here for all of them. You got a particular moment that was your favourite?
No. I haven't, I'm afraid. It's just been a great race to watch.
Absolutely has, and obviously, you know, these drivers have done absolutely brilliantly. I'm going to just do a quick ping, so it would be at 715 at 138, was it? And
at 5.
There we go. So we'll wait for them all to come over here, or as many as we can to come over.
Excuse me if I get the wrong thing here. Let's see what I can get.
So while we wait for teams to appear now, I'm hoping we will get some teams to appear. Obviously we'll give it a few minutes because they'll probably be all just talking to each other, congratulating, etc. Be interesting to note who is where. Obviously we've got a bit of highlight coming up now for the drivers. Obviously incidents.
You might want to ignore the comment underneath the highlights there. This is obviously not Misano.
Absolutely not, but we'll wait for some of the drivers to come in now. Obviously we'll see who can appear for us. We'll bring Simone in for now. We'll see if we can get some other people in as well. So this is Simone Lezzi from the P2 car, the 135. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
You are, well, first of all, congratulations. How was that race for you?
Well, I mean, it was good. I mean, we got second, so yeah, it was good in the end. But a bit unlucky with strategies because basically on the first stint, when it started raining, we decided to pit. But while we were entering pit lane, the weather changed, but it was late, so we stick with the strategy. And yeah, after half an hour we were on rain tires, wet tires, on dry track. So yeah, first stint we lost really so much time, and yeah, from that point then we started to do a big comeback, and yeah, in the end we got second.
Absolutely. Well, it was an absolutely impressive drive from you guys, especially after the penalty. Obviously, the race not going fully your way, but brilliant to see you guys up in P2 in the end.
Yeah. We got some little problems during that stint, but yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time. Obviously, I'm assuming your other teammates are off now.
Yeah.
No worries. Well, thank you very much for your time, bud. P2,
no problem. And thank you for organizing and
absolutely
for the great work around, behind all of this.
Thank you very much. So from car number 138, P2, in the end, that was Simone Lezzi. Next on the list, we'll go to our P3 car. So number 5, Odyssey Racing. We have Clyde Barney. We had James Mead. Do we have Mattis as well, or is Mattis away?
No, he's away.
No worries. Well, first of all, congratulations on your podium, finishing where you started.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, quite a lot happened. Honestly, quite a lot happened today. I mean, to go back to the start. Yeah, start wasn't great, but also not terrible. Managed to keep P3, but then basically, I think it was a 77 McLaren, if I remember it correctly. Didn't hold his brakes, which caused us to get a bit of damage, but mostly lost 20 seconds at the start. But anyway, our strategy was a bit messed up because we only put 65 liters in because we thought it was going to rain heavier and heavier after 30 minutes. It didn't, so basically we had to do an extra stop in the middle. But anyway, that was that for the start. I think most of the time we were P2, P3 anyway, apart from a bit in the middle. And I think then James did a good job as well.
Yeah, I had a bit of a long stint, so I was glad to get short of the car at the end. But yeah, it's tricky in that rain and keeping the concentration. Yeah, it was difficult, but great fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
well, I was going to ask, who was making these strategy calls? Obviously, the rain being off and on. Did you guys end up staying on the wet tyres through the dry spells up until the end?
Sometimes, yeah. I think one time we went on dries for when there was a 25-minute spell, and I think that helped because we were about, I think at some point 6 or 7 seconds faster than the ones on wet. So even though we were only 25 minutes on the dries, I think we gained that time there. And then on the second spell we stayed on the wets, and I think James can tell you how difficult that was with his wet tires.
Yeah, that was. They got up to 38 psi. I was very nervous for a blowout when it on the wets and the dry. So I was literally willing it to rain for about 5 laps, and finally it did. And I was just trying to cool those tires down. It were a bit difficult. I had to do the rest of that stint. Then I had savage flat spots on the tires for the entire, I think I had another hour left on the wet in that, so it was just about managing it and trying to stay safe on that last stint.
Absolutely. Well, it's an impressive job from you guys to maintain that position, especially after some obviously minor incidents as well, put you back a bit further back, but obviously to come back into P3, you must be very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. Also considering that on the last stint somehow we were on used tires as well, so we lost, I think, compared to practice, about 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap on average.
We were wondering what was happening, and obviously, yeah, that does answer our question. Well, thank you very much to you guys. So that is number 5, Odyssey Racing in the P3. That was James Mead and Clyde Barney. So we have also got with us now our race winners as well. I believe Rob is here. Is Jack coming, or is Jack?
No, he's not coming, I'm afraid.
No worries. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Obviously, amazing job from yourself to get up into the win from 7th on the grid. Obviously, I'm assuming you weren't expecting that.
No, we didn't actually put much practice into this because we actually forgot it was on until we got a ping for qualifying. So we went into it in the dark, really. We haven't got a wet setup. We just put wet tyres on it and changed the brake bias, and away we went. And thankfully, it worked. So yeah, all good.
Well, that's brilliant to hear. Obviously, you guys have done a really good job. It's now 2 from 2 in terms of endurance races, I believe, for you guys here. Obviously, that charity race last week, and now this week the 8 hours of Nurburgring.
Yeah, well, last week was really good. Track we really enjoy. Conditions, obviously, we knew it was going to be dry all race, so we just had fun and put our foot down. It was great.
Absolutely.
But, we're quite surprised this weekend to be to gain a lap. Basically, I think we made a heck of a good call at the start of the race. We just hung it out on the slicks as long as possible, and thankfully the weather sort of played into our hands. Then we got to the pit stop, put the wets on, and we were away. We cooked a couple of wet sets throughout the race, and it got a bit dicey. And towards the end of the stints, it was really, really tough to drive on. Really badly bruised wet tyres, but we got there and we hang on.
Absolutely. Well, it was a brilliant job from yourself and Jack to make it all the way to the end in that car with relatively little in the way of error. Obviously, that one small error from yourself, but
yeah,
the rest of it.
That again, yeah.
You're always welcome. This job as commentators to remind you of your situation, but obviously brilliant job overall. And
great stuff. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone taking part. It was a good battle.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Rob Jackson. That is our race winner, alongside Jack Alexander, who has gone, I'm assuming, for a nap. But brilliant job from our 3 podium sitters. Obviously, we had the number 5 Odyssey Racing BMW in P3 with Team Racing Point 138 in P2, and obviously 715 Team SMR in P1. Thank you very much, guys. Now on to somebody that I've been wanting to talk to, because if I'm not mistaken, Lloyd, this was your first endurance race.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, this is the first one I've done, and I just first of all I just want to say thanks to Chris Hill and all the guys over at Green Moose Racing for even letting me, getting me on the list of drivers for them and actually being able to find me a team. But yeah, this was my first endurance race with these guys, and we had actually really practiced hard this week because obviously it's a rain setup. We did a lot of practice in the wet and just relearn the track because it's not a familiar track for myself. But it was fantastic. Yeah, great team. I mean, people don't think endurance racing is a team sport, but it really truly is. And I've just had a fantastic time for the first race, and I'm just looking forward to all the rest of them.
Absolutely. Well, we've also got your teammate along here. I'm sure Chris can add him into this interview as well. We've got Vincent Vilcek as well. Obviously different cars, but still teammates together, obviously. Vincent, are you proud of Lloyd and what he's done?
Absolutely. He just joined us, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago, and Andreas Westkamp from Tier 2 and from the rookie team, the second team, added him, introduced him, and he's done a fantastic job. He's done more practice than the rest of us, I think, even though his times are always very difficult, because obviously he sits in California, so scheduling practice with him was a bit difficult. But it was a great time, great teamwork, and the results are pretty good today for both teams. So yeah, everything went almost smooth.
Awesome to hear. Obviously, we've got next time out. It's a bit of a longer race, 12 hours at Barcelona. When are you going to start putting your practice in?
Today. On that, what we're supposed to do, like we'll always be on track with somebody, you know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Yeah, like I say, it's just been, I'm just looking so much forward to the rest of the season, I mean, this is just the start for us really, and I just think that how the lads qualified and did really well. I think the rain really defeated me, if anything, really, because I did have a couple of spins, but it being the first race I've done, I kind of expected, for errors to creep in after a while, but I just think it means more practice and more testing and more track time, really. That's what we all want to do as racing drivers, So yeah, I'm just so happy I was even able to get into a team, and like all the admin side of the work, I really didn't have to put too much in. I just was able to put more track time in. I just want to say, thanks to all the lads. It's been fantastic. It really has. I'm just looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, Vincent, a good job from yourself. I think, obviously, towards the end, a small issue with the car.
Yeah, we just got unlucky, really. We had for our feeling, we had a perfect race. We pace-wise, we're definitely not up there, and in the end we were sincerely fighting for P4, And if something happens in the front, that would have been a podium, which we never would have even imagined that we'd be in a spot like that. And P5 seemed to be far enough away and under control, and in our minds, we already settled for P4. We're like, this is good. Our setup in general was a bit more towards the dry side, which made us even happier that in the wet we stayed up there. And then for the last stint, we're like, hell yeah, we were gonna get some dry time for the last stint. We're gonna push for once. We're gonna set some good times and have some fun. Keep P5 behind. We were certain we would be able to do that, and we had a perfect race until then. No major fuck ups. I think I had one spin, one off. Besides that, everything went smooth. And then the very last pit stop onto the dry tires, we selected the dry tire set number 1, which obviously has been used already quite a lot. So we were 4 seconds slower than what we were expecting on this tire set. And that is why in the end, we had to stop again for another dry tire set, just because, we screwed up. We selected number 1 instead of literally any other dry tire set. But this is racing. You have good luck, you have bad luck. And in the end, it's still P8, which still is way better than we imagined to finish. So we still got to be happy with the result, I guess. Just, it hurts because we knew P4 was definitely on the table. It was ready up for grabs.
Absolutely. Well, obviously next time out at Barcelona, I'm assuming there'll be a lot of practice put in so that there's an opportunity for a podium.
Podium was never.
Yeah, we always want that though, don't we?
Our goal was always P10, the top 10, and then we're really happy. Podium was never even a thought of ours. If we get that lucky again, sure. I mean, we'll gladly be up there and not fight for podium, but be in the vicinity of the podium. Sure, yeah. But the chances of that happening again, I think this was a very lucky race for us. We did very well. And maybe we can repeat it one day, but don't get used to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vincent's downplaying that a little bit. I think he had a great race. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of respect out on that racetrack today. There was. I mean, I know I was a slower driver, but I didn't expect. I know I didn't expect myself to compete at a higher level as Vincent, but. There was a lot of respect out on that racetrack. The thing I was really happy about, how we all came together at the end as a team, it was about 8
that was nice.
Together. I think that was brilliant. I think we're just going to go upwards and upwards and up. So I'm going to learn a lot from Vincent on this next race, hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to you both in your racing endeavours. Obviously, I'm sure we will see you around a lot more now, Lloyd. I believe you've probably caught the racing bug.
Yeah, I've had that for a long time, but this is my real first expedition on endurance racing. It's great.
It is absolutely great. Well, thank you very much both for your time. A pleasure, and all the best for the next race.
Thank you guys for organising everything.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Well, Chris, I do believe that wraps up a very long but a very successful stream.
I believe it does. Adam, I've got to thank you very much for being here for the full 8+ hours. You've done really well to hold on and talk the majority of the way through.
It'll be okay, anytime.
You've done, I can't say it enough, you've done a fantastic job. Steve Proudly, thank you very much for coming and joining us for the first hour and a half or however long it was. Greatly appreciate it, and all the support and help you give me to get this stream up and running. Dominic, thanks very much for joining us and giving us a bit of an insight into your team and supporting Adam during the time where I had to go quiet. And
a big thank you to you as well. Absolutely, you've done a brilliant job, and definitely underappreciate just how much work goes into getting these cameras exactly how we want them, and to this quality. So brilliant job from yourself as well.
Thank you very much. So, next race. Sometime in June.
Sometime in June, yeah. 18th of June, I believe, at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, in the beautiful sunny country of Spain. If it's not sunny, I will be shocked. Obviously, that will be a few months. Between then, we've got various GT3, GT4 races. Another 2.4 hour race as well, which is always a treat to watch. We've got iRacing AC soon to be announced, race room races, and all sorts of things going on all the time here at SSRi. From myself, from Chris, from Steve, Dominic, and obviously everybody else that has been here. Thank you so much for watching. If you're watching it on a repeat, i.e. watching it back through YouTube, again, thank you very much. Always leave some feedback if you can. It's great for myself, for Chris, and everybody that always have constructive criticism. I think it's great. I think without further ado, we're going to wrap this up. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.
Thank you, guys.